Cao Wenbin fought desperately with others just to get a magic weapon for her. This brat must have suffered a lot to get it. I have to say, she knows how to use her imagination. Of course, she wasn't too wrong. After all, Cao Wenbin really fought with others several times. But this fighting target, how can I repay him? The more I think about it, the stronger the friendship in my eyes becomes. The more beautiful her face becomes, the more popular she becomes. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin is extremely unromantic. This is not. Sister Yuener, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and use the 9 cauldrons to overcome the tribulation. I'm still waiting for your dance. Don't forget what you promised me. I want to see the kind where the more she dances, the less clothes she wears. This made Zhao Yuaner's face turn even redder. But it is obvious that the reason for turning red this time is no longer because of being touched. But I was angry. Go to hell. Once I have completed my tribulation, I will destroy you immediately. Then I'll jump on your grave. Although she said so, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. With the help of the 9 cauldrons, the thunder that was originally extremely difficult to resist is no longer a problem. Chapter 238. Fuao was shocked. Boom, boom. The eye of heavenly tribulation continues to exert its power. Take a few breaths, very rhythmic. And this chop lasted for half a day. It looked as if the split would last until the end of time. But obviously, this is impossible. After all, everything in the world has its rules. The heavenly tribulation is no exception. Look, after the 99,998th strike, the eye of heavenly tribulation slowly dissipated. Of course, supremacy is the limit of human beings. Therefore, the number of thunder tribulations will naturally be extreme. Therefore, boom, the eye of heavenly tribulation dissipated, but the energy it left behind was not wasted. After slowly condensing into a thunder ball, he followed the footsteps of his predecessor and went straight into Zhao Yuaner's boudoir. Did it succeed after all? Zhun Qingfeng and others who witnessed the whole process did not look very good. In fact, in their hearts, they hope that Zhao Yuaner will die in the thunder tribulation. Although the probability is not high. But they still look forward to it. But after a few moments, they no longer had time to think about these messy things. Because purple clouds have appeared in the sky. This is a sign that the baptism of heaven and earth is about to come. So, everyone, give it your all. We must not let it be baptized for too long. Otherwise, our future life will be even more difficult. After saying that, Zhun Qingfeng was the first to burst out with all his strength. The dual laws of wind and soil are truly terrifying. Fuao was not willing to be left behind, and he also used his own flying rules at the first opportunity. Stop them for me. Try to buy as much time as possible for Zhao Yuaner. That's right, even if Yang Xiao and Yuan Dingtian chose to stand by and watch, Cao Xing and others were still not sure they could stop all the invaders. It's not that they are trash, it's just that there are too many people coming. 4 against 8, there's no way this can be fought. And the fact is, it is indeed so. As soon as the power of the laws of both sides came into contact, Cao Xing and others began to retreat unconsciously. But this speed is not fast. A hint of surprise flashed across Cao Xing's eyes. This force was much smaller than he expected. But he soon reacted. This is someone being lazy. Sure enough, when these guys get together, the sum of their parts is not greater than their 2 parts. Even equal to 2, that's wishful thinking. As a member of the group, there is no reason why Zhun Qingfeng cannot discover what Cao Xing can discover. As a result, a surge of anger suddenly arose in Zhun Qingfeng's heart. He would never have thought that even though he was already a respected ancestor, he could still be so short-sighted. They didn't even think about it. If Zhao Yuaner reached the most perfect state, would they still be able to live a good life? Although he was angry, he had no way to deal with it. Everyone is equal, and he can't command anyone except Fuao. No, I have to think of a solution quickly. Otherwise, it will all be over. Looking at the beam of light that had fallen into the boudoir, Zhun Qingfeng became anxious. Immediately afterwards, his brain started working at high speed. And hard work really pays off. Just a few seconds later, he came up with a solution. Fuao, we have enough manpower here. 1 more or 1 less doesn't make much difference. And you are the fastest, so it is you who should interrupt this gift from heaven and earth. I have to say, Zhun Qingfeng is something. This move really takes everyone into consideration. Those who are slacking off can continue to slack off. If you want revenge, you can do it to your heart's content. Sure enough, as soon as this statement was made, it was immediately agreed by everyone. Those supreme beings who were slacking off also quietly increased their efforts. After just a few breaths, Fuao's gap was filled. Everyone wait a minute, I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Fuao's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived behind Cao Xing. While moving forward, this guy actually took the time to look back. Cao Xing, Cao Xing, you never thought there would be such a day. I will pay you back today for what you did to me, with interest. Inside the boudoir, Zhao Yuan'er, who was madly absorbing the gifts from heaven and earth, suddenly opened her eyes. Then she sighed softly. At this moment, she couldn't even absorb 1/10 of the gift from heaven and earth. But she knew that she had to stop. Otherwise, it's not a question of strength. Whether she can still be alive is still unknown. Oh, this might be fate. But it doesn't matter. Being a venerable in this lifetime is a great achievement. So what if my strength is not as good as it used to be? The Supreme is the Supreme, no matter how bad it is still better than the original 9th rank. After comforting herself, Zhao Yuan'er prepared to stand up. Once this action is taken, the gifts from heaven and earth will stop immediately. But at this moment, a light voice suddenly came into her ears. Sister Yuan'er, just focus on your training. Leave this idiot who's attacking me to me. Zhao Yuan'er was stunned. Then I almost laughed out loud. Yes, after not seeing him for more than a year, Cao Wenbin's strength has indeed made a qualitative leap. If you go one step further, you can become an emperor. But so what? This strength to face the Supreme. To put it bluntly, you may not even be able to withstand someone's sneeze. But before she could say anything, she suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin's aura had changed. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 5th grade, 12th grade. Supreme. And that's not all. Even after reaching the Supreme Realm, Cao Wenbin's aura did not stop growing. Soon, they reached a realm that Zhao Yuan'er had never touched before. It looks like a statue, but it doesn't seem to be a statue. This is. Zhao Yuan'er was completely stunned. She had never seen anything so strange in thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, the Saint Realm becomes the Supreme. Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, there are people who are even more confused than him. Look, Fuao, who was rushing towards the two of them, is in a very bad state now. What did he sense? A supreme being who is extremely powerful. Or has a powerful person appeared from another dimension? So, Fuao subconsciously stopped. Then I turned back again. But this time he doesn't want to mock anyone. But he was trying to confirm whether he was hallucinating. As for the results, not surprisingly, Zhun Qingfeng and the others also looked terrified. Even Cao Xing had a serious look on his face. Chapter 239 Take Action. Is everything actually true? I'm not hallucinating. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Within the Cao family. No, it's in the immortal realm. How could there be a master of this level? After getting the answers from everyone's faces, Fuao became even more confused. The body is also in a dilemma. Keep going, he is afraid of being killed instantly by the powerful person in the room. I want to step back, but I still feel unwilling to do so. After all, he only needs a few more steps to achieve his goal. What should I do? Confused, abnormally tangled. But at this moment, a small tripod suddenly appeared in front of him. Along with it, there was also a voice transmission. Take it and try it out. Remember, be extra careful. Slightly stunned. Then, a burning light burst out from Fuao's eyes. 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons that can suppress the fortune of the northern continent. Innate treasure. In an instant, Fuao became confident again. So what if you really have the strength of the Supreme Peak? I have 9 tripods. Even if I can't win, can't I run away? The more he thought about it, the higher Fuao raised his head. So, without saying anything, he took a step forward. As for the consequences, get out of here. If you dare move forward, I'll kill you. The sound waves rolled in, making Fuao's heart palpitate. However, Fuao did not stop, he just became more careful. It was obvious that he was determined to go all the way. And the fact is, it is indeed so. HMPH, I want to see if you, a guy who dares not show your face, have the real talent or are just a facade. I have to say, it's really hard to fool someone who can become the Supreme. But there are some things that you just can't do unless you believe in them. As soon as Fu Ao's feet touched the ground, the aura that seemed to have the power to destroy the world became even more violent. Immediately afterwards, a giant hand composed purely of rules came towards him. No. Fu Ao was horrified. He had thought that the other party would take action. But even if he was beaten to death, no one would have expected the opponent's counterattack to be so violent. Shouldn't the normal process of a fight be to test first and then explode? No martial ethics. So, he didn't dare to delay for even a second and directly sacrificed the 9 cauldrons. Fu Ao is very self-aware. He knew very well that this kind of attack was definitely not something he could withstand. The next moment, boom, the aftermath of the fight was quite astonishing. But many supreme beings simply don't have the time to pay attention to this. As for the reason, puff, bang, 2 special voices sounded one after another. The first one was the sound of Zhun Qingfeng vomiting blood. Obviously, Juding suffered too great a shock, and as its master, he suffered the backlash. The second sound was an explosion. It is also the sound that attracts the Supreme's attention the most. Because after this voice, Fu Ao's breath completely disappeared. That is to say, how is this possible? Even though Fu Ao's strength is weak, he shouldn't be killed instantly. Who on earth is protecting this newly promoted Supreme Dharma Master? Damn it, I always thought the Cao family was stupid and didn't know how to hide their abilities. But now it seems that I'm the real idiot. It's not that they don't hide their abilities, but ordinary supreme beings are not worth hiding. Is this the foundation of the continent's #1 family? It's truly terrifying. This person must be a powerful being from the previous era. After all, if we don't count this time, the immortal realm hasn't seen a supreme tribulation for a long time. Crazy. Everyone present was crazy. The same is true for Cao Xing and the other 3. What did they see? The Supreme was destroyed. How many years has it been since something like this happened? 5,000 years, 8,000 years, or 10,000 years? Escape. After realizing this, Zhun Qingfeng and others no longer dared to think about anything else. The first thing I did was to apply oil to the soles of my feet. Inside the room, Zhao Yuaner was staring at Cao Wenbin in a daze. Others didn't know who launched the attack just now, but she, who witnessed the whole process, knew it clearly. But precisely because she knew it clearly, she was confused. Saint defeats the Supreme in seconds. What is wrong with this world? Wenbin, what are you doing? The voice is stuttering. But soon, she frowned. Because she found that Cao Wenbin's momentum was fading rapidly. That speed is even faster than the previous outbreak. So, she suddenly became even more anxious. Because she thought of a possibility. That was the attack just now, which was launched by Cao Wenbin by burning himself. Wenbin, the stuttering is gone, replaced by endless panic. Then, she was ready to pounce. But before she could take any action, Cao Wenbin stopped her. After all, the gifts from heaven and earth are not over yet. Although it is nearing the end, no matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Absolutely don't waste it. Sister Yuaner, I'm fine. That was my trump card just now. Even though it can only be used once, it has no effect on me at all. If you don't believe me, look, I'm fine, right? It can even jump. Zhao Yuaner was stunned. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Cao Wenbin's lively appearance, he doesn't look like anything is wrong. But women are always petty. As soon as her mind calmed down, a murderous look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Of course, this murderous aura was not directed at Cao Wenbin, but at the uninvited guests outside. Her thoughts were simple. If they weren't there, how could her little man use such an important trump card? Coincidentally, at this moment, the gift from heaven and earth also ended. Her momentum also reached its peak. I have to say, her talent is really outstanding. Judging from her aura alone, she is definitely on the same level as Cao Xing at this moment. As for combat effectiveness, as a swordsman, how could she be weak? Therefore, Wenbin, wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back. Since these rubbish dare to come and cause trouble, they should naturally leave something behind. One Supreme's life is not enough. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. Cao Wenbin wanted to stop her, but he couldn't keep up with her pace at all. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Revenge and the like are not as important as dancing. Speechless, absolutely speechless. But soon, he came to his senses again. After all, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. He just doesn't believe that this girl won't come back. Today, I must taste the saltiness of the Supreme. Chapter 240 The Terror of the Supreme Sword Master. Stop right there. You want to leave after causing trouble. There's no such thing as a good thing in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword energy slashed directly towards the Jun family camp that had just been assembled. The sword energy is not strong, but the laws contained within it are extremely terrifying. As a result, Jun Qingfeng, who already looked pale due to his injury, suddenly became even more depressed. But even though his face looked bad, he was not scared at all. Of course, reality doesn't allow him to be timid. After all, no one will come to your aid at this time. Therefore, HMPH, even if I'm injured, I'm not someone you, a newly promoted Supreme, can challenge. Just in time, didn't you kill one of my Supreme beings? Then I'll kill one of you too. As he spoke, an extremely evil aura emerged from Jun Qingfeng's body. The law of disaster. A law that is enough to scare people. If a cultivator with a slightly lower level of cultivation encounters it, he will be killed at best. In serious cases, you will be plagued by disasters for generations. Boom. Soon, the two most powerful forces in the world collided with each other. As for the results, Jun Qingfeng retreated. He retreated 5 steps in a row before he could barely steady himself. That's impossible. Jun Qingfeng's face was full of madness. Having dominated the immortal realm for so many years, he simply could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by a newly crowned Supreme. Even if he is injured. And at this moment, a scene that made him even more uncomfortable appeared. The sword energy that was hit by his full-strength attack did not dissipate. Although it was no longer as domineering as before, it was still flying towards him. And the speed is even faster. However, this sword energy seemed to know that he was not easy to mess with. Therefore, the target has been changed long ago. The sword pointed directly at a 12th rank emperor behind him. You dare. This made Jun Qingfeng even more anxious. After all, the 12th rank emperor is not a cabbage. Even in his Jun family, there are not many. So, he immediately prepared to condense the laws again. Unfortunately, it's too late. He had just thought of this when the sword energy had already passed by him. Then he pierced the emperor's head directly. Silence. Everyone was stunned. No one could have imagined that this new supreme being would be so powerful. The first time he attacked, he killed a pillar of the Jun family. And he did it in front of Jun Qingfeng. 12th grade, this is the 12th grade. There is a chance to become a respected existence. Although the chance is slim. But if there is an opportunity, there is an opportunity. Its preciousness is incomparable to that of emperors of other ranks. But such a person is now. Little girl, you've angered me. Today, the expression is extremely ferocious. But before he could finish his words, Zhao Yuan'er, who had already appeared in front of everyone, waved her hand to interrupt him. Don't say those useless things. Now it's not a question of what you want. But what I want. Mad. But he has the capital to be crazy. After all, not everyone has the ability to suppress Jun Qingfeng's combat power. You really don't know your place. And Jun Qingfeng did not swallow his anger. He directly used the means that he had prepared to block the sword energy towards Zhao Yuan'er. Eternal damnation. This is Jun Qingfeng's specialty. In the past, many supreme beings have suffered from this trick. But this time, this move that always worked was in vain. Because at some point, a small tripod appeared above Zhao Yuan'er's head. Depend on. Jun Qingfeng is numb. At the same time, I also recognized the origin of this small tripod. The one Cao Wenbin got from the 9th continent. The reason why they can be recognized is that the tripods from each continent look roughly the same. But the mountain and river patterns above are still quite different. Damn it, the sword master with unparalleled attack and the 9 cauldrons with unparalleled defense, how can anyone play with this? Thinking of this, Jun Qingfeng immediately gave a wink to the remaining 12 rank emperors in his family. The meaning is very clear, that is to retreat quickly. Decisive enough. But it's useless. Without unity of purpose, no one could stop Zhao Yuan'er from going crazy. Therefore, when the Cao family's ancestral home became quiet, 3 more 12 rank emperors appeared on the ground. 1 from the Jun family. 2 from the Fu family. Humph, you guys are really fast. After a cold snort, Zhao Yuan'er prepared to return to her boudoir. Obviously, she also knew that she couldn't escape today. Of course, she didn't want to run away. She has been waiting for this day for a long time. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, Cao Xing, Wang Lao and others surrounded her. Immediately afterwards, these old guys asked the question that had been bothering them for a long time. Xiao Lu, who is that master who protected you just now? By the way, there are no outsiders here now, please invite him out quickly. It will also allow us to admire the elegance of our predecessors. After saying that, everyone laughed. The voice is full of ambiguity. Obviously, they overthought it. But Zhao Yuan'er did not explain. Although Cao Wenbin did not explain, she still decided to keep it secret. Of course, she wouldn't let these old guys continue to have wild thoughts. So after rolling her eyes slightly, Zhao Yuan'er took everything on herself. There's no such thing as a senior. The only person in my room is that brat Wenbin. As for that attack just now, that's actually one of my trump cards. I got it together with Cheng Zun's opportunity. You can only use it once. The logic is clear and there is no flaw. After saying that, Zhao Yuan'er directly opened the restrictions in her boudoir. In an instant, Cao Wenbin's innocent look appeared before the eyes of the 5 supreme beings. So that's how it is. As expected, a hint of depression immediately appeared on Cao Xing's face. After all, before this, he had already planned a lot of expansion plans in his mind. But now it seems that he was obviously overthinking it. Alas, there really are no shortcuts in this world. After shaking their heads, several people left one by one. As there are fewer and fewer people around, the atmosphere in this space becomes more and more ambiguous. Once the restrictions in the boudoir were closed again, this ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak. What are you doing? Look at the big hand that suddenly appears on your waist. Zhao Yuan'er's face turned red immediately. To be honest, if those supreme beings saw her in this state, they would be shocked. After all, they are completely different people. When facing them, Zhao Yuan'er definitely lived up to the name of Pretty Yaksha. But now, Sister Yuan'er, do you still remember Shengxing Luli's promise? About dancing. My face got even redder. But Zhao Yuan'er still nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Chapter 241 The real anti-Cao alliance is officially established. The ancestral home of your family, the reception room. Buzz. Buzz. As the sounds of space vibrations continued to ring out, the originally empty reception room soon became popular. The first person to appear was the owner of this place, Zhun Qingfeng. Immediately afterwards, all the supreme beings who had taken action in the Cao family and were still alive came here without exception. To be honest, if this happened on a normal day, if so many supreme beings appeared in one place, there would definitely be auspicious signs. After all, he is the supreme being, so he has to be more or less pompous. But this time, no one did anything fancy. Not to mention auspicious signs, even these supreme beings themselves are like eggplants hit by frost, each one more wilted than the other. Silence. No one spoke for a long time. Until, ahem. Everyone, please stop competing with each other. Now that we're here, let's get straight to the point. I propose that we form an anti-Cao alliance. After all, the Cao family is developing too fast. The power of one family alone cannot restrict them at all. It is not difficult to see that Zhun Qingfeng's body has not yet recovered. However, this does not affect the overall situation. Now, with the stairs, the originally lifeless reception room immediately became lively. Long Xiao, I fully agree. This Cao family is the cancer of the immortal realm. If left unchecked, it will sooner or later harm the entire immortal realm. Examen Ju, if you ask me, there's no need to discuss this matter. After all, that's what everyone came for. What we should think about most now is how to restrict the Cao family. Or how to improve yourself. That makes sense. But the faces of many supreme beings soon revealed expressions of helplessness. Restrict the Cao family. This is simply impossible. Not to mention that they have 5 supreme masters in their sect. Just the mysterious man who can kill the supreme master with one blow and seriously injure Zhun Qingfeng is enough to make them suffer. As for improving yourself, this is also impossible. After all, the only one who can influence the outcome of the battle now is the supreme. But where can they go to deal with the supreme in such a short time? Blow it out with your mouth. Damn, this fairyland is not really going to change its surname to Cao. So, shouldn't I divorce my wife right away? The more they thought about it, the lower their morale became. But at this moment, Zhun Qingfeng, who had the highest prestige, spoke again. I haven't thought of a way to restrict the Cao family yet. I have figured out a way to improve the alliance's strength. Slightly stunned. Then everyone's eyes lit up. Zhun Qingfeng did not keep anyone in suspense and quickly revealed the solution. Everyone seems to have forgotten about Yang Xiao and Yuan Dingtian. Yes, they did not take action when they were at the Cao family. But they didn't help the Cao family either. In other words, they are now a neutral force. We can definitely win them over. Not surprisingly, the emotions of the supreme beings immediately became even more excited. Yes, how could they forget about those two fence-sitters? The bond between the Cao family and those two families is just two women. They can just copy the same method. As long as their people can hook up with someone who has more say, won't those fence-sitters turn to them again? The idea was good, but soon they started to have headaches again. Because they don't have any genius who can compare to Cao Wenbin. As for letting the older generation take action, please, we have known each other for so many years. If we couldn't get her when we were young, how can we get her now? What can they want from you? Are you getting old? Or do you not want to take a shower? The more I think about it, the more headache I get. As a result, everyone's attention quickly fell back on Zhun Qingfeng. And just this one look made them instantly think of a suitable person. That's right, it's Zhun Xiaoyao. Yes, this kid basically didn't gain any advantage in the confrontation with Cao Wenbin. But this cannot conceal his excellence. He is just worse than Cao Wenbin. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you may actually be able to taste a few sips of the 1,000-year-old spiritual spring. You guys want to. And Zhun Qingfeng is not stupid either. The moment everyone looked over, he already understood what these people were trying to do. Therefore, Xiaoyao, come to the living room. I have something to talk to you about. Zhun Qingfeng's prestige in the Zhun family is naturally beyond doubt. So just a few minutes later, Zhun Xiaoyao walked in with a serious expression on his face. However, his hypocritical appearance only lasted for a while. After Zhun Qingfeng told him the purpose of calling him here, his eyes popped out. Let him pick up women. Or those old women. How can this be possible? But even though he was extremely reluctant, in the end, he still couldn't say no. After all, this is his ancestor. My words are always my bond. Although his status is high, it is still a long way to go to challenge his authority. So, after hesitating for a long time, he said with an unwilling look on his face, Ancestor, Xiaoyao can do this. But can you change the target to someone of my same generation, or even younger than me? The 7 supreme beings were all stunned. Then everyone thought of the rumor. Xiao remote control lowly, Wenbin is a good wife. Speechless. Quite speechless. These two trendsetters of this generation are really unique. Seeing that all the supreme beings were silent, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a little excited. In his opinion, the variables are coming. But as the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. As soon as Zhun Qingfeng spoke again, he was immediately in despair. No. Among those of your generation, or even younger than you, only Meng Luo has some status. But that woman has already. Zhun Qingfeng didn't say anything else, but the meaning was self-evident. So soon, Zhun Xiaoyao turned into a frost-bitten eggplant. Xiaoyao knows what to do. Don't worry, ancestor. Originally, Zhun Xiaoyao wanted to show his loyalty, but at this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded from above the sky. I, Zhao Yuaner, will use this method to tell you something today. From today on, Wenbin is me, and I am Wenbin. Seeing him is like seeing the real me. If anyone dares to offend me, I will kill all 10 of their clans and make them never be reborn. The previous words were spoken in a very majestic and domineering manner. But in the end, as for what exactly happened, perhaps only the parties involved know. After hearing this announcement, the expressions of the 7 supreme beings changed immediately. They, the supreme beings, had an agreement between them. That is, you must never show your power in front of mortals. Thus maintaining the mystery. But now, arrogant. This woman is so arrogant. And who does she think she is? See Wenbin as if he saw her. Damn it, just for that sentence, I must find an opportunity to teach Cao Wenbin a lesson. I want to see what that woman can do. While the supreme beings were gritting their teeth, Zhun Xiaoyao was determined to complete the task. But it wasn't that his preferences had suddenly changed, but that his heart was already filled with jealousy. His competitor has already achieved the same status as the Supreme. But what about him? Cao Wenbin, just wait for me. It won't be long before I catch up with you. You must know that there is more than one female Supreme in the entire immortal realm. Chapter 242 Zhongzhou escaped. Name: Zhao Yuan'er. Identity: one of the 14 Supreme Beings of the immortal realm. Strength: a Supreme Being who has received all the gifts from heaven and earth. She controls the laws of swordsmanship and has extremely strong attack power. Appearance score: 98. Loyalty: 100. No betrayal possible. Note: this woman can be cultivated as your right-hand man. If you have any good things, feel free to ask her for them. She will definitely not let you down. What an awesome attribute. As expected of Sister Yuan'er. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up as he watched. But soon, he turned his attention back to the treasure chest. Open. The Lotus Lantern, one of the 4 innate divine lamps, it possesses immense power. It can be used in many ways, one of which is to activate it with mana. At that moment, its wick will spew forth innate divine fire. This flame can simultaneously affect the enemy's body and soul, dealing a double blow to the enemy. The second use is to merge with the lamp, using it to avoid various enemy attacks. Being inside the lamp can also strengthen your body, which has many benefits. The third use is to place the soul of someone who died an unnatural death into it. After nurturing for 9,981 years, the soul will be resurrected. Finally, there's a hidden method: swallow the wick directly. But remember, while this method can multiply the user's strength, it's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Use with caution. Stunned. To be honest, Cao Wenbin is definitely a knowledgeable person. He has seen several innate treasures that ordinary Supreme Beings have never come into contact with. But Cao Wenbin has only come into contact with one thing as awesome as this, and that is the Kunlun mirror. It's sent. This time it's completely successful. Of course, Cao Wenbin did not get carried away. Soon, he opened the remaining 2 treasure chests. Ancestral witch blood, blood that contains infinite good fortune. Once refined, it can further enhance the user's potential and grant them the blood of the witch clan. From now on, you can learn anything the witch clan knows, and even if they don't, you can learn it too. Hichu Luoshu, 2 mysterious patterns formed from the innate nature. Those who possess these objects and comprehend the innate 8 trigrams can calculate everything in the world. Note: these 2 patterns seem to contain something else, so please carefully observe them. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. At this moment, Cao Wenbin was almost lost. Jun Xiaoyao. What is that? He is just a person who is trying to sell his head. But at this moment, what are you daydreaming about, you little brat? Don't tell me you're thinking about someone else. Slightly stunned. Then Cao Wenbin came back to his senses. Then, he licked his lips gently. Sister Yuan'er, how can you be so unconfident? The reason I was in a daze was entirely because I was reminiscing. This time, Zhao Yuan'er was in trouble. After all, she has been single for more than 2,000 years, how could she have experienced this? But she is really lucky. Just when she was at a loss, Zhao Xiaochou's voice suddenly came from outside the door. My 2 masters, Miss Mu Qianchen is seeking an audience outside. I wonder. Swish. Without hesitation, Cao Wenbin rushed straight to the door. After being together for such a long time, he knows Mu Qianchen quite well. This is a typical strong woman. If it is something that I can solve myself, I will never bother others. But now, however, Cao Wenbin did not go out immediately. Because before he opened the door, Zhao Yuan'er's slightly lazy voice floated into his ears. Wenbin, from now on, you don't have to worry about anything. Whatever you want to do, do it. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, just call me. Your sister Yuan'er is the answer to all problems. Cao Wenbin smiled. A warm feeling immediately surged in my heart. It feels so good to be spoiled. Of course, he was touched, but as a man, he would not easily show his emotions. So, don't worry, Sister Yuan'er, I won't let you go. After all, I've tasted the sweetness. What did you say? Zhongzhou and Pan Simin took advantage of the chaos and ran away. Looking at Mu Qianchen with a guilty look on her face, Cao Wenbin was stunned. There must be something missing from these 2 women. When we returned, didn't they insist on following us? Why are you running away now? Could it be that they have already got what they wanted? So you need to go back and report urgently. To be honest, this idea is the most logical. But soon, Cao Wenbin shook his head and laughed. Because he suddenly found Mr. Wang. This supreme being who always regarded himself as a subordinate, wandered around the Cao family all day long. With him watching, not to mention Pan Simin and Zhongzhou, even Zhun Qingfeng would have no chance of taking anything away without anyone noticing. What is the reason? Confused. Extremely puzzled. However, as his thoughts gradually diverged, he suddenly thought of a possibility. That means these two women ran away because they were disappointed. Don't tell me, this is really possible. I made Zhongzhou so miserable that she could barely walk when she saw me. In order to spend more time with me, you will naturally follow me. But I've been in seclusion for over a year, so naturally my rationality has returned to them. So, the more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth of the matter. As a result, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. Looks like I'll find a chance for you to savor it. Chapter 243. Go to Tianji Pavilion. Husband, are you okay? Seeing that Cao Wenbin didn't speak for a long time, Mu Qianqun suddenly became anxious. So, she subconsciously moved closer to Cao Wenbin. As for the consequences of doing so, without any suspense, she fell directly into Cao Wenbin's arms. Of course I'm fine, but you lost my toy, so don't you have to compensate me? Slightly stunned. Then a blush quickly appeared on Mu Qianqun's face. The body began to tremble immediately. Compensate. How to compensate? Is it like those two women? Thinking of that scene, Mu Qianqun almost fainted. No, no, I am the celestial consort of the Shira clan, the daughter of Supreme Mu Bai. How can I spend the whole day sitting next to a table? And this girl is worthy of being the person who can lead the Shira tribe to survive in the fog for thousands of years. Concentration is enough. Look, even though she has no strength left in her body, she is still trying to stay away from any object she can hold on to. Her thoughts were simple, even if there was only a bed. But soon, she found something wrong. Because Cao Wenbin didn't force her. If this had happened in the past. What's wrong with you? This time, it was Cao Wenbin's turn to panic. His eyes kept flickering. What's wrong with him? Of course I feel guilty. Do you think the Supreme is so easy to deal with? That's because he has a lot of kidneys, otherwise he would have died long ago. Of course, he wouldn't say that. After all, he also wants to save face. Ahem, didn't I tell you I'm fine? Okay, let's go to the residence of those two women and take a look. They left in such a hurry, they must have done something shameful. Perfect reason to change the subject. But Mu Qianqun is not a fool. Although she didn't react at first, after observing for a while, she understood everything. There's nothing we can do about it, it's Cao Wenbin's fault for always staring at Zhao Yuaner's bedroom. So, you're such a caring person. I've searched the homes of those two women several times, but I can't find any useful clues. If you ask me, let's go to my place. I've figured it out too. It'll be yours sooner or later anyway. There's no point in persisting. By the way, I have a very beautiful table there. The power of temptation is almost full. But a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Cao Wenbin's forehead. He wants to grit his teeth and persevere. After all, it's better to lose the battle than the person. But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Obviously, this was his body reminding him not to be stubborn. Don't overdraw your future just for the sake of temporary face. Sister Yuaner, my lifelong reputation has been ruined by you. Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. What made Cao Wenbin even more ashamed and angry was that this girl Mu Qianqun didn't even give him a way out. Seeing that he didn't respond, Mu Qianqun immediately asked innocently, "Why are you resisting?" "Don't worry, I'm not kidding you." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes became firm. Fuck the future. I want both the present and the future. At worst, I can just grab a few more kidneys. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, a man suddenly broke into the courtyard. "Young master, something terrible has happened. Shui Sha just received news that Zhun Xiaoyao went to Tianji Pavilion. And he was flirting with that Supreme Yang. If this is allowed to continue, the position of the Tianji Pavilion will definitely be in trouble." Cao Wenbin was stunned. He just stared blankly at Nightingale who came to report. What did he hear? Zhun Xiaoyao went to flirt with Yang Xiao. And is there any sign of it? Are you sure you're not kidding? Is Yang Xiao such a bitch? If I remember correctly, I only stayed with Sister Yuener for 10 days. She's a supreme being, and she couldn't stand being soaked by a saint for 10 days. Nightingale staggered and almost fell to the ground. This young master of ours is so awesome. In broad daylight, you directly say that the supreme being is lowly. Of course, although she was horrified, she did not stop talking and quickly recounted the whole story. Master, according to the intelligence, the reason the two were able to progress so quickly is entirely because Zhun Xiaoyao did his homework before leaving. In the ancestral land of Tianji Pavilion, there exists a huge pattern that was born from the sky. It is extremely strange, and very few people can understand it. But it is the foundation of Tianji Pavilion. Because whether it's the Tianji Pavilion's cultivation method or their all-encompassing methods, they were all learned from that pattern by their first generation of supremes. And the moment Zhun Xiaoyao arrived at Tianji Pavilion, he immediately provided Yang Xiao with a new idea for comprehending the pattern. So, Nightingale didn't continue speaking, but Cao Wenbin already understood what she meant. Zhun Xiaoyao helped Tianji Pavilion so much, so how could Yang Xiao, as the leader of Tianji Pavilion, not have a good impression of him? Plus, the men and women who are unmarried. Go call Mengluo. I want to see what's so magical about that pattern. The instructions are very clear. But the Nightingale didn't move. Instead, he quickly took out a piece of paper from his arms. Master, before I came here, I asked Miss Mengluo to copy the pattern. Just look at it. I have to say, this Nightingale's ability is indeed strong enough. No matter what happens, it can be arranged clearly for you. What a shame that he doesn't know how to use his own advantages. Otherwise, how could he still be a deputy commander? He shook his head gently, and then Cao Wenbin set his gaze on the paper with a faint fragrance. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he really took a look, he was almost so frightened that he jumped up. As for the reason, Bagua diagram. That's right, the pattern on the paper is none other than the yin-yang fish, plus a bunch of irregular horizontal bars. But just as Nightingale said, Tianji Pavilion has not grasped the essence of the Bagua diagram. Among the 8 directions, only Kan and Li have annotations, while the other directions are all blank. This is really God helping me. Zhun Xiaoyao only proposed an idea, and Yang Xiao was able to play ambiguously with him. If I unlock a direction directly, then I can. Thinking of the unique feeling of the Supreme, a wicked light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. But just as he was about to order the women's army to assemble, Nightingale spoke again. By the way, Master, when I was talking to Mengluo, I heard something. That means she and Jin Yuer received a message from the Tianji Pavilion yesterday, asking them to return as soon as possible. Slightly stunned, then Cao Wenbin's face turned dark. He is not stupid. Of course, it is clear what Yang Xiao wants to do by calling the 2 girls back at this time. Good you young slut. Just wait for me. When you come to me for help, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Aren't you more optimistic about Zhun Xiaoyao? The young master is right in front of him. It just so happens that this world doesn't have the term, husband committing a crime, yet. In that case, I'll take this opportunity to create it. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin immediately made a handprint. This is a method of communication he invented. Currently, only the leaders of the women's army know how to do this. After doing all this, he said to Nightingale, go inform Mengluo and Jin Yuer and have them leave with me. Just say I'll take them back with me. Yes. Chapter 244 You are too timid. Tianlin Prefecture, Tianji City. This is the headquarters of Tianji Pavilion. Therefore it was built very luxuriously. There are beautiful buildings everywhere. Similarly, the flow of people is also the largest in Tianlanzhou. The number of people who come to ask for divination every day is like a stream of carp crossing the river, endless. However, this city, which was extremely bustling in the past, has become extremely deserted today. There must be some kind of murderer here. But it was Lord Tianji who issued a ban on everyone staying at home. As for the reason, Sister Xiao, Cao Wenbin is just a Saint Realm cultivator. There's no need for you to go and greet him in person. Why not just send any elder? Looking at the senior members of the Tianji Pavilion who were gathering together, Zhun Xiaoyao felt unwell. You should know that when he came here, Tianji Pavilion only sent a junior to greet him. There is not even an emperor. It was not until he revealed that he had different opinions on the Bagua diagram that Yang Xiao showed up. But what about now? Just knowing that Cao Wenbin was about to arrive, the entire Tianji pavilion was in motion. Except for the one who was in seclusion, the rest were all in perfect condition. Damn it, how am I any worse than that Cao guy? Why is the treatment so different? Accurate. Extremely unhappy. After listening to his entire speech, Yang Xiao shook her head slightly. If it was not long ago, she would naturally not go to greet Cao Wenbin in person. After all, she is the supreme. So what if you have a strong background? I am the backstage myself. But after Zhao Yuaner's announcement, things became different. Although Cao Wenbin is still in the saint realm, she has to treat him as the supreme. Things are not as simple as you think. With the unconditional support of 5 supreme beings, his status has even surpassed some of the supreme beings. Okay, I know you don't get along with that guy. So you don't have to go. Just practice here peacefully. The younger generation is counting on you. If you fall behind, it will be the end of everything. Obviously, Zusha's information was accurate. There really was something inexplicable going on between these two people of vastly different identities. However, Zhun Xiaoyao did not accept this kindness. Need not. Since my old friend is here, I naturally have to go and greet him. Otherwise it would be so rude. Not surprisingly, a hint of appreciation immediately appeared in Yang Xiao's beautiful eyes. Not only him, but other elders of Tianji Pavilion are the same. They all saw the potential in Zhun Xiaoyao to become a master and a patriarch. As long as this guy doesn't die young, he will start from the 10th grade. Therefore, then let's go meet him together. I want to see what kind of waves this so-called #1 prodigy on the continent can stir up in my Tianji city. After saying that, Yang Xiao immediately walked out of the city with her long legs. As for Zhun Xiaoyao and others, they naturally followed closely. Originally, everything was fine. Along the way, everyone was talking and laughing. But as he walked, Zhun Xiaoyao's heart suddenly tightened. As we get closer to the city gate, this situation occurs more and more frequently. As a result, Zhun Xiaoyao's face turned pale immediately. It's not that he was injured. But he thought of something extremely terrifying. Yes, this is not the first time this has happened. When he first appeared, his Aunt Zhu was pinned down by Cao Wenbin in order to save him. The second time he appeared, his mother was tied to a chair. As for the third appearance, he was in the tea house and heard something he shouldn't have heard. Damn it, I came here this time, but I didn't bring anyone with me. Why does this feeling still occur? Could it be? The next moment, Zhun Xiaoyao's gaze fell directly on Yang Xiao, who was twisting her hips forward. Is it her? No, absolutely not. This one is the supreme. I've worked so hard and only made a tiny bit of progress. As a latecomer, there's no way he can get there first. After sorting out the whole story, Zhun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the heart-wrenching symptoms could not be alleviated. Instead, it is getting worse. Let's remind Sister Xiao. Save her from capsizing in the gutter. Do it when you think of it. Then Zhun Xiaoyao took 2 quick steps. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, it was still too late. Look, before he could even open his mouth, Cao Wenbin and his men appeared at the gate of Tianji City. And as soon as he came up, he gave Yang Xiao a big hug. Sister Xiao, although our family is wealthy and powerful, we don't lack these resources. But there's no need to waste it. My brother is not a stranger. If you do this, won't it make us strangers? This happened very suddenly. So, Yang Xiao, who had never encountered a lecher before, was completely shocked. And the consequences of her hesitation were obvious. He was immediately hugged tightly. Silence. Everyone in the Tianji pavilion was stunned. What did they see? Their supreme leader was actually hugged by a little kid. And this little brat's hands are so naughty. Of course, not everyone is confused. At least Zhun Xiaoyao is extremely sober. But at this moment, he would rather not be sober. How dare this guy? This is the supreme. Just as his eyes widened and he wished he could eat Cao Wenbin, a very subtle voice came into his ears. Boy, you haven't claimed this supreme body yet, have you? I'm so sorry, I took the lead. Of course, this is not the end, it's just the beginning. From now on, many of her first prizes will be mine. And this is the correct way to pursue a woman. You are so timid. If I had a 10-day head start, Yang Xiao would have been nursing her baby by now. Chapter 245 I dare not move. Good. Very good. Very good. After hearing Cao Wenbin's heart-wrenching words, Zhun Xiaoyao was trembling all over. His eyes turned scarlet red. It was obvious that he was very angry. Of course, he didn't just sit there and wait for death. The first thing he did when he reacted was to lean towards Cao Wenbin. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to give Cao Wenbin a hard time. However, although his reaction is fast, it is not the fastest. Ah, look, Yang Xiao, who has regained consciousness, is ready to use her aura to scare Cao Wenbin away on the spot. Unfortunately, she did not succeed. It's not that she's not strong enough. But just as her momentum was rising, an extremely subtle voice suddenly entered her ears. The Gen hexagram is a mixture of heavy thunder and lightning, which come and go, shaking and moving. All resistance stops. The supreme Yang Xiao was stunned once again. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Although Cao Wenbin only said a dozen words, the impact on Yang Xiao was quite huge. She was sure that Cao Wenbin's understanding of gossip had reached an extremely deep level. It is even possible that a direction has been solved. That is to say, quick, keep talking. Holding Cao Wenbin's cheeks with both hands, Yang Xiao's face was full of excitement. To be honest, her action really has no other meaning. I just want to control Cao Wenbin. But the people who were watching didn't think so. Especially Zhun Xiaoyao, who was on his way. He was nailed to the spot. What did he see? Holding your face in your hands. Is this what you do on a first meeting? No, that's not true. Crazy. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely consumed by madness. Because of this, he didn't control the volume at all. Plus the scene was extremely quiet. It's not what you think. Yang Xiao, who was awakened, immediately prepared to explain. After all, this misunderstanding is too big. And she also understood that the reason Zhun Xiaoyao didn't just leave was because he was waiting for her explanation. But Cao Wenbin, who had been waiting for this moment, immediately sent her a message the moment she opened her mouth. Sister Xiao, if you still want to know more about the Bagua diagram, then shut up. Don't say a single extra word. Then leave with me intimately. Otherwise, I guarantee you will never understand this Bagua diagram in your life. Not much talk. But he had Yang Xiao under his control. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were blocked right in his mouth. It's not right to vomit, and it's not right not to vomit. So, Zhun Xiaoyao, who had not received a response for a long time, became desperate. Hee. So I'm a clown who's been fooled for 10 days. Turn around. Stroll away. At this moment, he was filled with desolation from head to toe. Xiaoyao. People are all made of flesh and blood. Yang Xiao also felt uncomfortable when she saw this scene. Unfortunately, she can't do anything. How can the love between young men and women be compared with the future of Tianji Pavilion? Of course, she was helpless. But other people with good intentions have a way. So, after discovering that her master had not moved, Xiaofeng, Yang Xiao's personal maid, immediately followed quietly. Although she didn't know what happened to her master. But she was sure that this was the right thing to do. The two have been together for hundreds of years, so they still have some tacit understanding. But this time, she obviously meant well but ended up doing something bad. Give me. Yang Xiao, who saw everything, wanted to stop it immediately. She is not stupid. She was sure that Cao Wenbin must have a backup plan. If Zhun Xiaoyao just left, then everything might be over. But if Zhun Xiaoyao was left behind, he would definitely suffer even more humiliation. Even she herself would suffer more. But it was obvious that she couldn't be stopped. Cao Wenbin, who was originally thinking about how to keep Zhun Xiaoyao, immediately started coughing lightly. The implication is very obvious. So, Yang Xiao could only watch Xiaofeng leave quickly. Completion. Have no choice. Extremely helpless. But after just a few breaths, she adjusted her state. Her idea was simple. Since things had come to this point, interests would be paramount. Get the benefits quickly and then talk about other things. Therefore, Master Cao, I have done as you requested. Now you can always repeat to me everything you have realized. I have to say, women are indeed masters of changing faces. Just a moment ago, he hated Cao Wenbin to death. The next moment she was smiling like a flower. Unfortunately, Cao Wenbin didn't buy it. Sister Xiao, you don't think I'm stupid, do you? Do I need to elaborate on how important the Bagua diagram is? You only gave so little, how could I possibly tell you everything? Want my insights? Sure, give more. After saying that, Cao Wenbin put his arms around Yang Xiao's slender waist. So, the two people who were already very close to each other were now even closer. It was natural for Yang Xiao to not understand such obvious body language. Therefore, you're actually thinking about that. Aren't you afraid of not being able to enjoy it? Her pretty face was full of disbelief. As for his eyes, they were filled with gloom. To be honest, if this had happened half a month ago, she would have agreed without hesitation. After all, she has lived for so many years, and there is no one in her heart, so she doesn't care at all. But now, not blessed enough. Tisk, you think too highly of yourself. I can tell you very clearly that your supreme status is worthless in my eyes. Hearing these extremely outrageous words, Yang Xiao was stunned. The supreme is not worth money. This kid is crazy. But soon, the sound of, appeared in her mind. When she first heard it, she didn't think much about it. But now it seems. It should be correct. Only if you have experienced it can you be so arrogant. Damn, this guy must have saved the entire fairyland in his previous life, otherwise, how could he be so favored? Shaked his head helplessly. However, after knowing that Zhao Yuaner had succeeded, her mentality changed slightly. It seems that having the city gate knocked by this guy is not such an unacceptable thing. Thinking of this, the gloom in her eyes immediately turned into determination. Master Cao, can you give me a few days to think about it? No need to wait, I will definitely give you the answer in 15 days. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. Then he took the initiative to let go of his hands. Sure, I never force anyone to do anything. After receiving this affirmative answer, Yang Xiao did not stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it had already reached the horizon. Did you only buy Jun Xiaoyao 15 days? It seems that your heart is also in turmoil. But this is also good. With your cooperation, we will definitely be able to deal a greater blow to Jun Xiaoyao. The process of getting rewards will also be easier. That's right, Yang Xiao also touched Wan Mailu. Even though it's only page 19. But no matter how small a fly's legs are, they are still meat. Chapter 246 Rekindle Hope. Mingkexuan is next to the small pond. Jun Xiaoyao, who had just returned, was staring at the little fish in the pond in a daze. After a while, he suddenly turned around. Judging from his expression, he seems to have come to terms with it. But at this moment, wait a minute, Master Jun. Things are not what you think. Master, she must have done that out of necessity. If you don't believe me, think about it. When you turned around, she was very anxious. Jun Xiaoyao paused. Then, a gleam of light suddenly burst out from his eyes. Yes, if she was teasing me, how could she be so anxious? Damn it, it must be Cao Wenbin who's causing this. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have something that Sister Xiao urgently needs. That's why I can control Sister Xiao. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jun Xiaoyao became. At the same time, another figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Although it is small and exquisite, it is full of momentum. Sister Xiao. This made Jun Xiaoyao even more excited. Because Yang Xiao changed her clothes. That mature and extreme makeup has disappeared. Instead, there is a very playful makeup look. And what this means is self-evident. So, Jun Xiaoyao pounced on him subconsciously. Unfortunately, he just missed. Xiaoyao, I came to see you because I have something to tell you. His expression was shocked. Then Jun Xiaoyao became serious. You say. He nodded with satisfaction. I think you should have guessed it. That's right, Cao Wenbin is holding the annotations to the Bagua diagram in his hand. And it's a complete annotation of One Direction. In other words, if I side with him, the strength of my Tianji pavilion will be greatly enhanced immediately. To be honest, if this were peacetime, I could still resist this temptation. But you also know the current situation in the immortal realm. Extremely turbulent. All forces are like boats rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Having said that, Yang Xiao paused. Jun Xiaoyao's heart immediately tightened. He was very afraid that Yang Xiao would not leave him any leeway and directly sentence him to death. Fortunately, this situation did not occur. So I decided to give you 15 days. As long as your understanding of the Bagua diagram can catch up with Cao Wenbin during this period. No need to catch up. Even if it's just a little bit off, I can lead the entire Tianji pavilion to completely surrender to your Jun family. Without any suspense, Jun Xiaoyao was resurrected with full health. Although 15 days is a short time. For most monks, it is not enough time to go into seclusion. But Jun Xiaoyao doesn't care at all. He is extremely confident in himself. He believed that if Cao Wenbin could do it, he could definitely do it. Sister Xiao, just watch. I will never let you down. After saying that, he flew directly to the location of the Bagua map. He wants to work hard for his own happiness. On a protruding cliff, Cao Wenbin was sipping wine very comfortably. And the one who accompanied him was none other than Yang Xiao. At this time, 10 days had passed since the 15 days they had agreed upon. In other words, 5 more days. Sister Xiao, let me tell you, there's no need for you to insist. Given this useless guy's level of understanding, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in 15 days, let alone 150 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin hugged Yang Xiao, who was sitting opposite him, into his arms. He has not been idle in the past 10 days. When you have nothing to do, find Yang Xiao to communicate about your feelings. As for progress, that is really gratifying. Look, at this moment, Yang Xiao doesn't object to this level of physical contact at all. To be honest, if Jun Xiaoyao saw this scene, he would go crazy. After all, we were busy for 10 days, but he didn't even hold hands. And what about Cao Wenbin? Judging from the looks of it, he should have done everything except knocking on the door. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao's efforts were not without reward. At least Yang Xiao's spirit is still on his side. There are still 5 days left. Everything is unknown. You are also a cultivator, you should also know that enlightenment often happens in an instant. He curled his lips in disdain. This woman is really stubborn. In fact, she herself didn't have any hope either. The reason why I haven't surrendered yet is that I am hoping for a miracle. Don't you know that time is money? If you ask me, you and I are in this feng shui treasure land. It is obvious that Cao Wenbin is preparing to seduce Yang Xiao again. But before he could finish his words, Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing at the foot of the cliff, suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I got something. I finally got something. Swish. Without any hesitation, Yang Xiao, who had heard everything, stood up immediately. Then he flashed and brought Cao Wenbin directly to the bottom of the valley. Maybe he had guessed that this scene would happen a long time ago. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was not panicked, but instead smiled triumphantly at Cao Wenbin. Brother Cao, you are a good person in every way. I'm just too arrogant. Look, if you don't act cool this time, then how can I possibly have a chance to turn the tables? After saying that, he quickly walked towards the Bagua diagram on the cliff. Judging from his expression, he was obviously preparing to confirm the feelings in his heart. Seeing how confident he was, Yang Xiao, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly became more confident. Well, I told you everything is possible. This is directed at Cao Wenbin. But all she got in response was a disdainful smile. In Cao Wenbin's opinion, Jun Xiaoyao is completely clueless. I've been slapped in the face by him so many times, yet I still dare to shout before the results are out. He only remembers eating and not being beaten. In that case, let's educate him again. After all, it's the father's fault if the son is not well educated. Chapter 247. Aren't there still 5 days? Under Cao Wenbin's gaze, Jun Xiaoyao, with a confident look on his face, quickly walked to the edge of the Bagua diagram. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand. Buzz. Without any surprise, the 2 yin and yang fish began to spin immediately. At the same time, the horizontal lines in the northeast are slowly becoming brighter. Obviously, Jun Xiaoyao was comprehending the word Zhen. Come on. When Yang Xiao saw this scene, she immediately clenched her fists. In her opinion, this was a pretty good start. After all, according to the information, the ancestor who lit up 2 directions was in this rhythm. As long as you can make this direction completely illuminated. Yang Xiao didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was self-evident. Unfortunately, she was destined to be disappointed. Just after more than 10 minutes, Jun Xiaoyao began to feel exhausted. The lighting speed, which was not fast to begin with, became as slow as a snail. Puff. Cao Wenbin burst out laughing on the spot. Then he said with a gloating look on his face, Sister Xiao, you are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, if you marry such a short-lived guy, you will suffer for the rest of your life. Shut up. Yang Xiao was very unwilling. But she had no way to refute it. So I can only get angry. And just at this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes. His final score stopped at halfway of the third bar. Of course, don't underestimate it, it's just a little bit short. But a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. If you light them all up, you will get great benefits. But now, there is nothing. But Zhun Xiaoyao was not disappointed. He doesn't care about the reward, he only cares about whether he can defeat Cao Wenbin. In his opinion, 2.5 scores are enough. Brother Cao, talking behind people's backs is not what a gentleman does. Besides, are you so sure that you can give birth to me? He curled his lips in disdain. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it also came to the edge of the Bagua diagram. How much do you think I can light up? Without even a shred of hesitation, Zhun Xiaoyao said directly, just barely touch the third line. Of course, the most likely possibility is to stop at a certain point in the second line. This is not because he looks down on Cao Wenbin. It's not that I don't believe what Yang Xiao said. But he knew how difficult it was to light up the Bagua diagram. Before starting, he felt that with his own understanding, he could definitely light up a direction. But the result is, do you look down on me so much? In that case, then open your eyes and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's right hand quickly fell on the Bagua diagram. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. It's completely different from the slow light up just now. This time the horizontal bar lit up very quickly. And it's not just a horizontal bar that's lit. Instead, all the horizontal bars in the 8 directions are lit. That look seems to be a competition of beauty. It's as if they are competing to see who can shine faster. Dumbfounded, both Zhun Xiaoyao and Yang Xiao were stunned at this moment. What is going on? Is the Bagua map broken? Swish. 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 At the same time, the sound of breaking air was about to be heard at the scene. Soon, one old guy after another came to the two of them. These people are the elders of Tianji Pavilion. As for the purpose of coming here, of course, you are prepared to witness a miracle. They have all studied the Bagua diagram. Although they didn't gain much, they all understood what this scene meant. But soon, their expectations all froze on their faces. Because, what's going on? Why did the Bagua map stop? That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the Bagua diagram just now, it's obvious that it's going to light up all at once. Fuck, all 8 directions are just off by a hair's breadth. It's so fucking uncomfortable. You're just feeling uncomfortable, but I've already suffered internal injuries. I understand. The reason for this situation is not that Master Cao's perception is insufficient. It's that he is asking for benefits. He is telling us with his actions that he has the ability to light up all the Bagua maps at any time, but if the benefits are not enough, he will not do it. Silence. As soon as this person said the last words, the valley suddenly became so quiet that you could smell a pin drop. Immediately afterwards, these elders knelt down in front of Yang Xiao without saying a word. As for what it means, I believe that as long as you are not a fool, you will understand. What's good about Cao Wenbin? This is something known to both humans and gods. And the only person that their Tianji Pavilion can show off is Yang Xiao. So, these guys actually want to use me to exchange for resources. Damn it, I'm already at the top of the world, why am I still in a situation where I can't control myself? Is this the fate of being a woman? As long as beauty remains, sooner or later it will be. Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. Of course, she is not the only one who is unwilling. Zhun Xiaoyao, who had come to his senses, was also very indignant. What are you doing? Aren't there still 5 days until the original agreement? If that's the case, then why do you think I can't catch up with this guy? Get up now. Even if you want to force me to abdicate, give me 5 days to come back. Many elders still remained silent. However, the contempt in his eyes could not be concealed. You've been in seclusion for 10 days, and this is all you've achieved. At this rate, let alone giving you another 5 days, even if I give you another 50 years, what's the use? At the same time, Yang Xiao also shook her head. No matter how confident she was in Zhun Xiaoyao, she knew that the outcome of this round was already decided. Zhun Xiaoyao has no hope of turning the tables. So, she immediately prepared to send Zhun Xiaoyao away. She thought very clearly that since they were not destined to be together in this life, she would let him suffer less insult. Unfortunately, this thing that could be accomplished with a wave of the hand in the past is now impossible to do no matter what. It's not that there is an expert interfering with her. But when she was about to raise her hand, Cao Wenbin suddenly coughed. Immediately afterwards, a voice transmission entered her ears. If you dare to send him away, then you will have to comprehend this Bagua diagram by yourselves. Of course, you can also choose to imprison me and torture me to extract a confession. The corner of Yang Xiao's mouth twitched. Captivity. She does want to. I've even thought about it more than once. But in the end, she had no choice but to give up. Because she was sure that there must be a supreme being in the Cao family who was always keeping an eye on Cao Wenbin. So there is no way she can succeed. What on earth do you want? I'm not going to resist anymore. Send him away, and I'll stay with you. Why are you stopping me? She didn't have to wait long, and the reply came quickly. This is revenge for your previous flirting. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Just tell me if you're willing to cooperate with me. Bit her lip. Yang Xiao really wanted to refuse. After all, she is the supreme. How can I bear such humiliation? But after taking a look at the elders kneeling on the ground, she sighed helplessly. She knew she couldn't refuse. After all, she represents the entire Tianji pavilion. If you take a wrong step, the entire sect will be affected. Thinking of this, her eyes immediately became firm. Then he waved his hand, and the elders in that area stood up straight unconsciously. Ancestor. The elders were horrified. Obviously, they got it wrong. Zhun Xiaoyao was overjoyed. Of course, there was more surprise coming. Okay, stop talking. I'm a man of few words. Since I've said 15 days, it's 15 days. Okay, you can all leave now. The elders were indignant. In their opinion, this is just a waste of time. And it's increasing. So, before leaving, they all glared at Zhun Xiaoyao angrily. All the previous appreciation has disappeared. But Zhun Xiaoyao didn't care about that. They are just a bunch of fence-sitters, it doesn't matter at all. The top priority now is to light up as many Bagua maps as possible. Even if I can't catch up with Cao Wenbin, I have to light up one or two directions. In this way, Yang Xiao can speak up for him. Therefore, after all the elders disappeared, he just sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were fixed on the Bagua diagram, with nothing else in his mind. As for Cao Wenbin and Yang Xiao, let's go, we need to go back and drink. That's our main battlefield. Her body trembled subconsciously, but Yang Xiao, who had made up her mind, didn't say anything else. After glancing at Zhun Xiaoyao with complicated eyes, he followed Cao Wenbin and flew to the platform. Chapter 248, Become a Demon. Zhun Xiaoyao is very serious. So, he simply forgot about time. And Kung Fu will never let down those who work hard. As soon as he saw it, a set of boxing techniques quickly emerged in his mind. At the beginning, Zhun Xiaoyao was still very disdainful. After all, in his evolution, this set of boxing techniques is not only extremely slow, but also damn soft. It doesn't look like some unique skill at all. But as time went by, his thoughts slowly changed. At the end, he was even more shocked. A little effort can achieve a great result. Use softness to overcome hardness. What a profound method. As his excitement grew, he suddenly came out of his state of enlightenment. But he won't regret it. Because Zhun Xiaoyao was sure that at this moment, he could at least light up one direction of the Bagua map. With Sister Xiao speaking for me, I think that should be enough. If it doesn't work, I'll just give you something. I'm not short of resources anyway. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. But at this moment, a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him suddenly came into his ears. At the same time, his heart was in a knot again. This is... Slightly stunned. Then his expression changed. Has it been more than 5 days? Obviously, he has reacted. I know what happened. To be honest, he was very unwilling. But I feel helpless. He doesn't hate anyone. I just hate myself for not living up to expectations. If I could wake up earlier. But his mentality did not last long. Because as his consciousness completely returned to his body, he suddenly discovered that he had not exceeded the time limit. This time, it took him just over 2 days to gain this insight. There is still plenty of time. That is to say, it was Yang Xiao herself who failed to guard the city gate. She doesn't trust me at all. The feeling of dizziness arises immediately. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao felt like the sky was falling. Hee. Fake. It's all fake. There is no such thing as love in this world. Only the most primitive desire. No wonder I've never won. It turns out I didn't see the true nature of things before. I've been foolishly taking detours, while others are getting straight to the point. How can I possibly win in this situation? The more he grumbled, the crazier Zhun Xiaoyao became. At the same time, the black energy on his body became more and more dense. Obviously, this is a sign of being possessed by a demon. However, his demonic possession is completely different from others. Once other cultivators lack the necessary character and become possessed by demons, they will immediately lose their sanity. Although the strength will increase exponentially. But in his heart, he only retains the desire to kill. But when it comes to Zhun Xiaoyao, there are just as many benefits. As for the disadvantages, sorry, don't bother with them. Look, at this moment, his heart and brain, two key areas, have already been filled with the power of luck. This also enabled him to always remain rational. Of course, advantages and disadvantages have always complemented each other. Although he was protected by the power of luck and did not become a killing machine. But because of this, he also fell into oblivion along with that indescribable voice. And this is not the most devastating thing for him. I don't know how Yang Xiao found out that he had woken up. In short, just when he was about to finish being possessed by the devil, a voice transmission was directly poured into his ears. Xiaoyao, is my voice nice? Killing people and destroying their hearts. So, Zhun Xiaoyao stood up directly. Then those scarlet eyes suddenly looked towards the platform. Unfortunately, due to the angle, he couldn't see anything at all. Very good. Just wait for me. I will avenge today's shame sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him shattered. And he didn't hesitate and plunged in. Name: Yang Xiao. Identity: one of the 14 supreme beings of the immortal realm, the ancestor of the Tianji Pavilion. Strength: a supreme being who has received half of the gift from heaven and earth, mastering the law of foresight, but due to limited strength, he has no magical tools to strengthen himself, so his combat power is not too strong. Appearance score: 96. Loyalty: 80. Her body has become dependent on the leader, but her mind is still a little entangled. Note: the leader must resolve the Bagua diagram issue for her as soon as possible. By doing so, her concerns will disappear completely. Her loyalty will also increase significantly. Tai Chi diagram: a supreme treasure born from the innate power, with limitless power. When attacking, it can reverse yin and yang, causing the enemy's body to collapse directly. When defending, standing on the bridge it forms, you are invincible. There was no suspense at all. After receiving the award, Cao Wenbin's mouth corners were almost raised to the sky. What a harvest, what a harvest. Even though there's only one box, it's enough. Chapter 249: Complete Surrender. Are you satisfied this time? When everything was over, Yang Xiao finally stood up straight. When Cao Wenbin heard this, he laughed out loud. How could he not be satisfied? Let's not talk about the Tai Chi diagram, this extremely awesome innate treasure. Not to mention previous experiences. Just the massive amount of luck he gained from Zhun Xiaoyao was enough to make him laugh even in his dreams. Although because his attention was elsewhere, he didn't have time to check. But Cao Wenbin was sure that if Tiandao did not replenish him, Zhun Xiaoyao at this time would at most be at the blue level. It may not even reach blue. That is to say, why are you laughing? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the voice. But Cao Wenbin doesn't care at all. They have all been conquered, how can they still turn the world upside down? And the fact is, it is indeed so. As soon as Cao Wenbin's big hands wrapped around her slender waist again, she immediately lost her temper. Of course, what really convinced her was Cao Wenbin's next words: "Come on, I'll take you to solve the Bagua map." Without any hesitation, she turned into a follower. Danced to tune. Afraid that Cao Wenbin would be affected. Buzz. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. Just a few breaths later, the previous miracle appeared before her eyes again. Immediately afterwards, the three words General and Shuan appeared one after another on the Bagua diagram. But these are nothing. Those items that came out with the words were what made Yang Xiao most unable to control her emotions. When the word, Zhen, appeared, a book appeared. The treasure record of formations. Something to enhance your strength. When the word, Zhen, appeared, a scroll appeared. The art of the postnatal bagua. Something that improves the power of deduction. As for the word Shuan, what appeared was a pseudo-innate magic weapon. The postnatal bagua diagram. It's sent. This time it's really happening. The more she looked, the more excited Yang Xiao became. But before long, her excitement froze on her face. Because, why did you stop? Continue to write out the remaining 3 words. He shook his head with a smile, and then Cao Wenbin withdrew his right hand. No hurry, no hurry. Think of the remaining 3 words as a bounty. From now on, every time you give birth to a big fat boy for me, I will help you untie one. When all 3 are unlocked, I will give you an extra innate magic weapon. Slightly stunned, then Yang Xiao's little face quickly turned red. Give birth to one and solve one. Doesn't that mean we have to have 3 children? What does this guy think of himself? However, she did not refute it. Because she knew that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. Forget it, 3 rewards are enough for now. As for the rest, I'll just have to suffer more in the next few years. Shaking her head, Yang Xiao then silently put away the 3 things. What are your plans next? Are you going back to the Cao family, or are you going to stay with me? This question really stumped Cao Wenbin. After all, he really hadn't thought about it. But just a few breaths later, he got the answer. Take me to your boudoir. Calculating the time, the road to heaven will soon open. When the time comes, I'll just go straight from you. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them disappeared from the spot. Tongtian Valley. 10,000 years ago, this place was a barren land. Not to mention people, there are only a few plants. However, with the discovery of the road to heaven, this place suddenly became different. All 14 immortal forces have invested heavily here. As for the purpose, it's very simple, just to give their people a good viewing platform when the road to heaven opens. As time goes by, these observation decks gradually become popular. The first to arrive were the Examen family, whose members all held folding fans, looking like elegant gentlemen but were actually full of evil intentions. Immediately afterwards, the Yuan family began to appear. Next came the Dragon clan. It seems disordered, but anyone who has watched The Road to Heaven several times will understand that the order of appearance is actually based on the strength of each family. The stronger you are, the later you will appear. This rule has been in place for tens of thousands of years. From ancient times to now, no one has ever destroyed it. But this time, something went wrong. Look, the Jun family's team has been here for half a day. But the Cao family and Tianji Pavilion still didn't show up. The Cao family won't say anything. After all, it is recognized as the first family in the mainland. Especially after Zhao Yuaner became a venerable, there were 5 venerables in one family. It's late, it's late. But what does your Tianji Pavilion rely on? As an immortal force that couldn't even seize an entire continent, what qualifications do you have to be the second to appear? Are there no rules anymore? The Tianji Pavilion is in trouble. Look at those emperors on the various observation decks, their faces are almost as black as the bottom of a pot. That shouldn't happen. After all, the people in the Tianji Pavilion are all as frightened as monkeys. If they're not sure, they will definitely not challenge the rules. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that their heads will be caught in the door. By the way, who do you think can go further on the road to heaven this time? Is that even a question? That must be Zhun Xiaoyao. The title of the Immortal Realm's #1 prodigy is well deserved. Sigh, I don't know how far I can go this time. My Wei family only has one spot this time, and whether we can rise to prominence depends entirely on me. Brother, have you been living deep in the mountains and forests for the past 2 years? In Zhun Xiaoyao, that guy would have been trampled into the ground by Cao Wenbin of the Cao family long ago. If it weren't for his 2 protectors who sacrificed their lives to save him, the grass on his grave would probably be 2 meters tall by now. You must be kidding me. Cao Wenbin is a recognized loser. Stop talking. There's movement at the Cao family's observation deck. Hey, the Tianji Pavilion is really getting ahead of themselves. They even arrived later than the Cao family. I have to say that the eyes of the masses are indeed sharp. As soon as the words fell, a space fluctuation immediately appeared on the Cao family's observation deck. Immediately afterwards, a large group of people appeared out of thin air. As for the leader, Zhongzhou, what's going on? Everyone present was confused. Yes, as the young lady of the Cao family, Zhongzhou's status is indeed not low. But even if it is not lower, it is not the team leader's turn. Where's Cao Wenbin? You didn't even come to such an important occasion. Damn, he's not in the dead woman's belly. Thinking of this possibility, the eyes of those who had a bad relationship with the Cao family suddenly lit up. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. As their observation deepened, they soon discovered an extremely terrifying fact. Chapter 250, Marrying into the Wife's Family. First rank. No, that's absolutely not true. I must have not slept well last night, so I am hallucinating. The sound is not loud. But the vibration caused was really big. In an instant, all the emperors present sensed Zhongzhou's aura. Then, one by one, they all fell into a daze. What did they see? An emperor in his 20s. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Yes, this is indeed an era of great contention, and the cultivation levels of geniuses are generally high. For example, among those who entered the road to heaven in previous years, the strongest one was only a quasi-saint. But now, quasi-saint is just the beginning. But even if they were arguing fiercely, it couldn't be so outrageous. You have to know that the two trendsetters of this generation are only at the peak of saints at this time. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the Jun family camp. To be more precise, he was looking at Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, what an unlucky child. Being abused by Cao Wenbin wasn't enough, now I have to be abused by his wife. This is really. For a moment, everyone showed sympathy. Being watched by so many people, it was natural for Jun Xiaoyao to not notice it. So, he, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, soon opened his eyes. Boom! A violent aura suddenly spread out. The onlookers were all shocked. It was not until this time that everyone realized that Jun Xiaoyao had become different. This is possessed by a demon. Unbelievable. The impact of this discovery on everyone was no less than the fact that Zhongzhou had already become an emperor. There is no way, because those who are possessed by demons are hated by everyone in the fairyland. Of course, that is for ordinary monks. But if this possessed person was Jun Xiaoyao. Possessed? Is there any demon possessed here? How come they didn't notice? Jun Xiaoyao naturally ignored these mediocre guys. After moving his neck slightly, he smiled evilly at Zhongzhou. Girl, even though you were the emperor, if I were you, I would definitely turn around and leave. After all, cultivation isn't everything. Although the gap between the saint realm and the emperor realm is huge, it is not insurmountable. Of course, if you really don't want to leave, you can choose to turn to my arms. I can assure you that following me is definitely better than following that guy named Cao. Mad. Extremely crazy. The Holy Realm threatens the emperor. This is definitely the first time in history. However, the vast majority of people think there is nothing wrong with it. As for the reason, there is no other reason, it's just because the person who said this is Jun Xiaoyao. The possessed Jun Xiaoyao. But it is obvious that these few words can scare others, but they cannot scare Zhongzhou. This is not just an ant that was tortured from a human to a ghost by my husband. How dare you speak so shamelessly? I can tell you responsibly that shutting up immediately is your best choice. Otherwise, you don't have to go through any trouble to reach the sky. I can just send you to reincarnate. Not surprisingly, a hint of madness immediately appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. If you ask what Jun Xiaoyao fears the most after he becomes possessed by the devil, it must be the word, ghost. After all, although the demonic energy made him more handsome, it also turned his lips permanently purple. No matter what method you use, it can't be changed. It is precisely because of this that, in the past few months, anyone who dared to mention the word, ghost, in front of him has suffered a bad end. The worst-case scenario is to reincarnate directly. In serious cases, his soul was extracted from them, and they would never be reborn. Good. Very good. Since you don't believe in evil, then I will have no choice but to send you back home. This is a great opportunity to let Cao Wenbin experience the pain of losing a loved one. As soon as he finished speaking, his body slowly floated up. Then he hooked his finger at Zhongzhou. Court death. Zhongzhou was furious. But just as she was about to go into battle, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on the Tianji Pavilion observation deck, which had been silent all this time. At the same time, a playful voice suddenly penetrated everyone's ears. "Brother Jun, since you're so interested, how about I play with you? Just think of it as a warm-up before the big one." Slightly stunned. Then everyone looked at the observation deck of Tianji Pavilion in disbelief. Cao Wenbin. Strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. Why did the young master of the Cao family not lead the Cao family camp but went to the Tianji Pavilion? By the way, I heard that this guy got together with Meng Luo's mother when he was on the 9th continent. Could it be that this woman is so skilled in martial arts that she charmed Cao Wenbin into marrying into her family? This idea is crazy. So crazy that even the person talking to himself is amused. Marry into the wife's family. Even if Cao Wenbin wants to, Tianji Pavilion has to dare to accept him. The Cao family only has this one child. A single seedling that has not yet branched out. If Tianji Pavilion really wants to wipe out the Cao family will definitely go crazy. By then, to be honest, the onlookers really want to know why Cao Wenbin is hanging out with people from Tianji Pavilion. But unfortunately, no one has an answer for them. At this time, Cao Wenbin and Zhun Xiaoyao had already started to confront each other. "I don't have time to care about anything else. How do you want to play? A single battle will determine the winner, or a comparison of overall strength." Looking at Cao Wenbin with an evil smile on his face, Zhun Xiaoyao somehow suddenly remembered the word, So, he just got carried away. "I figured out a set of boxing techniques not long ago. And you've always used boxing to defeat your enemies since your debut. In that case, how about we have a boxing match? As for the bet, we don't play too big a game. The loser can just call the winner daddy." I have to say, being possessed by a demon has a really huge impact on people. The most intuitive thing is the quality. In the past, when Zhun Xiaoyao spoke, he always used honorifics. But what about now? The only one with the surname Cao is you. It's only one step away from cursing. This is not. Cao, are you going to play or not? Give me a definite answer right now. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? In that case, I'll give you a ride. As the saying goes, speak the truth to people and lies to ghosts. Since others are swearing, Cao Wenbin naturally won't pretend to be polite. But Zhun Xiaoyao at this moment obviously didn't care about this. After receiving a positive answer, an evil smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he performed the starting posture of Tai Chi. Chapter 251 Data Flow Breakthrough. This is. Looking at the situation in front of him, Cao Wenbin almost popped his eyes out. There's nothing we can do about it, this opening move is just too classic. I believe that as long as you are a dragon countryman, there are few who don't know this. Damn, the real Zhun Xiaoyao must have been pissed off to death. And this one in front of me. As if he had thought of something, Cao Wenbin immediately said, "The King of Heaven covers the Tiger of Earth." As soon as he finished speaking, his spiritual sense completely enveloped Zhun Xiaoyao. He wants to observe every little thing. Never give the other party a chance to get away with it. Zhun Xiaoyao didn't keep him waiting for long and gave feedback quickly. "What on earth are you talking about?" Confused. Quite confused. If this is an act, then this guy can definitely debut right here. So, Cao Wenbin immediately curled his lips. It seems I really thought too much. After getting the answer, he didn't hesitate any longer. He rushed to Zhun Xiaoyao immediately. As for the means used, Tai Chi. It's also Tai Chi. And the first move is the extremely classic Lan Ke Wei. That's right, Cao Wenbin also knows this trick. I learned this from an old man during morning exercises in my previous life. That person is said to be the 37th generation successor of Chen-style Tai Chi. Therefore, buzz. The energy mobilized by both of them is enormous. But the strange thing is that when these two energies collided, no sound was produced. It looked as if the two of them were just joking. Of course, although this is how our senses feel, anyone who is not blind will not think so. After all, that crazy twisted space cannot be faked. Besides, everyone knows how deep the grudge between these two people is. It would be better to believe that a sow can climb a tree than to believe that they are joking. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, although no sound was heard, the energy mobilized by the two people was becoming more and more incredible. That piece of space quickly went from being distorted to being shattered. As for who has the upper hand, unsurprisingly, from the very beginning, Zhun Xiaoyao has been at a disadvantage. Yes, he has mastered the essence of Tai Chi. Whether it's using a little force to move a large object or using someone else's force to counter-attack, he uses it to perfection. Unfortunately, his foundation is too shallow. How can something that is realized at the last minute be compared with the essence accumulated over thousands of years? It is precisely because of this that Zhun Xiaoyao is becoming more and more devastated as the fight goes on. Impossible. I figured out this Tai Chi on my own. Never used it yet. It is not difficult to see that Zhun Xiaoyao is really confused. But before he could finish his words, Cao Wenbin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. What's impossible? This boxing technique isn't difficult. As soon as you made your opening move, I could already deduce your next move. Brother Xiaoyao, you're really going backwards. This kind of move is actually used as a trump card. His face turned red instantly. As soon as he got angry, the artistic conception of Tai Chi disappeared instantly. After all, this boxing style requires a calm mind. Bang! This was the first time any sound was heard since the two sides clashed. It also indicates that the winner has been decided. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely defeated. Boy, hurry up and scream. Damn, I just remembered that in this bet, whether you win or lose, you won't suffer any loss. After all, your mother and I. Cao Wenbin obviously wants to expose something. But it was obvious that Zhun Xiaoyao would not let him succeed. Look, he also interrupted with a wave of his hand. Then Zhun Xiaoyao turned around and flew towards the space gate that had just appeared not far away. That's right, the road to space has been opened. Cao Wenbin, that was just a warm-up. The road to heaven is our main battlefield. Want to take advantage of me? Then come in. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared directly into the door. And with his action, the other geniuses naturally couldn't sit still. After all, no one wants to lose the first mover advantage. As a result, the sound of breaking air was soon heard at the scene. Anyone who is qualified to enter is trying desperately to get through that door. Husband, let's go too. Good. The reason why we chose to go together was because I wanted to take care of each other. Unfortunately, this little plan did not come true. This time, the road to heaven seems to have changed a little. During the first few times, all participants were mixed together. But this time, they were all separated. When Cao Wenbin regained consciousness, he found himself in a narrow passage. The lighting here is extremely dim. But it does not affect the vision. Just as he was about to continue observing, an extremely ethereal female voice suddenly came into his ears. Welcome everyone to the road to heaven. I am the creator of this place, Wu Yu. I feel that my time is running out, so this time, I will choose a successor from among you. As for who to choose, if a cultivator wants to reach the pinnacle, wealth, companions, dharma, and land are all essential. So, only those who are fully equipped are qualified to become my successors. See this road ahead. It has a total of 100 steps. Every 10 steps makes a group. For every 10 steps you take, you can claim a reward. You can also choose to continue or give up. Giving up is nothing to talk about. Just go back to where you came from. But if you continue, your life will be in danger. In this round, you're not competing in strength, but in method. Whether it's the technique or the principles you've comprehended, they all count. The moment you use it, the channel will score it and convert it into steps. If it's a few steps, then you can move forward a few steps. Remember, you must never show off your strength. After all, we only have one life. The ethereal voice said a lot. But none of the geniuses in all the channels felt bored. I even feel that the other party said too little. After all, this is a life-threatening job. The more information you know, the more chance you have of survival. But it is obvious that the ethereal voice is not a chatterbox. After she finished giving the basic information, she fell completely silent. At the same time, the corridor within 10 steps began to slowly close up. As for what this means, it is self-evident. That's interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin performed 2 sets of Tai Chi. Anyway, this thing has been exposed to the public, so there is no need to hide it. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that Tai Chi was worth at least 20 or 30 steps. But I didn't expect. Buzz. As the roar sounded, the floor tiles in front lit up one after another. and finally stopped at the 11th piece. Apparently, Tongdao thinks Tai Chi is only worth 11 steps. This time, Cao Wenbin lost his composure. After all, if that's the case, then if he wants to complete 100 steps, he must reveal his cards. While Cao Wenbin was testing the waters, other geniuses were also doing the same thing. Zhongzhou used the Cao family's unique skill, the Devil's Fist. 5 steps of value. Lin Dong used the Lin family's unique skills, and his sword moved the world. 4 steps of value. Zhun Xiaoyao used his own Tai Chi technique. 8 steps worth it. Chapter 252, Laws are King. Tongtian Valley. After all the geniuses entered the portal, more than 200 mysterious mirrors made of condensed water vapor suddenly appeared in the air in the canyon. And each mirror corresponds to a genius. As a result, people who came to watch the fun suddenly felt that their eyes were not enough. My God, this journey to the heavens is too difficult. Master Cao's Tai Chi is only worth 11 steps. Judging by this, the number of people who can successfully pass the first level will definitely not exceed 20. You're too optimistic. In my opinion, the only ones who can pass the first level are the 14 future successors of the immortal forces, plus Zhongzhou. As for the others, they're all cannon fodder. This round is a foregone conclusion. Cao Wenbin is definitely the winner. After all, when it comes to foundation, if the Cao family is second, no one dares to claim first place. Sigh, after this battle, the Cao family will become even more unstoppable. I don't think so. Yes, the Zhun family is indeed inferior to the Cao family, but the difference is not that big. And if you observe carefully, you will find that Zhun Xiaoyao's luck is far better than Cao Wenbin's. So I dare to conclude that Zhun Xiaoyao must have a trump card. I protest. This rule is too unfriendly to our little family. The minions have different opinions. Express your opinions. The many emperors on the platform were more serious than each other. They were all secretly cheering for their young master. And silently record the decisive moves of the hostile forces. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Absolutely not to be missed. Of course, whether they cheer or not will not affect the situation. Look, those guys from the Dragon Clan are almost shouting their throats out, but it's still no use. Their young master can only hang around in the second tier. And walking slower and slower. Every time he makes a move, he will try to perform what he has learned as perfectly as possible. Try to get more steps. However, this approach is somewhat useful. But it is extremely huggable. This is a sign of lack of confidence in one's own abilities. Otherwise, there is no need to be so fussy. In sharp contrast to this are Zhun Xiaoyao, Cao Wenbin, and Zhongzhou, who are currently in the first echelon. Every time they make a move, they stop at the right time. Definitely not revealing too much. Because of this, their achievements at this time have reached 63 steps, 68 steps, and 61 steps. More than 20 steps ahead of the second echelon. Of course, as the situation gradually intensified, some people began to have bad intentions. So, alas, the human heart is still separated from the belly after all. No matter how good it looks on the surface, what's the point? They are two children who grew up together, but I didn't expect they would be so different. One has no worries at all, and can then pull out his trump card that defies all odds. And the other one is very careful about everything, afraid of wasting even a little bit. The funniest thing is, it's okay that they can't even compare to the direct descendants who have been carefully trained. After all, it's impossible to keep things level, and that's understandable. But the degree of resource allocation is not even comparable to that of a married person from another family. This is a bit too much. The person who spoke was none other than Pan Simin, who had been controlled by Cao Wenbin for more than a year. As for who the words refer to, that is naturally self-evident. Since others have already taken advantage of the situation and attacked, the people from the Cao family will naturally not be idle. But, they were still a step too slow. Before they could even open their mouths, Lin Dong's former protector, Yun Qingzu, took the lead in retorting. This is a really clumsy plan to sow discord. Don't you know that our three families have already decided to devote all their efforts to training young Master Cao? So, what you said just now was really ridiculous. Also, you are too ruthless, woman. Young Master Cao was so kind to you when we were on the 9th continent. I'll just go into your room if I have nothing to do. As the saying goes, a husband and wife, once married, are bound by 100 days of grace. I have to say, Yun Qingzu's language is indeed sharp. She is worthy of being the woman who even dares to confront Cao Wenbin. As soon as these words came out, Pan Simin immediately fell into tragedy. She never thought that the things she and the Jun family had tried so hard to hide would be made public in such an occasion. So, how dare you spread rumors? I'm going to rip your mouth apart. Of course, she said that, but she didn't move. After all, the emperors of the Lin family are not vegetarians. If she really came out alone, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. If things go wrong, she will be sent back to Cao Wenbin's bed. After the quarrel, everyone's attention quickly shifted back to the Zhongzhou mirror. Inside the channel, at this time, Cao Wenbin already had 7 more items in his hands. They are 3 holy pills, 2 holy magic weapons, and 1 emperor pill. Except for the Emperor Cheng pill, the rest are garbage. Of course, even if it was garbage, Cao Wenbin didn't throw it away. He simply put it into the Tower of Babel. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to have it than not. Give this Emperor Cheng pill back to mother. As for my father, he should be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm on his own. While he was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin's hands were not idle. Then he applied the law of gold. In an instant, hundreds of magical weapons appeared in front of him. They all have completely different textures. But without exception, they are all extremely sharp. This method was inherited by Cao Wenbin from those 12 coffins. Never used it before. Now it's perfect for paving the road. Buzz. The familiar roar sounded again. At the same time, the floor tiles on the ground were also lighting up rapidly. It should be able to light up 15 grids. But it was obvious that he underestimated the law of gold. In this world, laws are respected. Don't even mention 15 grids. Even the 20 pavilions couldn't stop it. In the end, this golden law sent Cao Wenbin forward 26 squares. Almost double what we expected. Chapter 253. This is the gap. Depend on. If I had known the rules were so powerful, why would I have gone through so much trouble? He shook his head speechlessly. Then Cao Wenbin quickly walked to the finish line. As for the remaining 4 squares, 1 move of the devil's fist, and it's done. The channel still owes him a space. Buzz. And as his right foot stepped into the last square, the scene in front of him finally changed. The originally straight passage was split into 2. There was a stone door directly in front of us. Clearly, this is the path to the next level. However, Cao Wenbin's attention immediately fell on the left side of the stone gate. Because there is a new road there. At the same time, boy, I can sense that your potential in the area of FA is far more than this. So, are you interested in taking this extra journey? The rules are exactly the same as here. But there is no reward in the middle. Of course, effort and reward are always proportional. If you can finish this, I will give you an extra reward. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin laughed. Then, without even hesitating, he turned around and walked to the left. Not dragging your feet at all. This time, Wu Yu is in trouble. So, she subconsciously asked, don't you want to know how difficult this road is? Without looking back, you know, don't we all have to leave? If that's the case, then why bother asking? Besides, I'm a natural pathfinder. As long as there is a way, we must go in and find out. Wu Yu was a little confused. She had no idea what Cao Wenbin was talking about. But she doesn't know, but someone knows. Look, as soon as Cao Wenbin finished speaking, several women who were watching outside blushed instantly. Indeed, this guy is very curious. Whatever the path, it has to be. The scene of Wu Yu asking questions soon appeared in the other 2 passages. You are at ease. Senior Wu Yu, I'd like to ask, how long is this newly appeared road? If I can't hold on any longer, can I quit temporarily? At this time, Wu Yu was still thinking about Cao Wenbin's words. Her intuition told her that the brat was definitely up to no good. But she couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Therefore, the more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Coincidentally, Zhun Xiaoyao's rapid-fire barrage of words reached her ears at this very moment. So, no comment. You can leave if you want. Confused. Zhun Xiaoyao was completely confused. It seems that he has never offended this woman. What's going on? Of course, I don't understand it. But he didn't back down. Because his intuition told him that Cao Wenbin would definitely take this path. See, that's the difference. Jun Xiaoyao is always cautious, while Master Cao is always forging ahead. I'm really laughing. The actions of a reckless man can actually be interpreted like this by you lackeys. It really opened my eyes. Yes, your master has brains and is not reckless at all. It's a pity that his strength is too weak. He has only been born for 2 years, and he has already been tortured and possessed by the devil. The affiliated forces of the 2 major families are still at loggerheads. And the sound is getting louder and louder. It's not hard to see that they did this on purpose. They just want the big guys on the platform to remember them. But it is obvious that they are doing useless work. The top management of the 2 companies simply don't have the time to pay attention to these trivial matters. The eyes of all the emperors were always on the Zhongzhou mirror, never leaving for a second. There is no way, because Cao Wenbin has already started a new journey at this time. The law of time. Wu Yu did not lie, the rules here are indeed no different from before. Therefore, the law of time directly sent Cao Wenbin to the 71st grid. That's right, it's 71 squares. It's twice as powerful as the golden law, with a twist. To be honest, Cao Wenbin was not surprised by this result. After all, as the owner, he knew very well how much stronger the law of time was than the law of gold. But this scene made everyone outside numb. You must know that at this time, Lindong and others had just stepped into the area of 70 steps. But what about Cao Wenbin? One move is 70 steps. Is the gap between people really that big? The law of time has been used. This guy also has the laws of space and the mysterious law of reincarnation. In other words, he can at least walk more than 100 steps. And Xiaoyao. Looking at the indifferent Cao Wenbin on the screen, Pan Simin's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She is praying. Pray that this road is infinitely long. In short, there is only one principle, and that is that Cao Wenbin must never be allowed to become stronger. Unfortunately, her prayers were of no use at all. Cao Wenbin's background seemed to be infinite. After taking out the 2 well-known top laws, he actually took out the law of wood. Therefore, Cao Wenbin quickly arrived at the 230th square position. The people in Tongtian Valley are even more numb. One person possesses 5 major principles, and each one is extremely powerful. Is this definitely not a joke? You know, even among those emperors who have been famous for a long time, few can master the 5 laws. But this Cao Wenbin, this should be his limit. This is the common voice of everyone except the Cao family. But the next moment, Cao Wenbin directly shattered their expectations. The law of space and time. As the voice fell, a strange vision appeared. The originally pitch-black corridor suddenly changed its appearance. Stone bricks turn into grass. Walls become trees. The roof turns into blue sky and white clouds. In short, everything has changed. Of course, these visions only lasted for a moment. Then it returned to its original state. Obviously, Cao Wenbin is not proficient in controlling this rule yet. But even so, the stone bricks in the passage are still crazy. Buzz. A familiar voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, the bricks lit up one after another. Very fast. The light reaches the end in the blink of an eye. Wow, this passage is really long. With my eyesight, I can't even see the end. Cao Wenbin was amazed, then prepared to catch up. But before he could lift his legs, the situation in the passage changed. The next moment, he appeared in an empty hall. And here, Zhongzhou and others have been waiting for a long time. However, Cao Wenbin did not reminisce with these old acquaintances. The first thing he did was look into the void. Chapter 254. Cao Wenbin almost laughed out loud. Senior Wu Yu, why did you suddenly bring me here? My extra challenge is not yet complete. Silence. After a while, the ethereal voice sounded again. You've already revealed the law of space and time, so is there any point in continuing this level? Boy, I admit that I underestimated you. I never thought you could combine the laws of time and space into one. Heavenly genius, truly a genius. Heard a woman mention this. A smug look suddenly appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. He only managed to learn this thing just before the road to heaven opened. That's why he was late. Of course, being proud is one thing. But he would not miss this opportunity to kill someone and destroy their heart. So, after laughing a few times, he bowed to Jun Xiaoyao again. Brother Jun, speaking of this, I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't given me the human king stone, how would I have been able to comprehend the art of fusion of laws? Zhun Xiaoyao's face, which was already very dark, became even darker now. In fact, the moment Wu Yu spoke about the laws of time and space, he had already had a bad premonition in his heart. But I didn't expect that what I feared would come true. This move of Cao Wenbin was actually caused by him. Zhun Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Cao Wenbin, having achieved his goal, ignored him. Attention quickly shifted back to the void. Senior Wu Yu, since you admit defeat, can you give me the reward? Maybe he had guessed that Cao Wenbin would say this. Therefore, before his voice fell, a golden light penetrated directly into his mind. The next moment, Cao Wenbin discovered that he had mastered a new rule. And this law is obviously not an ordinary one. But among all the laws, the law of balance ranks very high. Fuck. Cao Wenbin looked surprised. At the same time there is shock. Because he found that he had underestimated the owner of this place. Before this, he always thought that Wu Yu was just a supreme being with more sophisticated means. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. After all, the supreme being does not have the ability to make others understand the laws instantly. By the way, I have a living fossil in me. Just because I haven't heard of this person's name doesn't mean she hasn't heard of it either. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately communicated with the armor on his body. Sister Shuiyu, do you remember someone called Wu Yu? No immediate answer. It was obvious that Yi Shuiyu was in deep thought. However, she didn't keep Cao Wenbin waiting for long. After a few breaths, she gave a clear answer. No. In our time, there was absolutely no such great person as Wu Yu. This made Cao Wenbin even more interested. Could this be a figure from the previous era? Doesn't this mean? I licked my lips subconsciously. As for what she said about not having much time left, Cao Wenbin doesn't care at all. He has always only cared about what he once had, not whether it would last forever. Just as he was daydreaming, Wu Yu spoke again. All right. Now that the matter of this stage of the competition is completely concluded, let's begin the second stage of the competition. Hearing this, the geniuses who had not been eliminated immediately showed their joy. Rewards are coming again. But soon, the pride that had just risen up in his face froze. Because, remember what I said before. Wealth, companions, dharma, and land. Now that the competition is over. Then let's play with each other. The rules are similar to the previous level. You still can't take action directly. Your partner will be there to clear away the thorns on your path. How far you can go depends on your partner's ability. The happier they were laughing just now, the more confused everyone is at this moment. What the hell, comparing partners? This is too weird. Don't people who practice cultivation emphasize relying on themselves for everything? How come everything has changed when I got here? Of course, not everyone is confused. So, after making sure that he was not hallucinating, Cao Wenbin laughed out loud. Compare partners. Isn't this just walking into trouble? In this fairyland, it seems that there is no one more awesome than him. Even the supreme is useless. In the outside world, the onlookers who knew the content of the competition also started talking about it. This road to heaven is becoming more and more unique. Who says it isn't? They've already done the couple comparison, so the next step is to compare land. Take out all the land deeds under your names and compare the area. The location. We can't be so superficial. Even if we're really competing for land, ordinary houses shouldn't be included. We should be competing for blessed lands and caves that can assist in cultivation. This level is not very friendly to female geniuses. After all, it is normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But women. Alas, Zhongzhou, this dark horse, is about to fall. After all, I heard that this woman has never been in contact with another man in her life except Cao Wenbin. Who do you think will win this level? It should be one of Cao Wenbin or Zhun Xiaoyao. After all, the saying that Xiaoyao loves lowly and Wenbin loves his wife is resounding throughout the fairyland. If that's the case, then both of them should have quite a few Taoist companions. The analysis is correct. The vast majority of people think so too. But what they didn't expect was that Zhun Xiaoyao, who they thought was the favorite to win, was the first to speak out and oppose it. As for the rhetoric, Senior Wu Yu, only your partner is allowed to take action, while we challengers can only watch. This rule is too inhumane. Do you think it could be changed? Can we both work together? As soon as these words were spoken, the vast majority of the geniuses present immediately echoed in a low voice. It looked like he was forcing the emperor to abdicate. But the next moment, boom, a great force of heaven and earth suddenly descended. Afterwards, everyone who had spoken flew backwards. When they were in the air, they all turned into human fountains. The spitting of blood was so exciting. Bang, bang. The sound of slamming the ground rang out one after another. At the same time, Wu Yu's ethereal voice suddenly entered everyone's ears again. This is my territory. Then you have to follow my rules. You can only obey, not question. I know you all have backgrounds. Some of them may even have several supreme beings standing behind them. But so what? Although my time is running out and my body is unable to move, I still have the ability to kill all enemies who come my way. Chapter 255, Use two saints to lead the way. Silence. No matter whether it was the geniuses in Tongtian Road or the people watching the fun outside, except Cao Wenbin, they were all shocked by Wu Yu's words. Disrespect the supreme in public. Has the world gone this crazy? Something's going to happen. So, everyone subconsciously took a step back. In their opinion, this place will soon become a battlefield. After all, no one who can become the supreme being has a good temper. But after waiting for a while, embarrassment appeared on their faces. Because they found that they seemed to have thought too much. Fortunately, everyone was embarrassed, so after a few moments, the matter was over. At the same time, many geniuses who accepted the reality no longer dared to speak. After adjusting their breath a little, they walked towards the new stone gate that had just appeared one after another. However, there are also some who have never moved. As for who it is, husband, I'll be waiting for your call here. Remember, you must win back the share I lost. No guarantees. Cao Wenbin just smiled faintly at his wife. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. When they appeared, they had already arrived in a primeval forest. The vegetation here is extremely lush, and there is a faint light on each leaf. Obviously, they are not easy to deal with. Of course, if this happened under normal circumstances, these people who came in would definitely not care. But now, have you become an ordinary person? Even the strength of the physical body has disappeared. What a horrible method. Feeling a weakness he had never felt before, Cao Wenbin did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately summoned two powerful saints according to the method that automatically emerged in his mind. The ancestor of the butterfly family, Dai Yunyu. Empress Dowager Tianwu, Pei Luo Shui. Master. The two women's eyes were full of desire. There's nothing they can do, since they haven't seen Cao Wenbin for a long time. It was so long ago that when they last met, they were still in the state of nirvana. But now, they have all reached the holy realm. Yes, it has become more beautiful. And Cao Wenbin obviously knows what they need. So, after taking a good look at them, he immediately gave them the promise they wanted. Let's go, escort me forward as much as possible. After this incident, I will transfer you to the women's army. My whole body trembled. Then, excitement appeared in the eyes of the two women. They have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. After all, although being a provincial governor is good, it cannot be compared with the emperor's close ministers. They could clearly feel that Cao Wenbin became much more unfamiliar with them during this meeting. If they don't see each other for a few years, it's unknown whether Cao Wenbin will still remember them. Master, don't worry. We will do our best. As soon as they finished speaking, they took a step forward together. Buzz. The familiar voice sounded again. Then the situation around him changed drastically. The originally dense vegetation quickly made way for the three people. But this road is full of thorns. Obviously, if you want to pass smoothly, someone needs to clear these obstacles. Immediately afterwards, a set of data emerged in Cao Wenbin's mind. Dai Yunyu can attack 27 times. Pei Luoxue can attack 21 times. Every step forward requires someone to take action. After every 10 steps, a treasure chest will appear in the forest. If you want to get it, you also need someone to pave the way. As for the total length of this road, there are 300 steps in total. In other words, if you are not greedy, then as long as someone can make a move 300 times, you can pass the level smoothly. That's interesting. While Cao Wenbin was studying the rules, Dai Yunyu had already cleared away the thorns in the first step. As expected, Wenbin is a good wife. Look at these two women who were summoned here. They are so mature that they are almost wet. Damn, the high-profile ones have really been recruited directly. They can't even get outside. The one on the left is so pretty, does anyone know his name? How could she not be beautiful? In our Lingxiao city, there's a saying that if you see Yunyu, you'll ruin your life. Look, Zhun Xiaoyao has also made a summon. As expected, the one who made the move is lowly. Oh my god, this little girl named Qinger is so strong. She's actually at the 6th level. The onlookers were talking about it. Seeing that her young master had performed well, Pan Simin, who had just been quiet for a while, jumped out again. Everyone says your Cao family has ample resources, but now it seems that's all it is. Look at the partners you found for your young master, 2 saints. It's really amazing what you guys can do. It's full of sarcasm. Then she glanced at the Cao family camp. But Nightingale's next words almost scared her to death. You're a slut who can bring down a house with just your shouting. You should think more about yourself. If my young master summons you in later. Before Nightingale could finish her words, Pan Simin's delicate body began to tremble wildly. Not only her, but also Zhongzhou who came with her was the same. Summoned in by Cao Wenbin. Thinking of that scene, the two of them almost fainted. Wrong. This kind of thing shouldn't happen. After all, although he gave us. But when we are summoned, if we are unwilling, then he will have no choice. The reason is very convincing. But for some reason, the two of them felt extremely uneasy. I always feel that something unexpected will happen in the near future. So, they are no longer in the mood to talk nonsense. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the Zhongguang mirror. In the dense forest, with the assistance of the two women, Cao Wenbin quickly completed the first 10 steps. The next moment, he keenly discovered that a bronze treasure chest suddenly appeared in the dense forest on his left. Let's go and take a look. Cao Wenbin's words were like an imperial decree to the two women. So very quickly, they changed direction. But it is obvious that the road to the treasure chest is not easy. Just as they strayed from the main road, a giant python over 3 meters long popped out from a dense treetop. Hiss, hiss. The sound of the snake's tongue spitting is very loud. But the two women were not afraid at all. Look, Pei Luozu's gloved delicate hand immediately grabbed the giant python's vital point. Boom. Soon, the two sides collided with each other. As for the results, there was no suspense at all, the python was completely defeated. But Pei Luoxue also paid the price of 10 attacks for this. Yes, you have made great progress in the past 2 years. This is not empty talk. But it's the truth. You have to know that when the two met for the first time, although Pei Luoxue had the strength of Nirvana realm, his fighting skills were extremely poor. At that time, she used her beautiful legs in stockings to seduce Cao Wenbin. But now it is. Master, this isn't the only method I've improved in. In the days when no one was around, I read a lot of books. By the way, Master, you haven't fed me your special drink in a long time. I have to say, this woman understands men. Look, every word she says is about the past. The intention is very clear, which is to evoke Cao Wenbin's memories as much as possible. And her trick was indeed successful. As soon as her voice fell, Cao Wenbin immediately recalled the scene when the two of them took a flying boat to Tianwu City together. At that time, he asked Pei Luoxue to drink my love for a piece of firewood as water. Of course, memories are memories, but his body never stopped for a moment. After confirming that there was no danger, Cao Wenbin opened the box directly. 3 Emperor pills. This made Cao Wenbin even more excited. Then, without saying anything, he stuffed 2 of them into the hands of the 2 women. After all, whoever sees it gets a share. Then he began to think about who to give the remaining 1 to. By the way, Sister Shiyu's talent isn't that great either. So this one will be given to her. As for my father, I believe that he can reach the Emperor realm through his own efforts. Chapter 256, Pan Simin's Social Death. Master. Looking at the Chengdi pill in their hands, the 2 women's already watery eyes suddenly began to become blurry. They would never have thought that one day they would be able to obtain such a treasure. You have to know that the most powerful person in the force they belong to is only in the Saint realm. But now, as expected, only close ministers can eat the fine bran. People just dropped it, and we can't get it even if we beg for it. When they saw this, Cao Wenbin immediately felt something. But in the end, he still held back. After all, he doesn't want to be a teacher. Okay, we have a long way to go. Let's get down to business first. Good. After discovering that Cao Wenbin was fully awake, the 2 girls smiled so sweetly. And having received the promise, they are more motivated. Soon, they helped Cao Wenbin open another treasure chest. 3 low-grade Imperial artifacts. It seems like the rewards get better the further you go in. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly burst out in Cao Wenbin's eyes. He has decided that he must pluck out the baldness here. But just as he was about to set off for the next reward point, Dai Yunyu grabbed him. What's wrong? Cao Wenbin was very puzzled. But when he followed Dai Yunyu's gaze and looked into the depths of the dense forest, he jumped up directly. Because there is a treasure chest over there. And it's silver. Young master. But before they could finish their words, Cao Wenbin just waved his hand. Is there any question about this? Of course we can't let it go. Let's go and play with it. After that, the 3 of them took action together. But after just a few steps, they stopped again. As for the reason. Is it a wild boar this time? Cao Wenbin is very relaxed. But the 2 women didn't have such a good attitude as him. Master, we only have 8 chances left. And judging from previous experience, this is obviously not enough. So you still have to prepare. He nodded gently. Now that the number of times has come, just go back with peace of mind. I know what I'm doing. By the way, don't forget to report to the women's army. This kid Cao Wenbin is too greedy. My own strength is not good enough. If that's the case, then the best option is to clear the level as soon as possible. But he's so good, he's still greedy. Just wait and see, he won't have a good ending. Originally, Pan Simin also thought that the winner of this round would definitely be Cao Wenbin. After all, there has always been no shortage of women around Cao Wenbin. But after seeing that Cao Wenbin was so calculating even about the 8 escape opportunities of the 2 Saint Realms, she immediately had other ideas. She felt that although Cao Wenbin had a lot of resources, there were probably only a few that he could actually acquire. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like this. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth. I see. No wonder he only messes with Zhongzhou and me when we're around him. Before, I thought we were just charming enough. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. It's not that he doesn't want to go to other people's places, but that others won't let him go. Pan Simin smiled. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that her body was out of control. As a result, the smile on her face suddenly froze. She knew that it was Cao Wenbin calling her. I don't agree. Although we are related, we are not partners. According to the original plan, Pan Simin immediately started roaring in his heart. Unfortunately, she was just doing useless work. No matter how she shouted, it couldn't change the fact that her body was getting lighter and lighter. At the same time, her consciousness became more and more confused. When she woke up, she was already beside Cao Wenbin. Of course, she is not alone. Because Zhongzhou is here too. Aunt Pan, Aunt Zhong, we finally meet again. Oh, you guys are so cruel. Do you know that my heart almost broke when I heard the news that you had escaped? What Cao Wenbin said was sincere and heartfelt. But Pan Simin completely ignored him. He immediately shouted into the void. Senior Wuyu, I have something I want to communicate with you. Yes, something did happen between me and this guy. But I didn't do this voluntarily. We're not even a couple. So please take us back. Pan Simin's idea was very simple, that is, the fact that they were arrested could be exposed. But you absolutely cannot help Cao Wenbin. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. When Wuyu's words came out, her face turned pale. You are such an interesting person. You've reached such a point of duplicity. To tell you the truth, what I used was the subconscious summoning technique. Therefore, in order to summon successfully, 2 conditions must be met. First, the 2 parties have an intimate relationship. Secondly, the person being summoned has a subconscious desire to help the other person. So, stop fooling yourself. Chapter 257 People from the Jun family appear one after another. Pan Simin was stunned. Has she been deceiving herself all this time? Impossible. The eyes gradually turned red. But at this moment, a soft little hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Sister Simin, let's quickly deal with the situation here. Don't forget, there are a lot of people watching outside. The longer it takes, the more embarrassing it will be. Take a deep breath. Then Pan Simin nodded. Obviously, she also agreed with this statement. However, she was not prepared to take action directly. She wanted to warn Cao Wenbin first to save her last bit of face. But before she turned around to face Cao Wenbin, she suddenly discovered that someone had already put his arms around her slender waist. And that's not all. Soon, a vulgar voice entered her ears. "Aunt Pan, just like Senior Wu Yu said, stop deceiving yourself. In fact, your body has already fallen towards me. So, you should just follow me from now on. Don't worry, I won't look at you with tinted glasses." Pan Simin's nose was almost crooked with anger. But she had no way out. As for taking action against Cao Wenbin, she doesn't dare. She was sure that the guy in front of her must have a backup plan. So, with no other choice, she had to vent her anger on the wild boar in front of her. "I let you block the way. I let you block the way." Looking at the crazy Pan Simin, Cao Wenbin laughed. Then he hugged Zhongzhou again. "Aunt Zhong, do you feel this is familiar?" Zhongzhou was stunned, but after just a few breaths, her face turned red. It's more than just familiar. She clearly remembered that Cao Wenbin liked to say similar words when he was tearing something. "You're going to die." Looking at what happened in the Shuangguan mirror, the onlookers in Tongtian Valley were all dumbfounded. What is going on? A 9th-rank official from the Jun family, plus Jun Xiaoyao's mother, were all conquered by Cao Wenbin. Without any surprise, everyone's attention subconsciously fell on the Jun family's observation deck. And most of it fell into the hands of a pretty boy. He is none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Buan. I can't believe that the young master of the Jun family would actually be cheated on one day. And he has no way to retaliate. It seems that Master Cao's methods are still superior. Using your own people to break through the barriers is nothing. Letting your enemies help you break through the barriers is the real skill. Jun Xiaoyao is such a loser. He couldn't even protect his own mother and protector. Both of them were killed by Cao Wenbin. You may not know this yet, but Pan Simin is actually Jun Xiaoyao's second protector. As for where the first one went, that's up to you to figure out. This Cao Wenbin is quite interesting. He only plays with the women of the Jun family. The more people talked, the more excited they became. Especially those in the Cao family camp, they have no scruples at all. Some emperors in the women's army even described the voice of Pan Simin, the fairy with the most beautiful voice, in vivid detail to those around them who had not been to the 9th continent. So, the people of the Jun family who were originally planning to pretend to be dead suddenly gave up. "Shut up, everyone. If anyone dares to gossip about me, don't blame my Jun family for being ruthless." Very loud. But the people of Cao family just ignored them. "You can still talk about whatever you want." In the dense forest. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Pan Simin easily dealt with the wild boar protecting the silver treasure chest. Originally, she thought that after this, she would be not far from returning home. After all, this wild boar doesn't look weak. But after the results came out, she became depressed. This wild boar only cost her 20 chances to attack. As a 9th-rank emperor, she was able to take action here a full 600 times. In other words, she still needs to kill 30 wild boars before she can be free. This time, she felt completely unwell. What made her even more depressed was that she had no way to vent. After all, Cao Wenbin is not the one who takes care of children. If Cao Wenbin is really angered, she will be the one who suffers in the end. Tolerate. This will all be over soon. While Pan Simin was trying hard to adjust herself, Cao Wenbin slowly opened the silver treasure chest. A set of lower-level imperial-grade skills. 2 low-grade imperial artifacts. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Then he subconsciously looked into the depths of the jungle. To be honest, this action is really a subconscious behavior. But I didn't expect. Holy crap, there actually is a treasure chest. And it's gold. Exciting. He looked extremely excited. Then Cao Wenbin asked Pan Simin to rush forward without saying anything. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, there is still a guardian beast next to the treasure chest. A colorful lion. You can tell at first glance that this is no ordinary item. However, its ending is no different from that of a wild boar. It soon turned into a pile of minced meat. A set of imperial-grade formations. 2 emperor fruits. And this time, everyone is happy. Even Pan Simin's face showed a long-lost smile. Because the lion consumed her 40 attacks. Of course, this is not what excites her the most. What really made her almost jump up was that after the golden treasure chest was opened, another treasure chest appeared not far away from the 3 of them. Diamond. Are you still going to get it? Although she was asking, Pan Simin knew that Cao Wenbin would definitely choose to continue. Really? Is that even a question? I've already made up my mind. I'll show no mercy here. Kill them all, rob them all, sleep them all. The smile on the corner of my mouth could no longer be suppressed. Very good. You must maintain this mentality. If you want to kill someone, you must first make him crazy. As soon as this idea came to mind, Pan Simin didn't hesitate any longer and rushed out immediately. This time, she was fighting against a crystal tiger. The roar was deafening. Finally, after using up her 80 chances to attack, she slowly fell down. Continue. That's right, there's a treasure chest after the diamond chest. It's a fluorescent treasure chest. As a result, Pan Simin's number of attacks increased to another 160 times. But this effort is totally worth it. Because inside the fluorescent treasure chest, Cao Wenbin opened an extremely precious enlightenment pill. After taking it, you can immediately enter a state of enlightenment. As for what kind of enlightenment you get, it all depends on the user. This is the treasure that all emperors, even the supreme ones, dream of. It's sent. This time it's really happening. With it, I will soon be able to fully understand the laws of time and space. But this is not enough. I need more epiphany pills. There was a gleam of light in his eyes, and then Cao Wenbin led the two women to the next 10 steps. In this way, he quickly wasted Pan Simin's 600 opportunities to attack. But he was not panicked at all. With a thought, Zhun Xiaoyao's first protector, Zhu Lin, came to his side. 6th rank emperor. 400 chances to shoot. And because she has been with Cao Wenbin for a long time, Zhu Lin is much more obedient than Pan Simin. Master, just tell me what to do. Chapter 258 Another Emperor. Look at the well-behaved Zhu Lin. Looking at Zhongzhou and Pan Simin who appeared directly in the Cao family camp, the faces of the onlookers immediately showed amusement. But at the same time, they no longer had any hope for Cao Wenbin. In their opinion, this level is the end for Cao Wenbin. There's nothing we can do, it's Cao Wenbin's fault for being too greedy. This stage not only tests the quality of your partner, but also obviously tests human nature. 5 treasure chests in one level. The number of shots consumed has increased exponentially. In other words, if you want to get all the treasure chests in a level, you will need to make a full 310 attempts. And a 9th rank emperor only has 600 opportunities to take action. In this case, no one can afford it. Even if the flower thief who was famous in the continent thousands of years ago was resurrected, it would be impossible. Zhun Xiaoyao's strategy is the most correct. Just take the silver treasure chest. Just take it and leave immediately, no regrets. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to get higher rewards. The act of scraping the ground is obviously picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. I have to say, they are rational. Unfortunately, they don't understand Cao Wenbin at all. Boom. The dragon guarding the fluorescent treasure chest once again turned into a sky full of stars. At the same time, Zhu Lin's number of attacks was reduced by half. Let's go get a fluorescent treasure chest. Such domineering words. But Zhu Lin was unable to accompany him to the end. Look, before we even saw the 3rd fluorescent treasure chest, Zhu Lin had already disappeared. Who the hell can you summon this time? Thinking of this, the attention of the onlookers immediately focused on the Zhun family's observation deck. In fact, not only them, but also people in the Zhun family, also glanced at the several women who followed them. As a result, these female emperors immediately refused to do so. What are you looking at? I have been staying in the Zhun family's ancestral home. No matter how powerful Cao Wenbin is, he can't do anything to us. This is indeed the truth. But the men of the Zhun family did not let their guard down. After all, Pan Simin has been conquered. So what else is impossible to happen? Fortunately, a woman with wings on her back appeared in the Zhongguang mirror very quickly. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. Angel Daisy. Was she also captured by Cao Wenbin? Fuck, this guy's luck is too damn good. This is the goddess of countless church believers. Not surprisingly, every single one of the people watching the show in the audience was stunned. As for the man on the stage, envy. The vast majority of men showed jealousy. After all, this is Daikizi. Many of them chased after her at the beginning. But now, damn it, another flower stuck in cow dung. Just as they were getting angry, Daikizi's attacks soon came to an end. Now he should have no one to recruit. Everyone murmured to themselves. But just when they thought Cao Wenbin and Dakizi would leave Tongtian Road together, two more women appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. The church saint Feng Zihua. His teacher is Lin Wanchen. This time, everyone was numb. Could this kid possibly have destroyed the church's holy maiden palace? To be honest, this idea is really ridiculous. But soon, Cao Wenbin proved to them with practical actions that there is no impossible thing in this world. After these two saints disappeared, Cao Wenbin summoned two more saints in full view of everyone. Xiao Chang, the one with the longest seniority. Feng Zihua's uncle, Bai Rushwang. Two more emperors. And they are not ordinary emperors. A second grade one. A fourth grade one. Shocking. Everyone was shocked by Cao Wenbin's bold move. If they remember correctly, it has only been more than 3 years since Cao Wenbin was born. In such a short time, this kid conquered so many people. Doesn't he need to rest? Even someone made of iron wouldn't be able to bear this frequency. No wonder this kid is always betting on kidneys with others. It turns out it's not that he has any special hobby, but he just can't live without gambling. Gradually, admiration appeared in the eyes of some people. After all, if a man wants to have this kind of method, there is no man who doesn't want to have it. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint these little fans. Boom. After getting another fluorescent treasure chest, Xiao Chang and Bai Rushwang slowly disappeared. At this moment, no one is paying attention to other entrance mirrors. After all, the process of other people passing the levels is too dull. He doesn't even change his partner for a long time. Just like Jun Xiaoyao, she was Qinger at the beginning and she is still Qinger now. No thought at all. Which goddess famous in the fairyland will Cao Wenbin summon this time? In an instant, many figures appeared in everyone's mind. But when Cao Wenbin completed the summoning, they were all stunned. It's not that the person who came is ugly. On the contrary, it's very beautiful. The reason they were confused was that they didn't even know this woman. However, as the woman's resources appeared on the Zhongguang mirror, the crowd exploded. Yishuiyu, 7th rank emperor. It has existed for more than 10,000 years. What? This person is from the last era. Master Cao is truly an idol of my generation. He can even get a person like this. Damn it. Where on earth did he find these top-notch items? I've lived for thousands of years, and why haven't I come across any of them? With your level, even if you live 10,000 years, you will never encounter someone of this level. It is even more impossible to defeat him. That's not right. According to ancient records, the lifespan of a human supreme being is approximately 15,000 years, while a normal 7th grade being can only live for 7,000 years at most. But how could she have lived for over 10,000 years? And judging by her condition, she clearly still has plenty of life left. As soon as this question comes out, all the emperors present narrowed their eyes immediately. Especially for those who are nearing the end of their lifespan, a faint light would flash in their eyes. Chapter 259 The Supremes are crazy. Boom. Boom. To be honest, Yi Shuiyu is not good at fighting. Support ability, that is her strong point. However, on this road to heaven, her weakness was infinitely reduced. Because here only the realm matters. The number of attacks you can redeem depends on your realm. Everything is already set. So, she, who is of the 7th rank, quickly helped Cao Wenbin to kill her way through another passage. After her, Cao Wenbin successively summoned the ancient strange fetus Long Ji, the mother of the child of destiny Qin Yunmeng, the ancestor of the 9-tailed fox clan Tu Shanyu, and several saints of the church. At the very end, he even summoned the heavenly concubine Mu Qianqin. At this moment, all the viewers lost their composure. It was not until this time that they realized how much of a beast Cao Wenbin was. How many of these are there already? Have you been practicing Taoism or playing games all these years? Of course, while they were secretly complaining, their faces were also aching. And it hurts more and more. Before, they all thought Cao Wenbin was greedy. There will definitely be no good ending. But now they realize that they are the real clowns. The reason why people are greedy is because they know what they are doing. Damn it. This is such a mess. If I had any of those beauties, I'd rather live 100 years less. Now it seems that Cao Wenbin's talent is truly terrifying. With so many constraints, he was able to cultivate to this level in just 3 years. If he hadn't been distracted. Stop talking nonsense. The butt determines the head. When he reaches his level, there's no way he'll stay quiet. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to look for women, there will be countless women rushing to throw themselves at him. Don't be so harsh. Look at Zhun Xiaoyao. His status is no worse than Cao Wenbin's, but he only has one partner. So, it's still a question of self-control. Don't be so ridiculous. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Just when they were feeling extremely jealous, Cao Wenbin had already reached the end of the forest. Just like the first level, there is still a door, plus an extra road. The only difference is that this time the door can no longer be opened easily. If you want to enter the next level, you also need to consume the number of shots. Not much, 50 times. However, Cao Wenbin just took a glance and then took Mu Qianqun to a fork in the road. Since you have already decided to get all the wool, you naturally cannot give up halfway. He actually wants to challenge again. After seeing Cao Wenbin's choice, Tongtian Valley, which was just bustling, became quiet in an instant. Then, an extremely absurd idea came into their minds. That means Cao Wenbin has an even more awesome backup plan. But this idea came quickly and went away just as quickly. After just a few breaths, they rejected it themselves. Impossible. He has already summoned several 6th-rank emperors. No matter how capable he is or how high his status is, it cannot change the fact that he is just a saint. Being able to take down such a person is definitely his limit. This kid must be fucking off. I have to say that the vast majority of people only care about food and not about beatings. Look, Cao Wenbin just slapped them in the face. The pain hasn't even subsided yet, and they're already looking down on me again. Of course, there are those who look down on others, and there are also those who look mockingly on others. For example, Yi Shuiyu, who just came out not long ago. As Cao Wenbin's inner armor, she knew very well how awesome her contractor was as a partner. Putting aside other things, just those two big guys are enough to settle everything. It's going to be a good show. Husband, my attack frequency has decreased. At the same time, the cost of each step doubles. The scenery at the fork in the road is no longer a forest. Instead, it turned into a volcanic lava cave. Both sides of the path are filled with boiling lava. If you are not careful, you might end up taking a free hot shower. Of course, it's not just the scenery that has changed. The basic rules have also changed. Look, after only taking more than 20 steps, Mu Qianqun, who originally had 100 chances to attack, began to lose weight. This is a sign of impending disappearance. Don't worry, go out. I know what's going on. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin started summoning again. Not long after, a beautiful woman in red, exuding a cool aura, slowly appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. As for how beautiful she is, let's put it this way, the moment she appeared, the magma that had been rolling around unconsciously paused for a moment. The first phoenix, 11th level cultivation, can make 2,400 shots. That's right, Shifeng has returned to human form. She has been living in Cao Wenbin's arms, and has also enjoyed the benefits of the eternal realm. So she recovered very quickly. Her appearance also stunned the onlookers. A few people with weaker physical conditions even kept their mouths open for so long that their chins dropped. 11th grade. Are you sure you're not kidding? How could such a person fall in love with Cao Wenbin? Also, according to ancient records, didn't the first phoenix die 10,000 years ago? How the hell is this guy alive again? A series of question marks appeared in everyone's mind one after another. But they are not the most excited. The moment the first phoenix appeared, strange phenomena began to appear in all the dragon veins of the fairyland. Cao's back mountain. Boom. After a loud bang, Cao Xing's figure directly arrived above the sky. Immediately afterwards, he looked towards the direction of Tongtian Valley with excitement. Xiao Feng. 9,574 years, 3 months and 21 days, I finally see you again. The more he whispered, the more excited Cao Xing became. But soon, his brows furrowed. After a few breaths, he let out a long sigh. Alas, we are not destined to be together in this life. After all, the woman who fell into the hands of Wenbin. He shook his head gently, and then Cao Xing's figure slowly disappeared into the air. It can be said that we come and go in a hurry. Dragon Island. The same situation, the same burning gaze. Shifeng, you finally succeeded in Nirvana. It seems we can continue planning the auspicious event of the dragon and the phoenix appearing together. As long as I can succeed, I can become the #1 supreme being in the immortal realm. Cao Xing, Jun Qingfeng, all of them need to stand aside. Jun family. Chapter 260. The excitement continues. Boom. And what a coincidence. Shifeng had just gotten familiar with the surrounding environment when the magma on the right side of the two of them immediately started to cause trouble. I don't know what stimulated them. In short, after rolling madly for a few breaths, it directly condensed into a magma giant. And in the hand of this giant, there was a huge axe that was more than 10 meters long. No matter how you look at it, it's quite difficult to deal with. And the fact is, it is indeed so. According to the feedback from his spiritual sense, Cao Wenbin knew very clearly that if he wanted to destroy it, he would have to make 500 attacks. However, Cao Wenbin was not panicked. Sister Nisheng, it's your turn. It's been 10,000 years. I bet you've gone crazy. That's right, Shifeng's original name was Feng Nisheng. Although she is aloof, she does not resist Cao Wenbin's orders. After all, her heart is still in Cao Wenbin's body. Be frugal with words, but her methods are extremely awesome. When other women make a move, they can only do it one at a time. If it takes 50 hits to kill an enemy, then you need to hit him 50 times. Not even a little bit will do. But when it came to Shifeng, she directly compressed 500 attacks into one. So, the newly formed magma giant, before it even had time to show off, returned to the embrace of the magma again. Of course, this time it was not in vain. A box appeared out of thin air at the place where the magma giant was just now. A fluorescent box. Good. It's more humane than the first level. Otherwise, there's no motivation to walk at all. With a grin, Cao Wenbin continued to run. Still 30 steps. No more, no less. But this time, the magma condensed into something that was no longer a giant. Instead, it turned into a four-winged eagle. Chew. The eagle's cry is deafening. But Shifeng was extremely disdainful. She is the lord of birds. As long as it has wings, she is in charge. So she is born to restrain all birds. Even if this bird is transformed from other substances. So, get lost. The next moment, the four-winged eagle turned into sparks all over the sky. At the same time, Cao Wenbin was also pleasantly surprised to find that the four-winged flying eagle, which originally required 700 chances to kill, was killed by Shifeng in just 350 attempts. Awesome. No surprises. Shifeng just rolled his eyes at Cao Wenbin. Look at you, you've never seen the world. By the way, you better behave yourself from now on. After all, if it's a bird, it won't work on me. After she finished speaking, her eyes subconsciously moved downwards. To be honest, Cao Wenbin didn't react at the beginning. But when Shifeng made this move, he understood everything in an instant. So he immediately gave a very unconvinced look in response. After all, in this regard, he has never been afraid of anyone. However, the confrontation between the two did not last long. Because as the eagle's reward was also taken away, a door suddenly appeared on the left side of the two. Then Wu Yu's voice soon rang out. Boy, I have to admit that you are really resourceful. At such a young age, he's already managed to win over so many partners. But you'd better quit while you're ahead. Because further down, this phoenix won't be that impressive anymore. Slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin shook his head and laughed. Senior Wu Yu, you don't have any rewards in your hands, do you? Not much talk. But the consequences are indeed not small. Look, the door that just appeared disappeared immediately. Obviously, Wu Yu understood what Cao Wenbin meant. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Cao Wenbin, who set out on his journey again, looked so relaxed. I didn't take Wu Yu's words to heart at all. Boy, enjoy your last moments. In 30 steps, you will encounter a fire spirit. To take it down, you'll need 2,000 attempts. As soon as these words were spoken, the people from the Jun family faction jumped up immediately. Some people with poor self-control even hugged the people around them. This guy really did himself a disservice. Haha, those who do too much evil will eventually perish. The ancients were right. Hurry up and send a message to my family, telling them that starting today, we will celebrate for 3 days. All expenses will be covered by me. With his death, the Cao family will soon fall apart. After all, whether it's the church or the Lin family, Cao Wenbin is the most important link between them. What I'm concerned about is when his companions can return to the market. Just give up on this idea. After these women were gilded by Cao Wenbin's gilded reputation, their value would have skyrocketed. Just think about it, if they really became ownerless, what would Cao Wenbin's sworn enemies do? I have to say, these guys are really good at entertaining themselves. Nothing has happened yet, but they are already so happy that they lose their minds. But they didn't have to wait too long. Soon, Cao Wenbin and Shi Feng encountered the so-called fire elf. As the two sides began to collide, Shi Feng's body quickly began to fade. A historic moment is about to come. The Cao family is starting to go downhill. Unfortunately, they were happy too early. As the familiar light lit up, a woman whose appearance was not as beautiful as Shi Feng's, but who was still the most beautiful woman in the world, slowly appeared in the Zhongzhou mirror. Yang Xiao, supreme cultivation, can take action 10,000 times. Stunned. Everyone present was stunned the moment the information appeared on the Zhongzhou mirror. What did they see? Supreme. Are you sure you're not kidding? Pa, pa. After a while, the sounds of slapping were heard one after another. Obviously, this is someone testing whether he is dreaming. As for the results, real. All this is actually true. Cao Wenbin actually summoned a supreme being. Doesn't this mean? They didn't dare to say any more. After all, there are some things that other people can do. But if they dare to say it, they definitely won't even know how they died. At the same time, they finally understood why Cao Wenbin was in the Tianji Pavilion camp. It seems like these two have been hanging out together since before this place opened. It is precisely because of Cao Wenbin's support that Tianji Pavilion dares to be the last one to come. Chapter 261 Pregnancy Pill. Go to hell. Yang Xiao's face didn't look good. After all, being toyed with at will at home is already the limit of what she can accept. But now, he has brought shame to the entire fairyland. Of course, even if she was angry, she didn't dare to vent her anger on Cao Wenbin. As a result, the fire elf was in trouble. He directly became Yang Xiao's punching bag. After being slapped hundreds of times by Yang Xiao, he disappeared into the air in extreme despair. Let's go. I want to see what kind of trouble this place can create. After venting, Yang Xiao didn't stay for too long. Get ready to meet the next monster immediately. But anyone can see that her words are just a cover. Her real purpose is to maintain her supreme image. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Before she could turn her thoughts into actions, Cao Wenbin's big hands had already wrapped around her waist. Then he kissed her on the cheek. This time, Yang Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer. Her supreme body immediately recalled the good times of the past few months. So soon, she fell into Cao Wenbin's arms. Enemy. The sound is delicate. It seemed as if water was about to drip out of his eyes. Cao Wenbin, whose vanity was greatly satisfied, immediately laughed out loud. That's right. If you keep acting cool, how can I pretend to be cool? But Cao Wenbin did not do anything extreme. In order to let the world know who are the big and small queens, he took Yang Xiao to continue exploring. Boom. Still 30 steps. As for what appeared this time, it was a Qilin. Flame Kirin. It will take 6,000 chances to solve it. It has tripled. Wenbin, it seems I can't stay with you until the end. But I calculated it for you. You are not in danger on this trip. So according to my estimation, after this monster is over, there will be at most one more monster, and then you will be able to pass the test successfully. While transmitting the message, Yang Xiao was not idle either. With a wave of his right hand, a palm wind was immediately blown out. Bang! The flame Kirin came quickly, but died just as quickly. After just 2 roars, he received his lunch box. He was also very loyal and left 2 fluorescent treasure chests for Cao Wenbin. Brother Qilin is so polite. He shook his head with a wicked smile. Then, he opened 2 treasure chests. The first one is still the same, an enlightenment pill. But the second one is different. There were actually 5 pills in the box. Subconsciously, Cao Wenbin frowned. After all, when the treasure chest level is the same, the more things you get out, the lower the quality of the things. But his expression didn't last long. Because very soon, the properties of these 5 pills appeared before his eyes. Pregnancy pill. After taking it, there is a great probability that the woman will become pregnant. And the qualifications are guaranteed. There is a 20% chance of inheriting all the advantages of both parties. There is a 30% chance of inheriting all the advantages of the best one among them. There is a 50% chance of randomly inheriting all the advantages of one of them. Cao Wenbin was stunned. What is going on? Why would there be such a funny reward in such a solemn occasion? Just when he was confused, Yang Xiao was quick-eyed and quick-handed and grabbed one of them in her hand. Then without saying anything, he stuffed it into his mouth. This time, Cao Wenbin was even more confused. But this time, he wasn't the only one confused. In Tongtian Valley, the onlookers who saw everything were even more confused than him. Of course, since it was not his own business, he recovered much faster than Cao Wenbin. So, the Supreme is trying to snatch the right to have children. Damn, how much virtue did this kid accumulate in his previous life? Haha, I'm not jealous at all. Yang Zhijun's actions are just a disguised way of saying that this Cao guy is no good. So damn it, how can I not be jealous? He's the Supreme. Idol, Master Cao is my idol. What's wrong with the Supreme? I can still take him down. I've discovered that Master Cao seems to be playing a big game. In the past, female masters conquered the world by conquering men, but when it comes to Master Cao, with the talents of these two, if their children are lucky enough to inherit all their strengths, they will definitely take off. The situation you described is simply impossible. After all, no one is perfect. This is the law of nature. No one can break it. For a while, there were many different opinions. At the same time, in other places in the fairyland, some people were also jumping up and down over these pills. Lin family ancestral home. Hurry up and send someone to notify Lin Xiu. Tell her that no matter what method she uses, she must get a pregnancy pill. Otherwise, you won't have to come back. Lin Wenqin's face was filled with excitement. After all, if they could get this thing, then his Lin family would have nothing to worry about. But at this moment, someone stood up and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Grandmaster, it's impossible for Xiu to accomplish this task on her own. After all, there are too many competitors. Let me count for you. As the principal wife, Zhongzhou, there must be one. Yang Zhijun has already taken action, so there's no need to worry about that. There is no doubt about the new Zhao Zhijun's success as well. The fact that Cao can give her the 9 cauldrons explains everything. The relationship between the two is definitely extraordinary. And Mu Qianqin. So, although it looks like there are still 4 pills, there's only one that can actually be used. As long as Cao's butt tilts slightly, then. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the Shifeng who just appeared. Do you think Xiu can compete? Although he is only at the 11th rank now, it won't be long before he becomes another supreme being. The person who spoke described it in great detail. As a result, Lin Wenqin's expression suddenly became serious. But the Supreme is the Supreme. The speed of the brain is definitely not to be underestimated. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. As the figure gradually solidified, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Yes, I have a trump card. As long as she is willing to come forward, all the competitors will be nothing. Even Zhang Jian wouldn't dare to say no. Chapter 262. Now that I'm here, everything will no longer be a problem. Church. The moment the pregnancy pill appeared, Mu Bai, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, she sent a message to all the saints and angels. Assist the young lady with all your strength to obtain the elixir. After the mission is accomplished, I will respectfully reward all those who have contributed. I have to say that the church has a significant advantage in this matter. After all, there are so many of them. Most of the people around Cao Wenbin are from the church. While many immortal forces were fighting for a few pills, Bang Wenbin had already taken another 30 steps forward under the escort of Yang Xiao. Boom. Familiar voice. Familiar scene. As for what appeared this time. An extremely huge basalt. Turtle body. Cover with coiled snake. It takes 18,000 chances to kill it. And this guy is different from all the previous monsters. It's more aggressive. As soon as it came out, it pounced directly towards the two of them. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously wanted to swallow the two of them directly into his stomach. However, neither Yang Xiao nor Cao Wenbin took it seriously. Yang Xiao trusted her own deductive methods. But Cao Wenbin knows his own cards well. So, facing this kind of danger that could scare ordinary cultivators to death, both of them were extremely calm. Wenbin, I'm going to take action. You should also use your backup plan as soon as possible. By the way, in order for the pregnancy pill to take effect as soon as possible, you must find time to come to Tianji Pavilion again as soon as possible. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward. Boom! The sound of collision soon rang out. Immediately afterwards, the values of the man and the turtle began to drop rapidly. Of course, Cao Wenbin didn't just stand there and watch. My mind moved. The next moment, he started calling people again. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He would never do such a stupid thing as waiting for danger to come before using his trump card. He likes to nip danger in the bud. Look, Master Cao is summoning again. Who do you think he will summon this time? It should be the other two angels from the church. After all, he has already taken down the entire saint's palace. There's no reason for him to let those two pieces of fat meat go. If you ask me, he will summon a large army. After all, when Yang Zhijun disappears, there will be more than 14,000 openings left. If only one or two people come, it will be of no use at all. A large army. Isn't that nonsense? In the immortal realm, the only organized female team, besides the saint of the church, seems to be the dragon mother of the dragon clan. And considering the current relationship between the dragon clan and the Cao family, how could the two sides possibly have any intersection? What do you think? Will Master Cao summon a supreme being? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There are only a few female supremes in the immortal realm. There's no way he could summon one. What this person said was so certain. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. There was a flash of light, and a stunning woman who was even more beautiful than Yang Xiao appeared in the Zhongzhou mirror. Dressed in white, carrying a sword. Wenbin, are you in trouble? It doesn't matter, I'm here, then everything is no longer a problem. After saying that, the visitor kissed Cao Wenbin on the forehead. When everyone saw this pair, their pupils shrank unconsciously. At the same time, the brief information of the visitor was also presented on the Zhongzhou mirror. Zhao Yu honor. Supreme cultivation. You can make 16,000 moves. Dream. I must be dreaming. Crazy. Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. They never thought that Cao Wenbin could summon this great god. You know, this is Zhao Yu honor. The new supreme. A person with strength comparable to Cao Xing and Zhun Qingfeng. The ceiling of the ceiling. But this kind of person was summoned by Cao Wenbin. Doesn't this mean, boom, boom, boom? And Zhao Yu honor was indeed not bragging. After a glance, the huge black tortoise, which was 1,000 feet long, began to collapse. Of course, even if he was a fool, his mind would be as clear as a mirror. Zhao Yuan'er definitely did not kill Xuanwu by relying on her eyes. She must have drawn her sword. But the terrifying thing was that among so many people in the audience, including Cao Wenbin who was standing right next to her, no one could actually tell how she drew her sword. But soon, no one cared about these details anymore. Because as Xuanwu disappeared, 3 fluorescent treasure chests appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. I must prescribe a few more pregnancy pills. This is the voice of some people. But obviously, they overthought it. As the boxes were opened one after another, sighs were heard in certain places in the fairyland. Enlightenment pill. The 3 boxes are filled with enlightenment pills. When someone is sad, someone else will be happy. Look, Cao Wenbin is very happy. For him, the enlightenment pill is much more useful than the pregnancy pill. But soon, he put away his smile. After all, there is a more important reward waiting for him. Senior Wuyu, a stone gate has appeared in front of me. It seems like I've reached the end of this level. In that case, the challenge of this level will be. Cao Wenbin didn't say the rest. Because it is no longer necessary. Buzz. As the sound of the air trembling rang out, a ray of brilliant light merged into Cao Wenbin's body again. The Law of Seal. Another extremely powerful law. This place is truly my blessed land. Unfortunately, there are only 2 levels left. Shaking his head helplessly, Cao Wenbin then turned his attention to Zhao Yu honor. But before he could say anything, a small hand stretched out in front of him. Give it to me. Cao Wenbin was completely confused. For you. What for you? It's not easy to take out the things you like here. As soon as his obscene expression came out, Zhao Yuan'er immediately knew that he was thinking wrongly. So, I rolled my eyes at him immediately. I'm talking about the pregnancy pill. Don't ever say there's no place for me. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Slightly stunned, then Cao Wenbin took out the pill with a wry smile on his face. The 2 of them are very affectionate. But the people outside watching the fun were completely furious. Another one. There's a supreme who wants to bear a child for this guy. What's so good about him? That's right, I'm no worse than him. And I'm obedient. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to walk the dog, I won't catch chickens. Tell me, if I commit suicide now, will I end up in the stomachs of these two supreme beings? Fuck, this is a great idea. If I can become the next generation successor of the Cao family, then I can also enjoy Cao Wenbin's life. Chapter 263, Luck Plummets. You're a smart kid. By the way, do you have anything else to do? If not, then I'll go back first. After getting the thing she wanted, Zhao Yuaner's big eyes immediately narrowed with joy. And the meaning of her words is very clear. That means I'm going to prepare for pregnancy. So, Cao Wenbin immediately made a gesture of invitation. There is no way, this reason is too strong. If he dares to stop it, someone will definitely come talk to him within a day. However, Cao Wenbin did not let himself become a lonely person. As soon as Zhao Yuaner's figure disappeared, he immediately summoned Zhongzhou over. He had planned this a long time ago. In this way, the two of them can enter the next level together. As for whether this loophole can be successfully exploited, then we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. I hope this Wu Yu isn't a petty person. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them crossed the stone gate one after the other. This Cao guy is really calculating. Not only is it not enough for him to fleece the sheep himself, he even wants to fleece the whole family as well. No matter where you are, there is no shortage of smart people. As soon as Zhang Jian appeared, the onlookers immediately guessed Cao Wenbin's intention. But soon, their attention shifted elsewhere. What do you think? Will the third level be a competition of land or wealth? It should be a comparison of wealth. After all, things like blessed land cannot be directly displayed. Damn, there's no suspense in this round. When it comes to magic weapons, the Cao family has no rivals. Let's not talk about anything else, just the 9 cauldrons. There are only 9 of them, and the Cao family owns 4 of them. Looking at this situation, it's only a matter of time before we are completely conquered by Cao. All of a sudden, discussions broke out everywhere. As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. These onlookers were having a great time chatting, but the faces of the people from the Jun family suddenly turned dark. Will the immortal realm soon be ruled by the Cao family? How come they don't know this? But just when they were about to refute, they could only open their mouths. As for the sound, I have no idea where to start. There is no way to start eating. What they said is absolutely true. Judging from the overall strength, the Cao family at this time has indeed left other families far behind. Oh shit. Gritting teeth. Fortunately, not long after, a new picture appeared in the Zhongguang mirror. Otherwise, they will definitely break their teeth. It's really about comparing wealth. In the picture, the few remaining geniuses returned to the narrow passage of the first level. Everything is exactly the same as the first level. If you want to move forward, you must take out the treasure. The brighter the floor of the passage is, the more steps you can take forward. The only difference is that this time, everyone is mixed together. There aren't many people left for this matter, so Senior Wu Yu doesn't want to waste resources. This was the first thought of the onlookers. But soon, they discovered another strange thing. That is, among the few remaining people, they only found Zhang Jian. As for Cao Wenbin, who passed the first 2 levels with an overwhelming advantage, there was not even a trace of him. This is confused. Of course, it wasn't just people outside who discovered this. The geniuses who have not been eliminated yet have also discovered it. So, Lin Dong immediately went to Zhang Jian's side. Sister-in-law, where is my cousin? Shaked his head gently. Zhang Jian was also very confused at this time. After all, the two of them walked here hand in hand. It just happened in the blink of an eye. How could one be lost? Could it be? As if she thought of something, Zhang Jian's little face suddenly turned pale. At the same time, a laugh full of gloating suddenly entered everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha, I see. That guy surnamed Cao must have been punished by Senior Wu Yu. Should let him find a loophole. Now you're being honest. After he finished speaking, he bowed towards the void again. Brother Cao, thank you for giving way. Don't worry, I won't be polite with the remaining 2 levels. I will inherit your will to exploit the land. At this moment, Zhang Jian's face looked even worse. As the reincarnation of the Empress, she is naturally not someone who spoils children. So after a few breaths, she retaliated. Scraping the ground. Do you have that ability? Also, you don't think you can do whatever you want just because my husband isn't here, do you? I'm not looking down on you. In my opinion, I really don't need my husband to deal with you. I'm enough. In an instant, a situation of tit for tat was formed. In order to intimidate the other party, both of them immediately took out their own magic weapons. 12 rank Pure World White Lotus. Thunder Pearl. Buzz. The familiar sound rang out again. Immediately afterwards, the floor tiles in front of the two of them lit up one after another. 10 grids. 15 grids. 20 grids. The rhythm is exactly the same. Even the final location is exactly the same. 23 grids. There are 23 grids in total. That's impossible. What I took out is an innate treasure. You are not Cao Wenbin. As expected, as soon as the result came out, Zhun Xiaoyao's facial features suddenly twisted together. But before he could finish his words, Zhongzhou interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Now you believe it, I don't need my husband to deal with you. Although she said so, Zhongzhou's expression gradually became solemn. There was even some anger mixed in. As to why this is the case. We must not allow this woman to continue developing. Cao Wenbin alone is already difficult enough. If he had such a perfect wife. Got it. After we leave here, I'll find someone to tie her up. In this way, we can destroy this woman. And I can avenge my mother and the others. That's right, this is exactly what Zhun Xiaoyao is thinking. Zhongzhian's golden finger is effective. To be honest, before using this trick, Zhongzhian had no hope at all. Because the disadvantages of this move are very obvious. That is, it cannot be used on people with better luck than her. In the past, Zhun Xiaoyao's luck was obviously beyond her reach. But now, I see, it must be because he was severely injured by my husband during the last battle with him. This resulted in a significant loss of luck. The more Zhongzhian thought about it, the more excited she became. After all, in this way, Zhun Xiaoyao would be defenseless against her. I want to see what kind of waves you can stir up this time. Chapter 264 Wuyu's Identity. Senior Wuyu, why did you bring me here? I'm only halfway to the road to heaven. I don't want to give up halfway. Everyone thought that Cao Wenbin was expelled from the road to heaven. But the truth is, he is still in there. It's just that it was put into a special space. There is no sky above and no earth below. All I see is a precious umbrella whose material is unknown. Plus a blood-red seal. Chapter on the umbrella. It is obvious that the relationship between the two sides is one of suppression and being suppressed. Of course, although he didn't see anyone, Cao Wenbin was sure that this must be the place where Wuyu's true body was. And the fact is, it is indeed so. As soon as his voice fell, a shadow slowly floated out from the umbrella. Very light. If Cao Wenbin's eyesight wasn't amazing enough, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. And as her full appearance was completely revealed to Cao Wenbin's eyes. Cao Wenbin's body suddenly began to tremble. It's not that I was scared, but I was excited. Because Wanmailu hasn't been used for a long time, it's finally used again. And I only turned 3 pages. Then it stopped. A beauty only slightly inferior to Shi Feng. With this judgment, how could Cao Wenbin not be excited? Just as Cao Wenbin was daydreaming, the shadow whose face could not be seen clearly finally spoke slowly. Don't worry about the road to heaven. With your background, staying there is a complete waste of time. So, let's skip the process and get straight to the point. Slightly stunned, but soon, Cao Wenbin became even more excited. It's better to get straight to the point. He just likes to get straight to the point. Tell me, where is your body? What else do I need to do to rescue you? Silence. The expected excitement did not appear. The only response he got was suffocating silence. However, this woman didn't make Cao Wenbin wait long. It was only about 10 seconds later that she spoke again. My body has long since turned to ashes. As for rescuing me. When she said this, a hint of bitterness suddenly appeared on her face. You'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. Did you see that bloody seal? Its full name is the Seal of Blood Town. It's an innate treasure. Honestly, if my soul wasn't protected by this little umbrella, it would have returned to dust long ago. Cao Wenbin was shocked when he heard this. Need to suppress it with innate treasure. What is the identity of this woman? And Wuyu obviously guessed what he was thinking. Therefore, Before Cao Wenbin could speak, Wu Yu spoke first. To be honest, my true identity is an agent of the heavenly Tao. Of course, not this world. It's the agent of the heavenly Tao that you call the demon realm. The rules of the world over there are completely different from here. You still have some rules and regulations here. But on our side, strength is everything. As long as you are strong enough, you can even lead a sky patrol. That's why our overall strength is much stronger than yours. Of course, everything has its pros, and there are also cons. Since all our resources have been given to living beings, the way of heaven has become weaker. Well, it's nothing. After all, whether the heavenly Tao is strong or not is completely irrelevant. But suddenly one day, everything changed. My whole body trembled. Cao Wenbin then said with a look of horror on his face, "The heavenly Tao on our side has descended upon your side." And then started doing things like crazy. Wu Yu nodded gently. Yes, that's it. At first, we didn't know she was the heavenly Tao. I just thought he was a hidden master. That's why some men try their best to show their affection. After all, she is so beautiful. No words are enough to describe her. Unfortunately, no matter what method I used, that woman never responded. Those beautiful eyes that could captivate the heart were just staring blankly at the sky. That's it. She looked like she'd been here for over half a month. As time went on, we gradually discovered something was wrong. Because ever since she appeared, the demon world seems to be leaking. The proportion of spiritual energy in the air has been decreasing. In just half a month, the amount has dropped by a full 10%. So, the Supreme, who has a bad temper, immediately refused to do it. After she was discovered, she simply stopped pretending. He immediately slaughtered all the masters within his sight. Of course, her main focus is still on the way of heaven. But even so, the supreme beings were still killed and fled in panic. Even I, the spokesperson for heaven, had my body shattered by a single blow. To be honest, at that moment, I already smelled the scent of death. But just as I was waiting for death to come, a man in a black robe appeared and directly changed the situation of the battle. I don't know what that guy grew up eating. So powerful that he can even fight against the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, human power is sometimes limited. As time went by, he gradually withered away. However, before he died, he exposed himself and blew the heavenly Tao back to its original form. Cao Wenbin took a deep breath. Then the corners of his mouth began to twitch wildly. If other people heard these words, they would not be too moved. After all, no matter how you repeat it, it's just cold language. It's hard to form a specific picture in your mind. But Cao Wenbin is different. Because he had seen the scene Wu Yu described. I've seen it at the bottom of the Tianqing in the land of God's fall. After reading it, he also got a ring of enlightenment. Oh my goodness, it turns out that battle took place in the demon realm. Damn, that man's flesh can really fly. It flew directly from the demon realm to the immortal realm. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin continued to ask questions. And what happened next? Since the heavenly Tao has been shattered into its original form, how did you appear here? As soon as this question came out, Wu Yu felt even more depressed. It's all because of greed. You know, when heavenly Tao reveals its true form, it's full of treasures. Even if I could bite her, it would be of great benefit to me. But her strength is beyond all of our imagination. Even if he reveals his true form, he can still suppress us. The only success we achieved was making her weaker and weaker. In the end, she didn't even have the energy to kill me. But she didn't let me go. In the end, she chose to suppress me here. Chapter 265 The First Fight with Tiandao. I see. Cao Wenbin, who had sorted out everything, nodded subconsciously. Then he began to prepare for the rescue. As for the soul that is left, that's no big deal to him. But before he could do anything, Wu Yu spoke again. Okay, we've wasted enough time. So let's start the inheritance as soon as possible. I'll give you everything I have. I won't say more, but at least I can get you to the 5th rank. I don't ask for anything in return. Of course, if one day you can capture Tiandao, then when you confront her, you must say, "This is for Wu Yu." Cao Wenbin was stunned. Is this something a woman could say? This is too fierce. At the same time, an emotion called intention emerged in his heart. 5th grade, that's 5th grade. If this really happens, how much trouble will it save? However, this thought came quickly, but also went away quickly. After all, he can still tell the difference between one meal being full and the next. So, don't you want to push me yourself? The expected excitement did not appear. On the contrary, Wu Yu's mood became even lower. Know your own business. She is very aware of her status. At this moment, she is simply hopeless. How could I not want to? But what's the use of thinking about it? Alright, it is not difficult to see that Wu Yu is ready to continue urging. But at this moment, a emerald green lamp suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. Why she is very sufficient. It is mixed with two completely opposite auras, destruction and vitality. In an instant, Wu Yu shut his mouth. Because her intuition told her that this lamp could save her life. And this feeling is extremely strong. So the next moment. Is this for me? The sound is stumbling, afraid of hearing negative words. Yes, she is capable of snatching the lamp. But what's the use? She knew very well that since the boy in front of her dared to take it out openly, he must have follow-up measures. If she really dares to do something desperate, she will be the one who suffers in the end. And the fact is, it is almost as she guessed. So, seeing that she was just excited but did not take any action, Cao Wenbin immediately nodded. Of course it's for you. Otherwise, why would I take it out? This thing is called the precious lotus lantern, and it has the power to bring the dead back to life. After I take your soul inside, it will only take 81 years for you to return to the world of the living. Wu Yu, who was already very excited, became even more excited now. After all, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. But she also knows that there is no free lunch in the world. So soon, the three fingers on her right hand slowly stood up. I, Wu Yu, swear to my inner demon that as long as I can return to the human world, I will follow Cao Wenbin's lead. He told me to lie down, but I would never stand up. If you break this oath, you will be plagued by the evil spirits. Cao Wenbin smiled. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a figure that has existed for tens of thousands of years, he is just so smart. Once the situation he wanted appeared, he didn't hesitate any longer. The energy in the body exploded directly, and then controlled the Baolian lampshade towards Wu Yu's soul. As long as it can be put in it, everything will no longer be a problem. But how can things in this world possibly go as expected? Just when success was at hand, the blood suppression seal, which was originally confronting Shaosun, suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the precious lotus lantern, which had just been flying forward rapidly, was fixed in the void. 1 against 2, and not at a disadvantage. This is. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed instantly. My body immediately tensed up. It's not that he is cautious, but his forbidden divine body is sending out crazy warnings. Something big is going to happen. Really. Just a few breaths later, an equally illusory figure slowly emerged from the interior of the blood suppression seal. Heaven's way. Tianyan. Two voices filled with horror sounded one after another. The next moment, Cao Wenbin retreated rapidly. Even though he knew that this was just a backup plan left by heaven. There is no comparison with him at all. But the way of heaven is the way of heaven. Not to mention the phantom, even the aura it left behind was not something a small ant like him could touch. And the facts have proved that his choice was extremely correct. Worry-free Cao. Even though time is running out, he still doesn't take the Supreme seriously. But even such a powerful person was suppressed on the spot by the backup plan left by the heavenly Tao. I can't go up. I can't get down. I can't even turn my head. However, after getting over the initial panic, Cao Wenbin keenly discovered that the two shadows seemed to be in a stalemate. Although Tiandao has a slight advantage, he cannot defeat Wu Yu in a short period of time. At this moment, Cao Wenbin suddenly became bolder. He took 2 tentative steps forward, and when he found that Tiandao still ignored him, he immediately shouted, "Senior Wu Yu, can you still speak?" No response. Cao Wenbin didn't believe it and immediately prepared to shout again. But at this moment, a voice without any emotion suddenly resounded throughout the space. Roll. If you don't leave now, you will die. Slightly stunned. Then, a flash of anger flashed across Cao Wenbin's eyes. This is just the beginning of his dominance, and it's already like this. What will happen if he is allowed to completely control Wu Yu? I'm telling you, if you want me to get out, at least give me a way out. Otherwise, where should I go in this situation where I can neither reach the sky nor the ground? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So, Cao Wenbin, who was about to become evil, immediately took out another innate treasure. Hidden Sword Gourd. It is now completely different from when Cao Wenbin first got it. After all, those millions of essences and blood were not absorbed in vain. HMPH, I want to see who of us dies first. As soon as the words were spoken, the sword was unsheathed. The blood-red 7-foot-long sword shot directly towards Tiandao. As for the results, nothing gained. Like the precious lotus lantern, the long sword was also fixed in the air. Depend on. Cao Wenbin was very unwilling. So the next moment, something else appeared in front of him. Kunlun Mirror. It is also an innate treasure. Boom. The attack is equally sharp. And it's even weirder. But the result is exactly the same. The Kunlun Mirror remains the same as the first two. There is no difference at all. Damn, is this woman really invincible? Chapter 266 Danger and Opportunity Coexist. After 2 consecutive attempts failed to produce any results, Cao Wenbin immediately backed down. He admitted that Wu Yu was indeed attractive. But compared to my life, it's nothing. As for continuing to take action and then withdrawing when it really doesn't work. He is not stupid. If we leave now, we will only lose 2 innate treasures. He can afford it. But if we continue, if it succeeds, everyone will be happy. But what if it fails? Therefore, stopping loss in time is the best way. But just as he was using his spiritual sense to explore everywhere, hoping to find an exit, a voice suddenly came into his ears. Keep attacking. With the help of these 2 innate treasures, the 2 of us are already in a state of equilibrium. His expression was shocked. Then, a flash of brilliance suddenly burst out from Cao Wenbin's eyes. Now that there is feedback, then he won't be afraid anymore. Isn't it an innate treasure? Although he is not much, he is not little either. The next moment, the enlightenment ring appeared in front of him. Then he rushed towards the battle group without hesitation. Actually, the attack power of this ring cannot be compared with that of the hidden sword gourd and the Kunlun mirror. After all, it is not good at fighting. Helping the holder to attain enlightenment is its real job. But what's interesting is that after this thing appeared, the reaction of the heavenly Tao was much greater than when it saw the previous 2 innate treasures. Tell me, why do you have this enlightenment ring? What is your relationship with that man? And because of her excitement, Wu Yu immediately found a chance to breathe. Although the body still cannot move, the brain can move. Quick, keep throwing the innate treasure over here. I can sense that this backup plan left by the heavenly Tao is already at its end. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. This is what happened to him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, even if they wanted to, they would definitely be powerless. I hope your hunch is right, otherwise, I'm at my wit's end. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. As the yin-yang fish in the middle began to spin wildly, a golden arch bridge soon shot towards the battle group. Boom! This was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The situation reversed in an instant. Tiandao, who had previously held the upper hand, switched from offense to defense in an instant. And the careful Cao Wenbin also discovered that the phantom of Tiandao was slowly losing its human form. Boy, you're in for a treat soon. This phantom is the result of the power of the origin of heaven. Although it's extremely subtle, it's consumed a lot over the years. But after you absorb it, you will still gain great benefits. The more he listened, the bigger the smile on Cao Wenbin's face became. At this moment, he fully understood what it meant for danger and opportunity to coexist. The original power of heaven. This is a treasure that the masters of the demon world would risk their lives to get. But now, he is about to get the advantage. How long will it take you to take it down? Without much thought, Wu Yu quickly gave an answer, about an hour. Why, are you afraid of being bored? Then do you want me to give you control of this place? I just sensed that your legal wife has fallen into a disadvantage. Helping her turn defeat into victory should help you relieve your boredom. His eyes lit up slightly. Then Cao Wenbin nodded and agreed without hesitation. After all, for him, attacking Zhun Xiaoyao is the most fun thing in the world. Zhongzhou, why don't you continue to be crazy? It seems Cao Wenbin doesn't take you too seriously. We're only halfway there, and you're already 10 steps behind. If I walk the whole way, I probably won't be able to see you when I look back. Inside the passage, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was already far ahead, was laughing wildly. At this moment, he was on the 55th grid. But Zhongzhou is in the 45th box. As for Lin Dong and the other geniuses who hadn't been eliminated yet, that would be even worse. Just entered the 20th box. He has been left far behind by the two people in front. However, although she was behind, Zhongzhou did not give up. What are you so proud of? Isn't it just a difference of 10 steps? I can get you back in a minute. The reason you're ahead is entirely because I'm letting you go. Although she said so, Zhongzhou still felt very uneasy. After all, family members know their own business. She knows better than anyone how many magical weapons she has in her pocket. Even if I take out all of them, there is no way I can catch up with Zhun Xiaoyao. Oh, I should have just left. If it weren't for me, how could my husband be punished and kicked out? For a moment, Zhongzhian's heart was filled with self-blame. But at this moment, Madam, don't worry. It's just Zhun Xiaoyao. We can easily take him down. Just raise your hand confidently later. Once the hand gestures are in place, the magic weapon will definitely be in place as well. Zhongzhou was stunned. Then that beautiful body began to tremble slightly. Cao Wenbin. At this critical moment, her husband appeared. Sure enough, he is my destined child. It can clear all obstacles for me. It seems that I was doing good deeds in my previous life. The more you think about it, the sweeter your smile will be. Of course, she didn't forget the important things. As she raised her hand, she also asked the doubts in her heart. Husband, weren't you kicked out because of me? How can this be? A slight pause. Cao Wenbin's voice then etched a hint of helplessness. What a mess. The reason I disappeared from your side is because Wu Yu thought I was too much. So they called me over to receive the inheritance. There's no such thing as expulsion. Okay, hurry up and move forward. What's the point of just standing there like an idiot? Zhongzhou was shocked. Then she suddenly discovered that a ribbon had appeared in her hand without her knowing when. The pseudo-innate treasure, the silk around the sky. Buzz. A familiar voice sounded. The next moment, the floor tiles began to light up. It didn't stop until the 56th brick. 11 grids at once. So strong. Husband, where did you get this? It seems that our Cao family does not have any treasures that can be used by such a powerful woman. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so Cao Wenbin answered very readily. It's something from Wu Yu's inventory. Just use it with confidence. Nothing will happen. Zhongzhou narrowed her big eyes. At the same time, her little mouth pouted. Wu Yu. It seems that Senior couldn't escape your clutches either. Chapter 267, Imperial Realm Part 1. I have to say, women's insight into certain things is truly terrifying. Look, just by relying on a name, Zhongzhou has already guessed something. However, she didn't delve into it further. Instead, he flew towards the 56th grid at a rapid speed as if nothing had happened. Impossible. Her movement immediately shocked Zhun Xiaoyao. What's going on? Is this woman really pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Were you playing with him before? Thinking of this, Zhun Xiaoyao's little face immediately turned the color of liver. He can accept failure. After all, I'm used to it. But this kind of failure is something he absolutely cannot accept. So, he immediately prepared to continue taking out magic weapons. But as he was searching, an embarrassment appeared on his face. As for the reason, all that was left on him were some inferior imperial weapons. Are we going to rely on this garbage to make up the numbers? Zhun Xiaoyao is very conflicted. However, this dilemma did not last long. As Zhongzhou completely surpassed him, he immediately made up his mind. Damn it, Lin Dong and the others can use it, why can't I? Face. How much is that thing worth? The most urgent task now is to get more rewards. He gritted his teeth, and then a mid-grade imperial weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. Buzz. The familiar voice sounded again. Immediately afterwards, the floor tiles in front of him swayed and lit up. The two sides are tied again. Although he caught up with the enemy, his mood was not very good. Because, hey, a mid-grade imperial weapon. This thing is really rare. The Zhun family is indeed the Zhun family. They can even find antiques like this. Before a second had passed, Zhongzhi's mocking voice had already reached his ears. What's even more heartbreaking is, he has already put aside his pride, but he still can't gain the advantage. Look, Zhongzhou raised her hand again while mocking. The next moment, a piece of armor quickly covered her body. Heavenly silkworm armor. It is still a pseudo-innate treasure. Still 11 grids. You're chasing me. Silence. Zhun Xiaoyao completely lost his temper. Seeing that Zhang Jian was about to raise her hand, he did not hesitate and his figure disappeared into the passage. I withdrew voluntarily. The geniuses behind the two were all stunned. What is this operation? Of course, they are not the only ones confused. The onlookers who saw everything through the Shuangguan mirror were also confused. But as the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly, and they soon came to their senses. At the same time, their sharp language has also returned. Defeated, the Zhun family is completely defeated. From now on, it will no longer be a battle between two strong forces, but Cao will reign supreme. I never thought Zhun Xiaoyao couldn't even control someone else's woman. It seems we overestimated him before. His real rival should be Zhang Jian, not Cao Wenbin. Since I have you, why do I have Cao? And now why do I have Yan? Is the Cao family's foundation so deep? A woman who married in from outside can easily pull out an innate treasure, plus 2 pseudo-innate treasures. Could the Cao family please not be so strict about gender? I also want to marry into the Cao family. Roll. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Zhun Xiaoyao is a strong man, and he is surrounded by nothing but praise. But now, he could only hear sarcastic words. Of course, they were chatting, but their eyes never left the Zhongguang mirror. They wanted to see how far this Mrs. Cao could go. And Zhang Jian did not disappoint them. Every time you raise your hand, you can move forward at least 10 steps. The core of the road to heaven. Done. After clapping his hands, Cao Wenbin withdrew his attention with a smile on his face. Coincidentally, at this moment, Wu Yu also refined the heavenly Tao into the power of the origin. However, Cao Wenbin did not absorb this incredible opportunity immediately. Instead, he immediately controlled the precious lotus lantern. The next moment, Wu Yu was directly taken into the lamp. There is no way, Wu Yu is too weak. If he had been a little later, this woman would most likely have disappeared completely. By that time, he would definitely not be able to cry in the right tone. How does it feel? Cao Wenbin looked very nervous. After all, this was the first time he used this function of the lotus lantern. Very comfortable. But my intuition tells me that I will soon fall into a deep sleep. Nodded gently. This is expected. After all, sleeping is the best way to cultivate yourself. So, that's good. Okay, just rest and recover. I'm responsible for everything out there. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But Wu Yu didn't think there was anything wrong. Although the boy in front of him is not very strong, he is capable enough to stand on his own. Oh right. As if he thought of something, the next moment, a talisman appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. This thing was drawn by me during my lifetime. It contains the power of my full-strength attack. It is also a token of Baihua Valley. With this, you can command all the masters in Baihua Valley. As for how much strength this former Demon Realm's #1 sect still has after all these years, that depends on your luck. After he finished speaking, Wu Yu fell completely silent. If you want to see him again, you'll have to wait 81 years. Of course, this is for Wu Yu. With Cao Wenbin, the two will definitely meet again in 10 years. Because he immediately set up the eternal realm around the precious lotus lantern. 100 Flower Valley. Just hearing the name, you know this must be a paradise on earth. Chapter 268 Becoming Emperor Part 2. After settling Wu Yu down, Cao Wenbin's attention immediately fell on the original power of the heavenly Tao. It's not big. It can even be said to be very small. It is so small that if you don't know in advance that such a thing exists, you will never be able to discover it. However, although it is small, its power is extremely amazing. As soon as Cao Wenbin's mental power touched it, he immediately felt a sense of pressure. As for moving it, that's just wishful thinking. Depend on. Even though you're already in this state, you're still pretending. Cao Wenbin is very unhappy. So, he flashed directly to the edge of the original power. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A mysterious energy exploded immediately. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin's laws of space began to improve rapidly. That efficiency is 1,000 times higher than sudden enlightenment. Cool. This is fucking cultivation. Tongtian Valley. Hey, why hasn't the 4th level started yet? Could it be that because only one person passed the level, the 4th level was automatically cancelled? Is this really possible? Doesn't that mean the so-called inheritance will begin next? It should be right. Ah, this is truly a twist of fate. Before the road to heaven began, no one could have imagined this would be the outcome. In my opinion, this isn't necessarily a good thing for the Cao family. After all, after Zhongzhou accepts Senior Wuyu's inheritance, both her strength and potential will experience a qualitative leap. In this case, who will the Cao family train? You really don't care about anything. Who should you train? Can't the Cao family train them together? With your intelligence, how did you survive until now? Have you ever seen someone who can treat everyone equally? So, after all, we still have to prioritize. The onlookers are talking more and more off topic. But Zhun Xiaoyao in the crowd was listening with great interest. Although he knew it clearly in his mind, the situation that everyone was talking about was unlikely to happen. But this does not affect his daydreaming. Yes, Cao Wenbin's skill in controlling women is indeed amazing. Whoever falls into his hands will eventually be submissive, no matter who it is. Yang Xiao is the best example of this. Before, Yang Zhijun hated Cao Wenbin extremely. But what about now? They were all beaten up and the pregnant Zidane was snatched away in public. But there is always a chance of something happening. What if Cao Wenbin fails this time? Thinking of that scene, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Just as he was deceiving himself, a large purple cloud suddenly floated over the sky above Tongtian Valley. Immediately afterwards, a colorful beam of light poured down directly from the sky. As for the goal, not anyone present, but somewhere in the void. Is this a gift from heaven and earth? Has someone created a new law? I understand, it's Zhongzhou. Senior Wuyu's inheritance is the new law. Ordinary people are still confused, but the knowledgeable ones have been shocked to the point of yelling at me. The reason they said this was because up to now, only Zhongzhou had not come out of the road to heaven. Of course, they didn't see Cao Wenbin either. However, in their subconscious, that young Master Cao had long been expelled to who knows where. So I didn't even think about Cao Wenbin. But soon, they felt embarrassed. Because just a few minutes later, Zhang Jian appeared in the crowd just like Lin Dong and others before. But the gifts from heaven and earth are still continuing. That is to say, how is this possible? Could it be that Cao Wenbin wasn't expelled at all, but rather that he performed so well that Senior Wuyu brought him over to receive the inheritance early? Silence. As soon as this guess came out, everyone was speechless. But what made them even more speechless was yet to come. Even after this gift from heaven and earth ended, the purple clouds still lingered. After a while, a colorful beam of light shot down from the sky. Fuck. This time, it's not just these minions who are upset. Even the many supreme beings can no longer sit back and relax. Buzz. As the sounds of space vibrations rang out one after another, the only 14 supreme beings in the fairyland appeared in the void one after another. That's right, all 14 are here. Not one less. And it's not the spiritual consciousness that has descended, but the real body that has arrived. As for why such a big fuss was made, it's very simple. For the supreme beings, the gifts from heaven and earth are what they value most. After all, how much of this thing is absorbed directly affects combat effectiveness. Why is Zhao Yuan so powerful as soon as she becomes a venerable? Isn't it because she absorbed all the gifts from heaven and earth? But now, here comes a monster who has absorbed 3 gifts before becoming a master. If this is allowed to grow, has it opened up the laws of space and reincarnation? Good, very good. Your Cao family has truly produced a peerless genius. The person who spoke was none other than Zhun Qingfeng. At this moment, his face was truly gloomy. His eyes kept rolling. Obviously, he is weighing something. However, before he could figure out what to do, a huge sword energy that seemed to be able to cut through the sky was directly inserted into the ground under his feet. Zhun Qingfeng, I know what you are thinking. But what I want to say is that you'd better put away those little thoughts. Otherwise, we will be doomed. This happened suddenly. But Zhun Qingfeng was not surprised. Therefore, soon, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yuaner, I admit that you are very strong. But so what? I'm putting this on hold today. You absolutely can't protect Cao Wenbin. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a light step forward. And his appeal is indeed extraordinary. After a few breaths, 6 supreme beings followed his pace. In an instant, the momentum of the Cao family camp fell into a disadvantage. There's nothing we can do, there are only 6 of them. As for the missing one, just like last time, Yuan Dingtian of the Yuan family still chose not to help either side. Of course, even though they were at a disadvantage in momentum, Cao Xing and the others were not panicked at all. Mu Bai, who was more open-minded, even had a smile on his face. As a result, Zhun Qingfeng immediately became unhappy. "Why are you laughing?" He shook his head slightly, and then Mu Bai said something that shocked Zhun Qingfeng and others. "I am praying for your salvation. Speaking of which, you guys really only remember to eat and not to be beaten. Have you all forgotten what happened to Fuao? Or do you already have a way to resist that senior?" Slightly stunned. Then, the scene of Fuao being beaten to death appeared in the minds of Zhun Qingfeng and others. Even though after analysis, they all felt that the move could not be used frequently, they simply did not dare to gamble. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. At this point, the disadvantages of their loose alliance immediately became apparent. Disunity. There is no unity at all. The formation that was very tight just now soon had gaps. And this gap is getting bigger and bigger. Zhun Qingfeng was anxious. If these guys all retreat, wouldn't he be the first one to stand out? By then, wouldn't these lunatics from the Cao family tear him to pieces? But just when he didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly came into his ears. Chapter 269, Revenge on the World of Zhao Yuan'er. Ancestor, you don't need to confront them head-on. This Cao guy won't live long. Although he didn't say much, Zhun Qingfeng still recognized it at the first moment. This was the voice transmission from Zhun Xiaoyao. So, without saying anything, he immediately pretended to be a coward. It's not that he trusts Zhun Xiaoyao so much, but the step has been taken. If he doesn't go down, wouldn't he be a fool? What can you do, kid? He didn't keep him waiting for long. It's very simple. When the Emperor's heavenly tribulation comes, I will directly detonate the Thunder Pearl. And with the blessing of the innate treasure, I think even if a god comes, he will definitely not be able to survive this tribulation. It sounds really interesting. It's also very easy to operate. But Zhun Qingfeng's brows frowned unconsciously. At the same time, he felt disappointed with Zhun Xiaoyao for the first time. Kill Cao Wenbin with the help of heavenly tribulation. Is there any idea worse than this? Have you forgotten about the 9th continent? This guy is a player who can make a living by using white lightning. But before he could refute, Zhun Xiaoyao's voice once again entered his ears. Ancestor, there's no need to worry about the power. I've already calculated that once the innate treasure intervenes, the Thunder Tribulation will definitely undergo a qualitative change. From white to black is just the beginning. If we're lucky enough, the lightning might even be stronger. Slightly stunned. Then Zhun Qingfeng nodded imperceptibly. Since this junior is so confident, let him try. It's worth it to use an innate treasure to fight for a chance to kill Cao Wenbin. Zhun Xiaoyao, who got the approval, immediately became excited. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Xiao, just wait. I will help you escape from this sea of suffering soon. And mother, I will help you eliminate the root of the trouble so that you don't have to be in such a dilemma. Boom. The two gifts from heaven and earth did not last long. After more than 10 minutes, the purple auspicious clouds began to slowly change color. First up is deep purple. Then it turned black. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. This is, and along with him appeared an extremely strong imperial power. Those with less strength may not notice any difference. But anyone who reached the Emperor realm all changed their expressions. Cao Wenbin's strength at this moment is clearly only at the 1st level. But the power displayed was at least at the 4th level. Is this the horror of receiving 3 gifts from heaven and earth? If he grows up like this. The more they thought about it, the uglier their faces became when they had grudges against the Cao family. Of course, blessings and disasters have always been interdependent. Just a few moments later, something that made them happy happened. Click. A bolt of lightning struck down quickly. There was almost no process, it poured directly into Cao Wenbin's body from the top of his head. As for the results, not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin turned into charcoal on the spot. Black lightning. Is this the thunder of annihilation? Why would this legendary lightning appear during the Emperor's tribulation? This doesn't conform to the law. Maybe even heaven can't stand it anymore. It's his due. He allowed this guy to defy fate in every way, and now he's getting his comeuppance. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Zhun Xiaoyao's mouth soon became uncontrollable. The original feeling of pain in the flesh also disappeared immediately. The innate treasure is nothing. As long as we can kill this Cao guy, everything will be worth it. Boom, 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 and the development of things was almost as he expected. As thunder and lightning fell one after another, Cao Wenbin's breath became weaker and weaker. At the beginning it was the Emperor realm. After the 5th level, one has descended to the Holy Realm. After the 8th level, he directly fell to the level of quasi-saint. It is obvious that Cao Wenbin will not survive. Hey! This sigh came from Yuan Dingtian's mouth. He has always been neutral, sighing for the fall of a genius. But soon, he put these messy thoughts behind his mind. Then he began to adjust his state. He knew that a melee would definitely break out soon. Let's not talk about others, just talk about Zhao Yuaner. She will definitely take revenge on the world. Really? He had just gotten ready when a sword that could cut through the sky slashed towards Zhun Xiaoyao. Boom! The explosion was loud. It even faintly drowned out the sound of thunder. Unfortunately, this incredibly powerful sword did not achieve its goal. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao doesn't have the ability to withstand this move. The reason why he didn't die was because Zhun Qingfeng, who was also well prepared, took action. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Cao Wenbin's matter has nothing to do with us. Why did you attack my Xiaoyao? Zhun Qingfeng frowned, a face full of dissatisfaction. But the corners of his mouth kept trembling. It's obvious that he is trying hard to control himself. This achieves the goal of not laughing out loud. At the same time, his dissatisfaction with Zhun Xiaoyao disappeared without a trace. Xiaoyao is a really good kid. It's reliable to do things. Now that Cao Wenbin is dead, we can continue with the boiling frog strategy. As long as I can endure until I become a free and happy person, everything will no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Look, Zhao Yuaner didn't stop as he expected. Instead, it became even more violent. Immediately afterwards, a sentence that shocked his heart suddenly entered his ears. Wenbin is dead. I have no intention of debating right or wrong. Now, I just want all of you who have been against him to go down and be buried with him. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yuaner's aura reached another level. Obviously, this is a fight to the death. As a result, everyone present was paralyzed. There's nothing we can do about it, since this situation hasn't happened for many years. What shocked everyone even more was that at this moment, Cao Wenbin's breath had just dropped to freezing point. If you don't try hard to sense it, you won't be able to sense it at all. How can I appease this madman? Zhun Qingfeng's brain was spinning like crazy, but he still couldn't think of a good solution. As for the hardcore, please, when Cao Wenbin was around, they were unwilling to fight hard. Not to mention now, send out a scapegoat. Yes, that's it. It doesn't matter whether it's face or not. The top priority now is to maintain the current situation. After making up his mind, he immediately began to scan the entire audience. But before he could find the right person, a scene that made his blood pressure soar occurred. I don't know if Zhun Xiaoyao was too excited or he didn't notice the unusual atmosphere at all. In short, at this tense moment, he suddenly said, "Today is such a happy day. In that case, I'll make him even happier. I hereby announce that in 2 months, I will marry Feng Yan." Everyone must go and show their support then. Not surprisingly, Zhao Yuaner became even angrier. But at this moment, Chapter 270, Getting Married. This is what I like the most. Marry. That's a good thing. Don't worry, Brother Zhun. As your old friend, I will definitely go over to show my support. Whether it's people or gifts, they will arrive on time. The sound is not loud. But the sensation it caused was quite big. Everyone present suddenly raised their heads. Everyone's eyes were focused on the piece of black charcoal in the sky. And the eye-catching heighten didn't keep them waiting for long. The next moment, boom, a terrifying suction force burst out directly from the black charcoal. Then, the spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles seemed to have found its home, and began to rush towards the charcoal desperately. In an instant, Heiden's momentum began to soar. Acquired, innate. Nirvana, quasi-saint. The speed is getting faster and faster. At the same time, the black lightning in the sky was striking slower and slower. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously unable to do it. As to why this is so, if nothing unexpected happens, the energy that generated it should also have been plundered by Cao Wenbin. Wenbin, Zhao Yuaner, Zhongzhou and others who saw everything immediately burst into tears of joy. Her delicate body instantly regained its vitality. Of course, where there are those who are happy, there are naturally those who are angry. After using self-harm to confirm that he was not dreaming, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately roared, "Impossible. There's no way you can withstand the thunder of annihilation. Right now, you should be walking on the road to the underworld." Having said that, Zhun Xiaoyao paused. Then, a look of enlightenment appeared on the little face. "Haha, I understand. This is a last gasp. In fact, your chance of survival has already been cut off. The reason you can still explode is simply because heaven has mercy on you and is giving you a chance to say your last words." The analysis is well reasoned. So, Zhao Yuaner and others, who had just felt relieved, became nervous again. I'm afraid that what Zhun Xiaoyao said is all true. But soon, Cao Wenbin gave them a reassurance. "Brother Zhun, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to still like deceiving yourself so much. A last gasp of life. Whose last burst of energy can surpass their peak state? By the way, to be honest, I have to thank you. If you hadn't exposed the lightning pearl to help me, this Emperor Tribulation wouldn't have been able to reach the level of physical refinement for me. You may not know this yet, but my divine body has reached a level where even top-grade imperial weapons are difficult to injure. Killing people and destroying their hearts." At the same time, all the onlookers were so shocked by these words that they almost lost their minds. He's actually using the world-destroying thunder to refine his body. He did all of this on purpose. Madman, this is a complete madman. Others who encounter lightning that is a little lower than this will try to dodge it if they can. If they really can't dodge it, they will use all means to resist it. But he is so good that he actually actively allows the world-destroying lightning to enter his body. The gap has widened completely. From now on, the unrivaled duo of the immortal realm will be Cao Wenbin and Zhongzhou. As for everyone else, they'll all have to stand aside. The strength of a first-rank master, the aura of a fifth-rank master, this is truly unheard of and unseen. Exclamations rang out one after another. Zhun Xiaoyao, who saw everything, just stood there in a daze. The killing move he had painstakingly planned not only failed to achieve his intended effect, but also made Cao Wenbin's body even stronger. Doesn't this mean that his mother, Yang Xiao and others will suffer even more? The more he thought about it, the redder Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes became. The demonic energy on his body became more and more intense. Puff. The next moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Deep red. It's obviously the blood from the lungs. Of course, he lost more than just blood. His luck is also declining rapidly. It was originally blue. It turned green in the blink of an eye. Unlike his miserable state, Cao Wenbin at this time had already completed his transformation. The black scabs on the body began to fall off inch by inch. Soon, his upper body with clear lines and full of beauty was exposed to everyone. Perfect. Well, I've lived the first half of my life in vain. No surprises. The female cultivators at the scene were immediately excited. However, just as they were looking forward to the beautiful scenery that was about to appear, a streak of light suddenly flew out from the Cao family camp. Immediately afterwards, a set of beautiful armor appeared on Cao Wenbin's body. Fuck. The female cultivators were very unhappy that their good deeds were interrupted. But in the end, they still didn't dare to say a word. Because they realized that the aura of this armor was even more powerful than Cao Wenbin's. They can't afford to offend at all. Of course, although their mouths were honest, their bodies subconsciously posed. They hoped to attract Cao Wenbin's attention in this way. Even though there is little hope. But what if? But obviously, the miracle did not happen. Cao Wenbin, who had completely gotten rid of his charcoal image, immediately turned his attention to Zhun Qingfeng and others. He was considering whether he should use the talisman left by Wu Yu. As soon as he showed his murderous intent, Zhun Qingfeng and others' bodies suddenly tensed up. Those who can become respected people have all struggled out of the pile of dead bodies. Therefore, even if there is no means to predict the future, one is still extremely sensitive to danger. Especially when life is in danger, it will become more slippery than a loach. So, withdraw. Without any polite words, these supreme beings disappeared on the spot. When Zhun Qingfeng left, he only took Zhun Xiaoyao with him. He didn't care about the other emperors at all. You guys are smart. In the end, Cao Wenbin did not choose to take action. Because he felt it wasn't worth it. Forget it, let's talk about it when Zhun Xiaoyao gets married. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin paused. Then, a look of confusion appeared on that handsome face. Well, what gift should I prepare? Think of a way to hold Zhun Xiaoyao back and have his wedding night. Chapter 271, Sharing the Cake. Within a special space. Just as Cao Wenbin was racking his brains for a gift, Tiandao was also worried. Of course, she was not worried about the gifts. It's just a chess piece, not worth her effort at all. What she was worried about was how to kill Cao Wenbin. After all, this stinky man has been frequently ruining her good things since he was born. Recently, she has even started to contact her former enemies. The most important thing is that the potential is extremely terrifying. If this thing is allowed to grow, it might turn into a man in black robe again. What can I do to get rid of him? Increase investment in Zhun Xiaoyao. No, that guy is obviously a piece of mud, he can't even stand up to the wall. Give him a huge benefit and recruit him. This trick is quite feasible. But soon, the will of heaven rejected it again. As for the reason, considering Cao Wenbin's character and her beauty, it's not about recruiting people, but about raising wolves. Once Cao Wenbin grows up, she can almost say goodbye to everything else and spend her life with him in bed. Oh, this doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. The more you think about it, the angrier heaven becomes. In tens of thousands of years, when had she ever suffered such injustice? Which of the previous overlords of Zhongzhou was not easily controlled by her? That's right. But as the saying goes, hard work pays off. As she spent more and more time thinking, an idea that could kill two birds with one stone slowly emerged in her mind. Since the immortal realm can't find anyone who can fight Cao Wenbin, then I can definitely bring in an external enemy. Hasn't the person from the demon world always wanted to come here? In that case, let them come over. As soon as they arrive, we can immediately form a pincer attack from both sides. And I can also speed up my recovery by absorbing the heavenly Tao of the demon realm. The idea is getting better and better. So she started preparing immediately. In the past, she didn't dare to let people from the demon world come over. She was afraid of being the host. After all, if the people from the demon world completely occupied the fairyland and she didn't recover, she would be dead. It was precisely because of this that she secretly helped the supreme being named Lu. Otherwise, let alone the sacrifice of one supreme being, even if 5 supreme beings sacrificed together, they would definitely not be able to seal the rift between heaven and earth. But this is a different time. After 10,000 years of development, the overall strength of the fairyland has made a qualitative leap. It's hard to say whether we can defeat the demon realm, but we will definitely not be quickly crushed. As long as she is given enough time, everything will be fine. Mr. Cao, your good days are coming to an end. The voice was full of pride. But the reality is, Tongtian Valley. As all the major forces evacuated, the observation decks that were originally bustling soon became quiet. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Look, the place that belongs exclusively to the Cao family is still bustling. Sister Yuaner, open your mouth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuaner's face immediately turned red. Then she said shyly, no need. One of those pills is enough for me. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he rolled his eyes. He knew that the woman had misunderstood. What are you thinking about? What I'm going to give you to eat is the blood of the ancestor witch. With it, you can practice both dharma and body cultivation like me. The most important thing is that after absorbing it, you will be able to independently form a 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. My intuition tells me that this backup plan will be of great use in the near future. The more he talked, the more speechless Cao Wenbin became. But this feeling did not last long. Soon, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What are you going to do? Zhao Yuaner, who saw everything, immediately had a bad premonition. So, she immediately prepared to get the blood of the ancestor witch. Unfortunately, it's too late. Her little hand had just been stretched out when the drop of blood containing huge energy had already entered Cao Wenbin's mouth. What? Since you won't eat when I feed you normally, I'll feed you differently. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin walked over with a wicked smile on his face. As for what happened next, there is nothing outside of this. This newly promoted little supreme was immediately subdued. Absorb it carefully. Of course, Cao Wenbin is not just taking advantage. While transferring the essence and blood of the ancestral witch, he also passed on the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation and the 9 revolutions profound art to Zhao Yuan'er. Buzz. Not long after, a red light appeared on Zhao Yuan'er's body. This is the sign of entry into the 9 revolutions profound art. I have to say, this woman's understanding is really amazing. Such a top-level skill, and he understood it so quickly. After finishing with her, Cao Wenbin quickly turned his attention to Zhongzhou. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, I'm not as weak as Sister Yuan'er. If you want to use that trick again, my teeth will definitely not let you go. Zhongzhou's body tensed up instantly. There's nothing I can do about it, since she hasn't experienced anything yet. If it were just the two of them, that would be fine. A wife will naturally fulfill her duties. But now. However, before she could find a way to escape, a delicate little umbrella shining with starlight appeared in front of her. That's right, it's the innate treasure that has protected Wuyu for tens of thousands of years. Star Mother Umbrella. Once it is sacrificed, it can immediately mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. To be honest, Cao Wenbin's journey to heaven was not in vain. A huge profit is not enough to describe the harvest this time. Not to mention anything else, he already got 2 innate treasures. Especially the seal of blood suppression, which is extremely consistent with the sealing law he newly obtained. Using the 2 together will definitely produce an effect where the sum of the 2 is greater than 1. Husband. Cao Wenbin's move stunned Zhongzhou. His eyes were fixed on the majestic Star Mother umbrella, and his eye sockets were filled with tears. At this moment, she remembered her past life. Born in a poor family. Dad doesn't love me, Mom doesn't love me. Everything depends on your own hard work. When I go to bed at night, I never dare to sleep soundly. She was afraid that someone would do something bad to her. I never experienced what love is until I died. As for someone giving away an innate treasure, this kind of thing has never happened even in dreams. The more Zhongzhou thought about it, the more blurred her vision became. After a few breaths, she could no longer control herself. The so-called propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame were simply thrown out of her mind. With a move of his body, he immediately disappeared from the spot. When she appeared, she was already in Cao Wenbin's arms. Husband, take me back to the house. I want to be your real bride. Chapter 272 Another 100. Name, Zhongzhou. Identity, Madame Cao. Strength, 1st rank emperor. In his previous life, he was a 12th rank emperor. Therefore, there is no bottleneck in cultivation before reaching the 12th rank. As long as there is enough energy in the body, he can be promoted immediately. Appearance score, 98. Loyalty, 100. No betrayal possible. Note, this woman has the potential to become a venerable. The list master should do his best to cultivate her. Her principles of purifying the world are unparalleled in the world. As soon as this data came out, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially the loyalty point of 100, which almost made him jump up. It's not easy. Finally the second 100% appears. However, although he was excited, he soon turned his attention back to the treasure chest. Open. Falling treasure money, a treasure of no rank. But as the saying goes, extremes lead to their own end. Precisely because it has no rank, it possesses the power to restrain all magical weapons. Once struck by it, any treasure will be immediately severed from its owner until it is retrieved. Reincarnation Divine Eyes. After merging with it, a faint mark will appear on your forehead. When not in use, it's just a decoration, but once activated, it will immediately unleash astonishing power. It can see through all illusions, and those who are enveloped by its light will be directly trapped in illusions. Without strong willpower, they will sink into eternal damnation. Heaven-destroying finger, an innate technique. As the saying goes, all things are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Since there is heaven in this world, there must naturally be things that can threaten it. And this heaven-destroying finger is one of them. This technique emphasizes the principle of failure or death. Once used, all the strength in the body is concentrated on the finger, achieving a single strike and a fatal blow. Note, due to the mutual restraint, its attack power will increase exponentially when facing the heavenly Tao. Fuck. Cao Wenbin subconsciously cursed. Then I immediately started preparing for the retreat. He needs to transform these gains into combat power as soon as possible. Jian, as soon as you get back, go inform Sister Yuener and ask her to set up her 12 heavenly gods and demons formation as soon as possible. As for the candidate, let Yang Xiao participate in this. The remaining 10 people must all be masters among masters. In short, there's only one goal, and that's to come up with an invincible trump card for me. Of course, men shouldn't get involved. We definitely have enough female experts. The arrangements are very detailed. It can be said to be watertight. But just when Zhang Jian thought that the matter was over, Cao Wenbin spoke again. Also, it's time to unify Tianlin province. Tell Yang Xiao not to have any worries. From today on, we will fiercely attack the Lu family. If they retreat, then there's no need to chase them. We just want the territory. But if they dare to resist, Mr. Wang hasn't exercised for a long time. It's time to move. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin pinched his chin and started thinking. He was trying to recall if there was anything he had missed. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's all. Please inform them in time. By the way, no matter what happens, you must wake me up before Zhun Xiaoyao's wedding. I absolutely cannot miss such a happy event. Although she was speechless about her husband's hobby, Zhang Jian still nodded happily. After all, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. As long as your man is happy, just let him be. She's just a woman anyway, she doesn't want the stars or the moon. Don't worry, I won't forget. Cao Wenbin, who received a positive answer, nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, he threw an enlightenment pill into his mouth. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The ancestral home of your family, the reception room. Bang! The Cao family is really going too far. Tianlin Prefecture has always been jointly managed by our Lu family and the Tianji Pavilion. This situation has existed for thousands of years. What right did they have to interfere? The one who was banging the table was none other than the Lu family's supreme leader, Lu Yaoshan. As for his purpose of doing this, that's right, I'm here to ask for help. Tianji Pavilion faithfully carried out Cao Wenbin's orders. The attack is very fierce. In addition, the elders of Tianji Pavilion have all evolved, so the Lu family is no match at all. The defense line is really shrinking. By the time he came out, the masters of Tianji Pavilion were almost reaching the vicinity of his ancestral home. Originally, he wanted to take direct action to intimidate. But before he could make a move, 2 faint auras had already surrounded him. The aura of supremacy. So, in desperation, he had to run out to ask for help. He is also full of confidence for this trip. After all, when they formed the alliance, they agreed that if one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. But this confidence slowly dissipated as time went by. Because Lu Yaoshan found that even though he was talking so enthusiastically, no one responded at all. The other 6 supreme beings, including Zhun Qingfeng, the organizer of the anti-Cao alliance, all looked at their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses. He looked as if he had the words, "Mind your own business," carved on his forehead. Despair. Extremely desperate. However, Lu Yaoshan did not give up. After rolling his eyes twice, he stood up with an angry look on his face. Okay, you're all pretending to be dead, right? In that case, let's just break up. If you don't help me, I will turn to the Cao family. Having said this, he paused slightly. Then he put on a self-deprecating look again. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking at first. Since you've already chosen to hug a thigh, why not choose a thicker thigh? Retreat to advance. And this trick really works. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the other 6 supreme beings changed. Zhun Qingfeng, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up directly. Yes, they really don't want to get involved in the Lu family's affairs. But they also cannot let the Lu family turn to the Cao family. After all, they were already at a disadvantage. If just one more person defected to the enemy side, they would be finished. Fight for hegemony. What a bully. Chapter 273 Zhun Xiaoyao's reminder. Brother Lu, don't be anxious. We are all on the same boat. How can I ignore you? The reason I didn't say anything just now was because I was thinking of a countermeasure. After discovering that Lu Yaoshan was really angry, Zhun Qingfeng immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. But Lu Yaotian's next words quickly made him feel awkward. After thinking about it for so long, have you come up with anything? Who's going to go with me to confront the Cao family? Silence again. Fight against the Cao family. If they have this ability, why are they gathering here? I would have confronted the Cao family head on a long time ago. But after the previous scene, they also knew that silence would not solve any problems. So, after a few breaths, Zhun Qingfeng had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Brother Liu, if you ask me, you should just give up Yunlin Prefecture. After all, even if we go, we can't defeat the Cao family. If that's the case, then why humiliate yourself? As for where you will live in the future, Brother Liu, what do you think of my Zhun family? I swear to heaven that as long as you come here, you will be the second owner of this place. No matter what, we can discuss it all. That's quite frank. But Liu Yaoshan was so angry that he laughed. Moving to Zhun's house. You really have a good calculation. If my Liu family really comes, will the Liu family still be the Liu family 100 years later? Okay, since you're all so cowardly, let's meet again someday. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him began to fluctuate. This is a sign that he is about to leave. But at this moment, Examen Ju, who was more thoughtful, suddenly spoke up. Brother Liu, I think even if you and your entire family join the Cao family, you may not be able to keep your current territory. He didn't say much, but Liu Yaoshan stopped all his movements in an instant. What do you mean by that? Examen Ju smiled faintly. It's very simple, because you have no foundation in the Cao family. Although Tianji Pavilion also joined later, Yang Xiao slept with Cao Wenbin. In that case, who do you think they will side with? You must know that pillow wind is the most terrifying wind in the world. Once it starts blowing, few people can stand it. This time, it was Liu Yaotian's turn to be silent. Towards whom? Isn't this obvious? Damn, women really have the upper hand everywhere. Seeing that his words worked, Examen Ju did not hesitate and immediately pursued the victory. So, it's in your best interest to continue to stay with us. Of course, going to the northern continent is absolutely not advisable. Brother Qingfeng, that was just a joke. In my opinion, the western continent is the best place for Brother Liu to settle down. Yes, after that great war, the western continent was indeed destroyed beyond recognition. But thousands of years have passed, and most of the places there have regained their vitality. It can definitely meet all the needs of the Liu family. To be honest, my Examen family originally wanted to establish a branch there. Of course, that's just a transition. Once we take care of the Cao family, Yunlin Prefecture will still belong to Brother Liu. And then it won't be half anymore, it will be all. The pie is huge, but it touched Liu Yaotian's heart. After all, he only has 2 wishes in his life, one of which is to own a complete continent that belongs to him alone. The second is to possess an innate treasure. What is the policy of this statement? As soon as these 4 words came out, the faces of the other 6 supreme beings immediately showed joy. So, of course it's true. If you don't believe it, we can swear to heaven. Liu Yaoshan waved his hand. No need to swear. I believe in your character. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Obviously, he was going to move his people. The reception room was bustling. But compared with Zhun Xiaoyao's residence, it's nothing. The young master is getting married. How big a deal is this? Because of this, Zhun Xiaoyao's residence has become a gathering place for people. All kinds of maids and servants are almost breaking down the threshold. Everyone is busy. The movements are also very cautious. I'm afraid that there's something wrong with the arrangement. Unfortunately, although there are many people, the efficiency is not high. There's no way around it, since the one in charge of the overall situation is this rough guy Zhun Buan. As for why not use more careful women? Zhun Xiaoyao wanted to use her, but all the women he could trust had been abducted away by Cao Wenbin. If nothing unexpected happens, they should all be crying for their parents at this moment. So he could only settle for the next best thing. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao can actually do it himself. But he simply doesn't have time. Before the wedding, he must teach his wife how to defend herself against wolves. He knew very well that Cao Wenbin would definitely come to cause trouble on his wedding day. So he must be fully prepared. Otherwise, he would definitely be embarrassed. Yunur, did you remember everything I just said? More than a year has passed, and Feng Yan has grown a lot now. Although she still has a baby face, her figure is much better than when she was caught. And time is indeed the best medicine. The humiliation that was forcibly suppressed at the beginning has almost been smoothed out. Don't worry, my husband, I remember everything. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you again. After she finished speaking, Feng Yan coughed lightly, then said with a smile, you must not go to places with few people on your wedding day. Even if you want to go to the toilet, you must be accompanied by 2 maids. Just in case someone with bad intentions is lying in ambush inside. Never eat anything given to you by others. You can't get drunk. So as not to recognize the wrong husband. The most important thing is not to accept any threats. No matter what threats the other party uses, you must be notified immediately. How's it going? Nothing is missing. Feng Yan is very proud. But Zhun Xiaoyao's heart was still hanging in the air. Because he is still worried about one thing. And at this point, he was no longer going to hide it. By the way, Yunur, does Cao Wenbin have any obscene videos of you? Don't worry, I don't mean anything else. I just want to know what's going on. If not, then everyone is happy. If only. That's nothing, we just made preparations early. Frowning slightly. Immediately afterwards, Feng Yan began to think seriously. She didn't get angry about it. After all, she also knew that this matter was really crucial. But she didn't keep Zhun Xiaoyao waiting for long. Soon, she nodded confidently. No, that Cao definitely doesn't have anything in his hands that he's not afraid of video. Feng Yan is very confident. Zhun Xiaoyao, who received a positive answer, also breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, even if Cao Wenbin has great abilities, he will not be able to humiliate him. But what he didn't know was. Chapter 274 The wedding begins. Time flies. Tongtian Valley. Cao Wenbin, who had been sitting in meditation for 2 months, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, a mysterious space appeared around him. This is what he has gained during this period of time. Field. Within this space, there are only the few laws that he knows. It would be fine if the people who enter also have one of these abilities. Although the strength will be affected, it will not be much. But if you don't, then I'm sorry, you can only fight by relying on the energy stored in your body. As for fighting based on laws and external supplies, you basically have no chance of doing that. That's a good auxiliary method. It's a pity there wasn't enough time, just over a year in total. Otherwise, if there are any rules here, I should be the one to decide. Instead of the hodgepodge that we have now. He shook his head helplessly. Of course, he wasn't upset. After all, as long as you have an idea, everything will no longer be a problem. As he made some movement, the women who stayed here immediately surrounded him. The one who took the lead was none other than Zhongzhou. Husband, you finally woke up. By the way, Zhun Xiaoyao's wedding is about to begin. Are you going over now, or? After taking a look at Zhongru, who was full of expectation, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth quickly curled up. Of course, we'll go now. Brother Zhun's wedding would be so boring without me. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin directly tore open the space in front of him. Then, he took Zhongru in. That's right, he only brought Zhongru with him. No one else brought it. He wants to go to the meeting alone. February 18th, an auspicious day. Early morning. In the square in front of the Zhun family's ancestral home. Shit, it's already so late, why is the door still closed? Did I remember the date wrong? The Zhun family must be planning something. It should be correct. The situation in the immortal realm is very delicate right now, and the momentum of the Zhun family's imminent collapse is also very obvious. Therefore, they will definitely take this opportunity to make some moves, so as to bring enough confidence to their allies. Oh, I hope I don't end up losing more than I gain. If this is ruined by the Cao family. Those who can come so early are all die-hard supporters of the Zhun family. Therefore, everyone is worried about the Zhun family. To be honest, they really want the Zhun family to keep a low profile. After all, this way, even if something happens later, it won't be too serious. Unfortunately, they have little influence and can't change anything. Just when they were chatting happily, there was finally movement from the Zhun family. Click. With a slight sound, the door of the house, which was originally closed, suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, a team of guards flew in front of everyone in an orderly manner. All guests are invited to come into the house to watch the ceremony. The sound is not loud, but its penetrating power is extremely strong. Even if you are standing thousands of miles away, you can still hear it clearly. Obviously, these words are not meant for the people in the square. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Just as the guard's voice fell, a group of people appeared out of nowhere at the gate of the mansion. Someone from the Examen family. The onlookers all gasped. They would never have thought that the first one to appear would be an immortal force. In the past, this kind of person should have gone straight into the house. It will never appear in the public eye. So, they immediately put their feet, which had been raised, down again. Join the immortal forces. They don't have such a big heart. At the same time, some smart people also guessed the intention of the Jun family and its allies. I see. Several major immortal forces are announcing this way that from today on, we are officially allied. From now on, we will prosper together and suffer together. Then the next one to appear should be. Very accurate guess. After the Examen family, it's the Dragon clan. Next is the Lu family. And they didn't come empty-handed, the gifts they brought were heavier than each other. Soon, all 6 immortal forces were in place. Now, the Cao family shouldn't dare to cause trouble anymore. This is the voice of all the onlookers. After all, with the arrival of the 6 immortals, the Jun family is already armed to the teeth. It is no exaggeration to say that there are as many saints as dogs and emperors everywhere. But the truth is often so unpredictable. This is not. Cao Wenbin of the Cao family, along with his humble wife Zhongzhou, has come to pay his respects. To express my congratulations, I've specially sent you a 1,000-year-old bell. Silence. Everyone present, including the masters of the 6 immortal forces, were all shocked by these 2 short shouts. They were not surprised that Cao Wenbin would come. After all, this is an old tradition of the 2 families. Whenever there is a major gathering, we must disrupt it. Isn't this what the Jun family did when Cao Wenbin got engaged? But what about Zhongzhou's name? In the hut, you don't care where you are. Besides, this is a marriage. Are you sending me a clock? This is too inhumane. What was even more unexpected to them was that even after going so far, Cao Wenbin still refused to stop. After introducing what was being given away, he actually started shouting again. Jun Xiaoyao, you are so rude. Your mother and your little father came to attend your wedding, and you didn't even come out to greet them in person. Silence. It is obvious that Jun Xiaoyao is thinking about countermeasures. And he didn't keep everyone waiting for long. The counterattack is coming soon. He's just a flower thief who kidnaps women and children. What qualifications do you have for me to go out and greet him? The fact that we're able to let you in is because of the past relationship between our 2 families. By the way, I advise Brother Cao to let my mother go. After all, the hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. Plus, this is the Jun family, and I'm really afraid that my father will do something unexpected. The threat is very obvious. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't think Cao Wenbin would give in. But what he didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin actually let Zhongzhou go. Even though his words made him lose face, he did let go. You want her. That's right, without her, how are you going to pay respects to your parents later? In that case, I'll give it to you. Anyway, I just had my fill, so I don't need her anytime soon. Jun Xiaoyao's brows immediately frowned. Then he muttered to himself, something's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Chapter 275 Don't blame mother for not being human. Cao Wenbin's straightforwardness made Jun Xiaoyao sense something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong for a while. So, he had no choice but to tell Feng Yan beside him, Yun'er, when mother comes back, you will drag her directly into our bridal chamber in the name of filial piety. Don't let her have any chance to be alone, understand? Feng Yan was very puzzled. She really didn't understand why she had to be on guard against her own mother. But, her main feature is being obedient. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, she immediately nodded. Jun Xiaoyao, who received a positive answer, did not hesitate any longer. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already come to Cao Wenbin's side. Brother Cao, you are really brave. You actually dared to come to my Jun family by yourself. Shrugging his shoulders, Cao Wenbin looked indifferent. This isn't a forbidden area, why can't I come here by myself? Okay, hurry up and lead the way. I can't wait to have a seat. Of course, although he said so, Cao Wenbin didn't wait for Jun Xiaoyao at all. He walked towards the door on his own. But, he didn't go in. It wasn't that someone stopped him, but just as he approached, a barrier suddenly appeared above the gate. Extremely high strength. Obviously, this was arranged by a master. Interesting. Cao Wenbin was not surprised. After all, he was obviously here to cause trouble. It would be strange if the Jun family didn't try every possible means to stop him. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao's playful voice sounded at the right time. Brother Cao, don't you have an invitation? My God, this arrangement was originally used to prevent those thieves. I never thought. He hadn't finished speaking, but the meaning was self-evident. However, his feeling of pride did not last long. Soon he discovered that Cao Wenbin was actually walking towards the barrier again. Arrogant. Jun Xiaoyao was so angry that he laughed. You should know that this barrier was set up by a 9th-rank emperor. Yes, Cao Wenbin has indeed reached the emperor realm. But the gap between the 1st rank and the 9th rank is like the gap between heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that even something casually arranged by a 9th-grade master is enough for a 1st-grade master to study forever. HMPH, just wait for your head to be in trouble. He still only said half of the sentence. But this time, it was no longer him who broke it off on his own initiative. Instead, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. After being prepared, Cao Wenbin actually passed through the gate easily. During this process, the barrier did not resist at all. It looked as if Cao Wenbin also had an invitation. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao, who witnessed the whole process, knew that Cao Wenbin did not take any shortcuts. They passed the test entirely by relying on their hard power. The moment the two sides came into contact, a special space emerged around Cao Wenbin. Directly isolate the energy in the barrier from the outside. Impossible. But precisely because he saw it clearly, Jun Xiaoyao's face was full of disbelief. He also knows the laws of space. But put yourself in his shoes. If it were him, there would be no possibility of getting away with it. Not to mention how easy it was in the past. Is this guy really that much stronger than me? Jun Xiaoyao fell into deep self-doubt. And at this moment, an even more heartbreaking situation occurred. Cao Wenbin had already passed by, but he didn't go in. Instead, he kept making sarcastic remarks. Brother Jun, has your Jun family become so corrupt? Even when setting up defenses, they cut corners. This is truly an amazing story. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to vomit blood, but in the end, he still held it back. After all, the most urgent task now is to complete the wedding as soon as possible. Then I can spend the bridal chamber with Feng Yan. Humph, after tonight, you won't be able to show off anymore. You'd never have guessed, even if I killed you, that Yanur would be my trump card. Her divine body can instantly evolve my ancient holy body. When I succeed. On the way to the bridal chamber, Feng Yan and Zhongzhou held each other's arms, with smiles on their faces. Of course, Feng Yan was really laughing. But Zhongzhou was pretending. There's no way, Zhongzhou came here with a mission. Although this task is not difficult, it just requires Feng Yan to wear more things under her wedding dress. But Zhongzhou's heart was full of confusion. After all, this is her daughter-in-law. Faced with the impending danger, not only did she not stop it, but she also helped the evil. This is indeed somewhat. To be honest, Zhongzhou really doesn't want to do it. But she had to do it. Because Cao Wenbin gave so much. This concerns the happiness of her, Pan Simin and others for the rest of their lives. Xiaoyao, Yanur, don't blame mother for being inhuman. It's really too much sugar-coated bullet. Mother really can't bear it. As she found more and more excuses for herself, Zhongzhou felt less and less guilty. So the next moment, Yanur, who designed your makeup and clothes? Why are there so many loopholes? Fortunately, I'm back. Otherwise, wouldn't my Jun family be in big trouble? There was no surprise at all. The relatively simple Feng Yan was shocked. Then he quickly started to check himself. A head of rare treasures. An exquisite shawl woven from fiery red Gastrodia elata. Everything is absolutely fine. So, Feng Yan was completely confused. Zhongzhou, who had already made up her mind, didn't keep anyone in suspense. She quickly stared at Feng Yan's thigh and said, everything looks legal on the outside, but on the inside, it's so far off. If I remember correctly, there will be a shoe-finding segment later. When that happens, this shawl won't be able to block your legs. Do you think that's reasonable? The future mistress of the Jun family hasn't even married yet, and already someone has seen 1/3 of her naked body. This made Feng Yan even more nervous. Because she knew very well that all the noble families attached great importance to chastity. This is the case for a first-rate family like her Feng family, not to mention the immortal Jun family. Mother, what do you say we should do? Although she didn't say much, a smile immediately appeared on Zhongzhou's face. She knew that she was not far from success. It's very simple, just wear a pair of stockings. In this way, everything can be blocked. As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of stockings appeared in Zhongzhou's hand, which looked brand new but was actually specially treated. Chapter 276 Don't Blame Mother for Not Being Human, Part 2. Mother is indeed an experienced person, she is fully prepared. After taking the thing from Zhongzhou's hand, Feng Yan's big eyes almost disappeared with a smile. But what she didn't notice was that the moment she touched the stockings, some gas had already begun to penetrate into her body. The gas is colorless and odorless and will not cause any discomfort. In addition, Feng Yan's attention is elsewhere. So I was completely unaware. And holding it is already like this, if I put it on. Mother, apart from this, is there anything else wrong? Of course, now that she has already taken action, Zhongzhou will naturally not stop. So, look at the shoes you're wearing. Who still wears this in this day and age? Come on, put on these high heels with hollowed-out sides. This is the most popular wedding shoe in recent years. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhongzhou produced a pair of bright red high heels as if by magic. With straps. I have to say, Wu Chengqian's time travel was not in vain. This has directly taken the clothing of the fairyland a big step forward. As Zhongzhou put on both things, she immediately showed a look of satisfaction. Hey, that's right. Look, after putting them on, not only do I look more stylish, but my figure also looks better. Of course, after getting these things, it was not only Zhongzhou who was satisfied. Feng Yantong was also extremely satisfied. After all, women all love beauty. Mom, please help me check if there's anything wrong. Well, I'm almost killed by that old lady. So many mistakes. As she spoke, she pulled Zhongzhou and ran quickly towards the bridal chamber. Obviously, she has completely believed in Zhongzhou. In this state, if Zhongzhou sold her, she would have to help Zhongzhou count the money. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao is also responsible for this. After all, he explained so much, but he didn't say that we shouldn't take things of unknown origin. As time went by and the amount of exercise increased, Feng Yan's little face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, no one cares about this subtle change. The servants of the Jun family are all busy entertaining guests. The guards in secret are all rough and rude. Thus, an opportunity to rescue Feng Yan was perfectly missed. Who made this bed? Do you have any common sense at all? According to the tradition of the immortal realm, a round bed is used on the wedding day. This symbolizes perfection. Main venue. As more and more people arrived, the groom Zhun Xiaoyao had more and more things to do. So, he soon had no time to follow Cao Wenbin. But he was obviously so bored that this happened. So as soon as he left, a man immediately appeared beside Cao Wenbin. He is also a genius. Lu Yushan from the Lu family. Boy, just follow him if he tells you to. Can you have some opinion of your own? Did you see those beauties? Go and soak them. These words are quite tempting to most men. But Lu Yushan didn't even move. He followed Cao Wenbin until they left the main venue. Then he said calmly, "Don't waste your time. I will definitely crucify you today. Yes, I can't beat you. But I can ruin your good deeds." It is obvious that Lu Yushan is very hostile to Cao Wenbin. But that's true. Anyone who is chased around everywhere will inevitably feel hostility. It is precisely because of this that Lu Yushan especially cherishes this opportunity to disgust Cao Wenbin. But his serious look made Cao Wenbin laugh. Dude, it's really good to have confidence. But being overconfident can be a bad thing. Even Zhun Xiaoyao is not my opponent, what makes you think you can do it? There is nothing wrong with this. After all, among the younger generation, Cao Wenbin is a missing figure. Facing the aggressive Cao Wenbin, Lu Yushan's face showed obvious panic. Of course, this sentiment didn't last long. Soon, he calmed down again. Because he remembered that this was the Zhun family. There is no way Cao Wenbin can do anything wrong. But the good times didn't last long. Cao Wenbin's next words broke his defense again. Why, do you think I dare not take action? Have you forgotten that I even dared to sleep with the 9th-rank emperor of the Zhun family? Compared to this, what does attacking you mean? Slightly stunned. Then Lu Yushan retreated frantically. He has already made up his mind to follow from a distance from now on. Never come near again. When something happens, he doesn't do it himself, but just shouts. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Just then, while he was retreating, he suddenly discovered that an eye had appeared on Cao Wenbin's forehead. Immediately afterwards, a beam of colorful light quickly enveloped him. He wants to hide, but there is no way to avoid it. So it wasn't long before he was caught red-handed. As for the consequences, without any surprise, he fell into the illusion on the spot. At the beginning, everything was normal. But after a few breaths, he actually hugged a big tree not far away and started chewing it madly. Dumbfounded, Cao Wenbin was completely stunned. What did I see in this illusion? It can even eat big trees. If we wait a little longer, then… I shuddered subconsciously. Then Cao Wenbin turned around and ran towards the bridal chamber. As he walked, he kept muttering to himself, "What an unlucky child. Look at this, even if it is cured in the future, I will still drool." And his speed is indeed beyond reproach. Look, just a few breaths later, they were already outside the bridal chamber. And the closer he got to the bridal chamber, the faster he moved. So, the old maids who were busy in the yard only felt a gust of wind blowing. As for the rest, I didn't notice anything. "Wenbin, you're finally here." After seeing Cao Wenbin, Zhongzhou, who was still giving orders not long ago, immediately turned into a little woman. Cao Wenbin did not hesitate to hug her and directly held her in his arms. "How is Feng Yan? Did you succeed?" Zhongzhou rolled her eyes lightly. She was very upset that Cao Wenbin was holding her but caring about other people's actions. But in the end, she couldn't express it. Instead, he replied obediently, "Don't worry. Everything went smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, she's already scratching her head." Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. Then, without saying a word, he walked straight towards the door to his east. Yes, that's the master bedroom. When Zhongzhou saw Cao Wenbin's actions, she immediately became conflicted again. After a while, someone in the room remembered the words again, "Don't blame me for not being human. I can't help myself." Chapter 277 Zhun Xiaoyao's helplessness. As a wave of throbbing arose in his heart, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was dealing with the seniors in the main venue, suddenly became panicked. There's nothing he can do about it, because nothing good ever happens to him when this feeling appears. So, he immediately bowed to the 7th-rank emperor in front of him and said, "Senior, I'm so sorry. It's almost time for the various rituals." So Xiaoyao went to prepare. Those who can cultivate to the level of a 7th-grade emperor are naturally all smart people. From the moment Zhun Xiaoyao frowned, he had already noticed something unusual. So without even hesitating, he just made a gesture of invitation. "Thank you for your understanding, senior." After he finished speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao turned around and flew towards his bridal chamber. Although there were no signs, Zhun Xiaoyao was still sure that the source of this palpitation must be Feng Yan. After all, apart from his wife, he has nothing to lose. As for the new protector, please, with the examples of Zhu Lin and Pan Simin before us, which female master of the Zhun family would dare to take on this hot potato? So at this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao has no protector yet. As luck would have it, when he was halfway there, he ran into someone from the same clan who was looking for him. "Cousin, why do you look so bad?" Very confused. But soon, these guys who were about to accompany Zhun Xiaoyao to go through various formalities stopped having wild thoughts. Because the auspicious time is coming soon. So, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was originally planning to go and investigate quietly, had no choice but to bring a bunch of followers with him. Fortunately, these people's walking speed was not difficult, so nothing was delayed. But after arriving at the bridal chamber, he immediately regretted it. "Damn, I'm such a pig. Why bring an audience if you already know what's going on? I should have just found a random excuse to send them away." After hearing the faint sound in the house, Zhun Xiaoyao, whose face was already very bad, suddenly had red eyes. But soon, he calmed down. He knew that now was not the time to lose his composure. The most urgent task at the moment is to quickly fool these people of the same tribe. Otherwise, he would really be embarrassed today. On the wedding day, the bride was. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Cao Wenbin has done something evil, but I have to finish it off." Gritting teeth. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao really hopes that the fairyland will be destroyed as soon as possible. Unfortunately, things went against our wishes. Not only did the world not perish, but the sounds coming from the house were actually captured by those of the same tribe. No surprises. A strange look immediately appeared on these people's faces. But before they could start to think wildly, Zhun Xiaoyao spoke first. Now do you understand why I look unhappy? Just now, I received news that Yun'er accidentally sprained her foot. That's why I came here in such a hurry. I have to say, Zhun Xiaoyao's brain works really fast. This excuse couldn't be more perfect. If you sprain your ankle, isn't it normal to scream a few times? Coupled with the current situation, these people from the same clan were really fooled. It's not that they are stupid. But I can't believe anyone would dare to do that. After all, this is the Zhun family. Therefore, as soon as Zhun Xiaoyao's voice fell, these guys urged Zhun Xiaoyao instead. Cousin, since my sister-in-law is injured, why are you still standing here? Let's go in and take a look. After he finished speaking, two people who usually had a good relationship with Feng Yan and were rather impatient raised their legs. Judging from his expression, it is obvious that he wants to go in and take a look. At this moment, Zhun Xiaoyao suddenly became anxious. If we let them in, wouldn't everything be exposed? So, he flashed and came directly to the door. Then he said to everyone, you guys better wait here. Let me go in and take a look first. It avoids any embarrassing situations. After saying that, he took a deep breath, then turned around and knocked on the door. At the same time, he said very loudly, Yun'er, I'm coming in. Several cousins were stunned. What the hell is this? Not only did he knock on the door before entering his own wedding room, but he even gave a warning. Is my cousin so henpecked? Why didn't I notice it before? Just when they were completely confused, Zhun Xiaoyao's next move made them even more confused. Open the door quickly. Enter quickly. Then close the door quickly. The 3 steps combined took less than 5 breaths of time. What's going on? Confused. Very confused. At the same time, he also vaguely sensed something was wrong. But they couldn't tell what was wrong. So I can only wait here foolishly. As the auspicious time gets closer, more and more people gather here. But even so, there was still no movement in the bridal chamber. Damn, how long do we have to wait for this? People who are impatient will soon be unable to wait any longer. Zhun Buan even raised his leg and walked directly towards the bridal chamber. After all, missing the auspicious time is a big deal in the fairyland. But before he could take a few steps, the door that had been closed for a long time slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, Zhun Xiaoyao and Feng Yan appeared in everyone's sight. Without any surprise, everyone present subconsciously focused their attention on Feng Yan. It's still the same bridal gown. The accessories on the head are also very neat. But Feng Yan's little face was filled with tears. The makeup is obviously not as exquisite as before. And as the two of them took steps, everyone also discovered that Feng Yan's walking posture was also anxious and awkward. Everything is just like the symptoms of a sprained ankle. Although it was normal, everyone's brows were unconsciously frowned. Because, Xiaoyao, spraining your ankle is not a big deal. Can't you even cure this minor illness? By the way, how did Yun'er sprain her ankle? Zhun Xiaoyao, who originally thought that everything was perfect, suddenly stopped breathing. Yes, spraining your ankle is not a big deal. However, his reaction was not slow. Soon he said helplessly, it is cured naturally. But Yun'er is so hurt that she has developed a trauma in her heart. As for how you sprained your ankle. After a bitter smile, Zhun Xiaoyao complained with a look of reproach. This silly girl changed into high heels temporarily in order to look better. And he's wearing it for the first time. So, perfect. This explanation is absolutely perfect. As to whether anyone believes it or not, no one knows. Chapter 278 The entire Zhun family is angry. Part 1. Sister-in-law, the brazier is here, please step over it. As long as nothing goes wrong, your brother and I will have a prosperous life from now on. Since Feng Yan sprained her ankle, all the red tape that could be discarded was discarded. The rest all have great meanings and don't require much exercise. But even so, Feng Yan still had a bitter look on her face. There's nothing we can do, she was badly injured. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. If for no other reason than that good omen. After all, Zhun Xiaoyao can no longer get the benefits that come with her body. If he doesn't allow her to get some good omens, wouldn't that be too cruel? That's why the moment the brazier was brought over, she raised her legs firmly. Pain. It hurts so much. But in the end, she still collapsed. It's finally done. Feng Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Because she knew that this was the last item. But this relaxed mood did not last long. As for the reason, as all the etiquette was completed, the people who came to watch the ceremony slowly dispersed. But when she saw that there were fewer and fewer people, Feng Yan suddenly panicked. When there were outsiders around, Zhun Xiaoyao didn't say a word for the sake of the overall situation. But if there were no outsiders around, how could he not ask how the hat was put on? No, I have to follow the crowd. That was physical torture just now. It will pass if you grit your teeth. But this psychological torture. Thinking of this, Feng Yan immediately stopped caring about anything else. He just found a woman he knew well and immediately chased after her. Duo, wait for me for a moment. I have something to tell you. And she was right. This is exactly what Zhun Xiaoyao planned. Come back here. As soon as he saw her about to leave, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately started shouting. But Feng Yan didn't stop. He pretended not to hear and soon disappeared from the place with Duo. Hey! Silence for a long time. After a while, Zhun Xiaoyao shook his head helplessly. Forget it, there are always opportunities to be alone. It's not too late to ask later. At noon, in the banquet hall. As mealtime arrived, all those who had given gifts gathered here. At the same time, Zhun Xiaoyao and Feng Yan, the newlyweds, finally got together again. Although not for long, but compared to when they separated, Feng Yan is now much more energetic. Apparently, she's recovering well. Feng Yan, knowing she couldn't escape, didn't hesitate and apologized immediately. Husband, I'm sorry. I couldn't. But before she could finish her words, Zhun Xiaoyao interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No need to say more. I know it's not your fault. Don't worry, I didn't take it seriously. After all, I like you as a person, not the special energy in you. These words are truly from the heart. So, Feng Yan was immediately moved. But at this moment, hey, what are you guys wasting time on? Hurry up and have someone serve the food. I just did some intense exercise and now I'm almost starving to death. Zhun Xiaoyao was stunned. Then he suddenly looked towards the source of the sound. During this process, a murderous aura suddenly emerged from his body. Feng Yan's reaction was exactly the opposite. She didn't even dare to look over there. The little face turned pale in an instant. How dare you come and eat for free? Zhun Xiaoyao's voice was full of eeriness. This is not because he has poor self-control and cannot hide his emotions. But he really couldn't help it. Just now, he discovered a breath on Cao Wenbin. A breath that should belong to him. Unfortunately, his ruthless look couldn't scare Cao Wenbin at all. Why can't I come to dinner? Don't forget, I gave you a gift. That big bell cost me more than 100 taels of silver. You. Zhun Xiaoyao's teeth were almost broken. As the verbal battle between the two became more intense, the attention of others soon gathered over. HMPH. Seeing this situation, Zhun Xiaoyao instinctively planned to take a step back. After all, he was really afraid that Cao Wenbin would talk nonsense. But he had just opened his mouth and hadn't even finished admitting defeat when a crystal-clear ball suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. This is. Zhun Xiaoyao's pupils shrank instantly. Because he recognized it. This is a photo stone. Didn't Yun'er say that she had no evidence? Could it be that this was just recorded? Thinking of this, Zhun Xiaoyao's face turned pale instantly. Everything in the bridal chamber unconsciously emerged in my mind. If this is released in public, then. No, I have to stop him. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Look, before he could even turn his thoughts into actions. Cao Wenbin has already started inputting energy into the photo stone. The next moment, a secret room appeared in front of everyone. Zhun Xiaoyao, who had been in despair, immediately became energetic again. Because of this background, it's not a wedding room at all. But at the same time, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What is this Cao guy doing? Frowning. But after just a few breaths, despair once again filled his face. As for the reason, as more and more pictures appeared, he could see that this must be the situation when Feng Yan was taken away. Feng Yan didn't tell him the truth. In other words, Feng Yan didn't even know about the existence of this photo stone. Take this thing back. This is my wedding, no messy stuff allowed. The voice was full of murderous intent. And while speaking, he was slowly moving towards Cao Wenbin. It was obvious that he was planning to take the photo stone by surprise. But I don't know if I was scared by his voice or what. In short, he had just walked halfway when the photo stone in Cao Wenbin's hand fell directly to the ground. The next moment, a sound of breaking came into Zhun Xiaoyao's ears. Of course, it wasn't just the photo stone that was broken. In Zhun Xiaoyao's heart, because when the photo stone was designed, the possibility of it being stolen was taken into consideration. So the designer left a hidden trick. Once the photo stone breaks, the image stored inside it will automatically start playing. Until all the content is completed, then it will disappear completely. Sure enough, although the things were broken, the scenery was not affected at all. And soon it was played. Chapter 279. The entire Zhun family was angry, Part 2. Depend on which idiot recorded this. If you record any more, you'll die. The video was playing at a rapid speed, and before long, Feng Yan, who was tied up, appeared in the video. Of course, Cao Wenbin, who looked filthy, also appeared. He was walking towards Feng Yan. Looking at this scene, even a fool would know what is going to happen. But just when everyone was watching with great interest, the image suddenly disappeared. As a result, everyone present felt as if they were being scratched by a cat's claws. Tell me, what will happen next? Is that even a question? Put yourself in their shoes. If you caught your mortal enemy's wife, what would you do? Doesn't this mean that Mr. Zhun actually married a? Everything happened in a flash. As the endless discussions poured into his ears, Zhun Xiaoyao's face turned pale. He wanted to explain, but after opening his mouth for a long time, he couldn't say a word. Yes, he knew that Feng Yan didn't suffer any great loss that time. But what's the use? He has no evidence at all. The most important thing is that Feng Yan was ultimately unable to escape from Cao Wenbin's clutches. Die. Go to hell. The more he thought about it, the crazier Zhun Xiaoyao became. At the same time, his luck was also rapidly decreasing. And it's getting faster and faster. That look is like a flood. There's no way to stop it. But he didn't even want to stop it. Firstly, it's because he has no idea at all. Secondly, at this moment, he just wanted to kill Cao Wenbin. Nothing else comes to mind. So he quickly yelled, "Come here, kill this scumbag. No matter who it is, just do it boldly. Whatever happens, I will take care of it." The words are very domineering. But there was no one who responded. No one is a fool. You must know that this is Cao Wenbin, the only child of the Cao family. Now they are two supreme men. The newly promoted supreme being, Zhao Yuan'er, has said more than once that if Wenbin dies, the immortal realm will be buried with him. In this situation, who dares to take action? Even if I don't want to live anymore, does that mean my 9 clans don't want to live either? But just when the matter was about to be resolved, the appearance of a person immediately made the situation weird and unpredictable. This is a woman in purple. Zhun Anlin, the 12th rank emperor. The strongest in Zhun Xiaoyao's lineage. An extremely talented person who has witnessed the battle to defend the fairyland. Ancestor. Zhun Xiaoyao was very excited. But before he could finish his words, Zhun Anlin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Let's put off those sentimental words until we get rid of this Cao guy. Although he didn't say much, the sensation he caused was quite big. What was she talking about just now? Kill Cao Wenbin. Is she crazy? Empress Lan is too arrogant. Even at the 12th rank, she can't reach the level of being outstanding. Is Zhun Xiaoyao's appeal really that strong? Or was it because the slap in the face this time was too severe, and Empress Lan couldn't stand it anymore? The onlookers were all very confused. Similarly, Cao Wenbin was also puzzled. Cao Wenbin did not hide anything and asked directly what was in his mind. Kill me. Do you think you can do it? Maybe he had guessed that Cao Wenbin would ask this question. So after a slight smile, Zhun Anlin summoned a mysterious mirror above everyone's heads. As for what's in the mirror, this is exactly the situation outside Zhun's family. Lively, extremely lively. Not only did the 14 supreme beings gather together again. Even the 12 rank emperors from both sides have arrived without exception. Looking at the tense situation, it is obvious that they are about to start fighting. Do you understand? We in the Zhun family have already made an agreement. No matter what the price is, we will keep you here today. I have to say, you really gave us a chance. He actually broke in alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Anlin's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already come to Cao Wenbin's side. Tell me, how do you want to die? Jun Anlin's bright face was full of amusement. She was waiting for Cao Wenbin to show panic. But the development of things was exactly the opposite of what he expected. Panic. It doesn't exist at all. Not only did Cao Wenbin not panic, he even laughed evilly. Jun Anlin, right. You suddenly came close. Are you trying to experience for yourself what Feng Yan has gone through? Jun Anlin's expression suddenly became serious. The next moment, she reached out and grabbed Cao Wenbin's throat. As to why this is so, Cao Wenbin's reaction is so abnormal. Her intuition told her that this guy must have a backup plan. If we delay any further, something might happen. We must get rid of him before something unexpected happens. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. No matter when she attacks, it is impossible for her to hurt Cao Wenbin at all. Just when she was only 2 meters away from Cao Wenbin, the cry of a phoenix suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. Immediately afterwards, a colorful phoenix appeared out of thin air in front of Cao Wenbin. Roll. The phoenix speaks human language. At the same time, a flash of fire directly hit Jun Anlin's palm. Boom. An explosion suddenly sounded. Then Jun Anlin flew backwards. She didn't stop until she retreated to Jun Xiaoyao's side again. Shifeng. That's impossible. The last time we met, you were still at the 11th rank. It's only been 2 months, how could you become so strong? Hearing this, Shifeng, who had already turned back into human form, curled his lips in disdain. 2 months. That's your time, okay. I have been staying in the realm of eternity. That's a full 15 times the time difference. That's right, as Cao Wenbin entered the imperial realm, the power of the eternal realm naturally increased. Of course, these things cannot be said in public. So Shifeng made up a reason at random. Have you forgotten that I was originally the supreme? I'm just recovering, not practicing. That's only 2 months. If another 6 months had passed, you might not be facing a 12th rank cultivator, but a supreme being. Jun Anlin's face turned pale after hearing this. The Cao family is going to produce another supreme being. How can they play like this? As for continuing to attack, she wouldn't dare to do that. Just as Shifeng said, he was the supreme being before. Although they are both at the 12th level now, whether in terms of experience or other aspects, he is enough to crush her. Chapter 280 Great Changes in Heaven and Earth. Jun Xiaoyao, you are really nice to me. First send my mother, then my wife, and finally my ancestor. Without you, my life would be at least half as comfortable. Seeing that Jun Anlin was getting scared, Cao Wenbin jumped out immediately. And while he was madly scanning Jun Anlin's beautiful figure, he did not forget to tease Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to see if there was any money to be made from this guy. But it was obvious that Jun Xiaoyao had become a pile of residue at this time. There is nothing left to squeeze out. Of course, he didn't gain nothing. This is not. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. At the same time, the demonic energy on his body became more and more condensed. Cao Wenbin, I'm going to fight you. Today it's either you or me, it's either me or you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to take action on the spot. But at this moment, boom, a shocking loud noise suddenly came. Then the whole world began to tremble. Is there a war outside? Originally, everyone thought that the supreme beings outside were fighting each other, which caused such a big noise. But when they shifted their gaze to the Zhongzhou mirror, they were surprised to find that it was not the case at all. The supreme beings and 12-rank emperors outside didn't move at all. Moreover, the movements of these people were very uniform, and they were all looking towards the west. The same goes for Jun Anlin and Shifeng in the house. Sister Shifeng, what exactly happened? Dignified. His expression was extremely solemn. After a long while, Shifeng slowly uttered a dozen words. The space crack in the western continent has appeared again. Slightly stunned. Because there was too little information, Cao Wenbin did not understand the meaning of this sentence for a moment. But his memory is also amazing. So very quickly, he remembered everything about the western continent. He even recalled the oath Cao Xing had made. So, the two worlds are connected again, right? Without saying anything, Shifeng just nodded slightly. And because the two of them did not deliberately lower their voices, this information was quickly captured by others. So, it's over, it's over. The demons are descending upon the fairyland again. What should we do? Fuck, I haven't enjoyed myself enough yet. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Even if there is misfortune, the immortal force will definitely bear the brunt. Your insight is truly unparalleled. Haven't you heard the saying that when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken? Besides, according to historical records, when the demons descended last time, the first people to suffer in the Western continent were the ordinary people. The immortal Lu family, on the other hand, managed to survive that catastrophe. Oh no, my family is still over there. Everyone who was analyzing was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the guy who spoke with sympathy. He is none other than a great emperor of the Lu family. The Lu family just moved there as a whole. My butt hasn't even warmed up yet, and I didn't expect something like this to happen. Poor child. Unlike these people who were in a panic, after confirming that the two worlds were indeed connected, Cao Wenbin's expression immediately became weird. Because he remembered Wu Yu's identity. At the same time, he also remembered the scroll Wu Yu gave him. Valley of Flowers. It sounds like this is a sect dominated by women. Looks like there's something else to do. I just don't know if the people over there can activate the Wanmailu. If it can do the same, it would be perfect. Of course, Cao Wenbin wasn't the only one with a weird expression. The same goes for Jun Xiaoyao. But he doesn't know anyone there. The reason for the change in expression was because he felt this was an opportunity. An opportunity for the Jun family to rise again. In fact, before this, everyone in the Jun family had already understood that they had no chance. The Cao group has completely suppressed them. The only thing that awaits them is slow defeat. It is precisely because of this that they took the risk and chose to kill Cao Wenbin directly. But now, if we can win over a few demon clan masters, or form an alliance with a demon clan force, then what will the Cao family have to fear? As for the brutality of the demons, how the people live, what does it have to do with us? The more he thought about it, the more excited Jun Xiaoyao became. And just as he was secretly pondering, the Supreme Being and the 12 rank emperors in the Zhongzhou mirror also disappeared from the spot. Obviously, they went to the Western continent to check the situation. The time has come. So, Jun Xiaoyao, who saw everything, could no longer sit still. He turned around and immediately pleaded with Jun Anlin, Grand Master, please take me to the Western continent. This is very important to me. Jun Anlin was stunned. But in the end, she nodded. The two worlds have just been connected at this time, and the people coming over there must not be strong. With her means, even if she carries a burden, she will be able to run rampant. So the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot together. What about us? This was asked by Shifeng. But after just a few breaths, she regretted it. Because, is that even necessary? Then we must catch up. You want to run away after pretending to be tough. Where in this world is there such a beautiful thing? If I don't let Jun Anlin taste the power of my stick, will I still be able to survive in the future? Rolling eyes. However, Shifeng's movements were not slow. Amidst the flashes of fire, the figures of the two people exploded into a sky full of stars like fireworks. I have to say, women are women. The means of traveling are also beautiful. But when the two appeared, they had already arrived at a desolate place. Is this the Western continent? This spiritual energy is too thin. Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of disbelief. To be honest, he has been to quite a few places. But it is the only place as desolate as this one in my life. There's nothing we can do. The dragon vein here has been broken. It's already pretty good to be able to recover to this level. Hey, it really is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. After he finished speaking, Shifeng guided Cao Wenbin to look to the front left. There stood a crack that was hundreds of feet high. It's pitch black inside. It looked like a huge mouth of an abyss. Anyone who dared to approach would be swallowed up immediately. However, at this moment, not only did it not swallow people, but it was spitting people out. Chapter 281 The 12 Heavenly Gods and Demons Formation shows its power. Wow, there are a lot of acquaintances. By the way, you've all gathered here, are you planning to surrender to us? As a joking voice sounded, a giant man who was at least 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of the huge crack. Of course, he didn't come here by himself. After him, many more people quickly emerged from the cracks. Without exception, they are all masters. Overall, it is indeed much stronger than the fairyland. As to whether this is their full strength, it is unknown. Of course, although there is a gap in strength, Cao Xing did not back down. After curling his lips, he immediately retorted. Surrender. Just because of you, a buffalo spirit. Honestly, if I were you, I would definitely turn around immediately. Otherwise, with your body size, once you're made into braised beef, it would be a waste of alcohol. The debate was intense, but no one dared to take action. Obviously, both sides have concerns. Because of this, Cao Wenbin quickly lost interest. His eyes unconsciously scanned around randomly. But as he watched, he was completely confused. Because among the demons that came over, there was not a single woman. They are all grown men. Has Wuyu's 100-Flower Valley fallen so low that it's no longer even qualified to participate in this kind of gathering? Frowning. But before he could get an answer, the situation changed again. The space flashed, and then another person appeared in the demon camp. A handsome man in a black robe. He held a spear in his hand, and his momentum was extremely shocking. As he appeared, a bloodthirsty look immediately appeared on the face of the 2-meter-tall giant. Then, Mr. Cao, the reason I've been talking nonsense to you is because I'm waiting for Senior Mo Luo. Then please tell me, what are you waiting for? Not surprisingly, Cao Xing's face suddenly turned dark. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also discovered that Shi Feng's body was actually shaking slightly. The little face was filled with fear. What's wrong with you? Cao Wenbin was very puzzled. Shi Feng did not hide anything and quickly told the reason. 10,000 years ago, my body was shattered by this guy. I thought he was dead. After all, he was seriously injured in that battle. I never thought. Wenbin, you must be careful later. This guy was already an absolutely powerful supreme being 10,000 years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, who knows what kind of abnormal state he has become. Hiss. Cao Wenbin immediately took a breath of cold air. The indifferent attitude I had before disappeared without a trace immediately. To be honest, before this, he really didn't take the demons seriously. Because he counted, the demon clan only had 2 more supreme beings than the fairyland. As for the immortal realm, this place seems harmonious but is actually different. Could it be that the demons are united as one? You must know that where there are people, there must be the world of martial arts. There must be various problems within the demon clan. But now it seems that the situation is completely different from what he thought. On the demon side, there is actually someone who can keep the situation under control. So, it seems like today won't end peacefully. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, after becoming the focus of the scene, Moro slowly spoke. I want this fairyland. Tell me, do you intend to surrender or die? Mad. Extremely crazy. But because of this, the supreme beings in the fairyland were immediately stimulated. So, boom. They took a step forward together and pushed back the momentum of Meluo. Submit or die. If we were able to beat you back 10,000 years ago, we can still do it 10,000 years later. Hearing this, Moro laughed. Then he stopped talking nonsense and immediately waved to the supreme behind him. As for him, I don't know if he is a pervert or has some mental illness. Anyway, this time, he actually chose a woman as his opponent again. Sister Yuener. Cao Wenbin was very anxious. Then a talisman appeared in his hand. It was the one Wuyu gave him. Cao Wenbin has already thought it through. If Zhao Yuan'er shows any sign of defeat, he will immediately use this trump card. Yes, this demon is strong. But wanting to withstand Wuyu's full-strength attack is absolutely wishful thinking. But just when he was getting anxious and angry, Zhao Yuan'er suddenly smiled at him. Then Cao Wenbin discovered that 11 figures had appeared beside Zhao Yuan'er at some point. These people are strong and weak. The strongest Yang Xiao is also the supreme. The weakest Mu Qianchen is only at the 6th rank. And they were standing very far apart, but there was a vague connection between them. Formation. And Morona is also a connoisseur. So I saw the clue right away. But obviously, he didn't take it too seriously. The spear in his hand still moved forward, pointing directly at Zhao Yuan'er's throat. But soon, his brows furrowed. Because he lost his target. The original beautiful woman disappeared out of thin air. Instead, there was a muscular man who was even stronger than the cow. At the same time, he also sensed a hint of danger. Old Bull, Bones, come here. The three of us will also form a formation. Don't be arrogant. Moro immediately called two helpers. And the moment they formed the formation, the muscular man's eyes slowly opened. Boom! The aura of destruction suddenly spread. The last time this scene appeared, Zhun Xiaoyao's 100 Emperors formation collapsed directly. However, this time, we failed to achieve such brilliant results. After all, the formation formed by the three supreme beings is not something to be trifled with. So, the muscular man raised the huge axe in his hand without saying a word. The next moment, three forms of creation, breaking chaos. Crack. No axe light. There was no shock wave. All everyone heard was the sound of space breaking. Intel. Boom. No one knew what hit them, but the three supreme beings, led by Mo Luo, flew backwards. And their so-called formation didn't play any role from beginning to end. Silence. Every one of the demons had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, with disbelief in their eyes. This is the leader they elected. In their demon realm, his strength is the most top-notch. But now, I didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. The other supreme demons immediately retreated to the edge of the space crack. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously ready to run away at any time. Even though the formation had disappeared, the 12 beautiful girls reappeared in front of everyone. They still didn't dare to move forward. Chapter 282, Baihua Valley appears. You're not afraid of shit. These women have clearly reached their limit. We have the advantage now, why don't you charge? There was no surprise. Moro, who saw everything, suddenly became anxious. But no matter how he shouted, those who followed him would never dare to move forward. As a result, the situation suddenly came to a standstill. Intel. Hey, isn't this our almighty Lord Mo Luo? How did this become a dead dog? As soon as he finished speaking, another person emerged from the space crack. But this time, he is no longer a rough guy. But she turned into a beauty. A peerless beauty. This is not. Swish. Wanmailu is automatic without wind. And it stopped soon. Page 7. A little worse than Shifeng, but not by much. Sure enough, this Wanmailu is not limited to one place. It's just like me, it's all about universal love. Cao Wenbin is very excited. And soon, she also knew the name of this beauty. Because Moro, who had already stood up, fought back. Lily, don't you think your 100-flower valley is going too far? Not only did you not join us in the attack, but you even came here to make sarcastic remarks. No answer. Because at this time, the woman named Lily has already focused her attention on Cao Wenbin. Of course, she didn't discover anything, but, boy, if you keep looking around, I'll dig your eyes out. The voice was full of eeriness. His eyes were filled with disgust. This time, it was Cao Wenbin's turn to be confused. What's wrong with this woman? Didn't he just take a few glances? Why did this make me so angry? By the way, her name is Lily. Could it be that her hobby is the same as her name? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin's body suddenly began to tremble. The demons all thought he was frightened. But the people in the fairyland, especially the female soldiers present, knew clearly in their minds that this guy might be planning something evil. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Hello Lily. My favorite thing to do is to make the impossible possible. Besides, Lily always comes in pairs. That is to say. Just as Cao Wenbin was daydreaming, Lily, who thought she had frightened him, turned her attention elsewhere. She glanced at the entire audience, and then a photo stone slowly appeared in her hand. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Have any of you seen this man? Or have any of you heard of this man's deeds? These words are directed at the people in the fairyland. Obviously, this is the purpose of her coming here. Mocking Moruo is just a byproduct. Unfortunately, no one could answer her question. Every single person in the fairyland revealed a look of confusion. Hey, the subconscious expression is real. So she sighed immediately. But what she didn't notice was that the moment that beautiful figure appeared, Cao Wenbin's body trembled unconsciously. Do you know the woman in the image? The only person who noticed the abnormality at the scene was Shifeng, who had been following Cao Wenbin closely. And Cao Wenbin did not hide it. He immediately nodded calmly. How could he not recognize him? The woman in the image was none other than Wu Yu. As for why he didn't say it, that's because at this moment, he couldn't be sure whether Lily was an enemy or a friend. There is no way, Wuyu has been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Over such a long period of time, the topography of a place has changed countless times, not to mention the people's hearts. If the people of Baihua Valley were looking for Wuyu just to bring back the ancestor, then everyone would be happy. But if he has other thoughts and exposes them rashly, it is very likely to end in tragedy. After all, from the conversation between this woman and Maluo just now, it can be seen that although the Baihua Valley at this time can no longer dominate the entire demon realm like when Wuyu was alive, it can still occupy half of the country. At this time, just the presence of Mara is enough to give people a headache. If this incident caused the entire demon realm to unite. Thinking of that scene, even a fearless person like Cao Wenbin shuddered unconsciously. Let's wait until we understand what's going on in Baihua Valley before we make a long-term plan. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin immediately started showing off his acting skills. No one could find any flaw in that confused look. So, Lily, who didn't get any clues, left quickly. As for the rest of us, of course, we will continue to fight for interests. Moro, I have to say, you guys are really capable. In that case, I'll take a step back. Don't you have 9 states in total? As long as you are willing to give up 4 of these states, we will not interfere with each other in the future. Still so confident. But as soon as these words were spoken, Zhun Qingfeng and others immediately became anxious. Only 4 states. Isn't this going to kill them? What are Mara and these people in the demon world afraid of? It's not these supreme beings, but the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. In other words, as long as the Cao family withdraws now, they can immediately go back and live a peaceful life. After all, the Cao family's current territory happens to be the 5 states. The rest perfectly meets Moro's requirements. So, Zhun Qingfeng didn't hesitate and yelled, "You're dreaming. The land of the immortal realm can only belong to the forces of the immortal realm. We won't give up an inch of ground." Obviously, he is using moral kidnapping. But what made him panic was that the Cao family, from top to bottom, didn't buy it at all. Looking at his lazy look, it's obvious that he's ready to watch a good show. Asshole. Sweat instantly appeared on my forehead. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears. "Ancestor, you must first pay a certain amount of benefits to stabilize the Cao family. Then we'll take a long-term view. As long as the Cao family can continue to take the lead, the resentment between them will only grow deeper. This way, our chance to turn things around has come." Zhun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed immediately. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this made sense. So the next moment, he immediately started communicating with Cao Xing. "Brother Cao, there is indeed a conflict between us. But that's an internal matter after all, so please don't act on impulse. Well, I'll give you an entire state as apology. Is that okay? As long as we can drive these guys out, we will immediately free up an entire state for you." Chapter 283 3 Appointments. Part 1. The temptation of these conditions is very strong. But what Zhun Qingfeng didn't expect was that Cao Xing didn't even hesitate and directly refused. "Come on, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, who are you painting cakes for? Also, leave a state for me. Ask yourself, do you believe this? Okay, take your time, we'll meet again if we're lucky." The words were spoken very firmly. So, Zhun Qingfeng's expression changed immediately. At the same time, I am extremely depressed. Because this time, he really intended to give it. But I didn't expect. Then tell me, what can you do to consider the overall situation? It seemed that he had guessed that Zhun Qingfeng would try to keep him, so Cao Xing immediately put down his leg which he had just raised. "It's very simple. First, give me the 9 cauldrons of that state. After all, empty words are not enough, we have to show some sincerity. By the way, you still have to send Zhun Anlin over here. That little girl actually dared to call for the killing of my Wenbin. That's simply too much. If Wenbin doesn't teach her a lesson, she'll be damned in the future." Silence. Zhun Qingfeng was speechless for a long time. Hand over the 9 cauldrons. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. After all, the role of the 9 cauldrons is really too huge. Not to mention anything else, just being able to mobilize the dragon vein is enough to defy the will of heaven. To put it bluntly, as long as the 9 cauldrons are still there, it doesn't matter who gets the corresponding continent. We can get it back sooner or later. But if the 9 cauldrons were lost, As for the second condition, that is even more excessive. You must know that Jun Anlin is a 12th rank emperor. The absolute backbone of the Jun family. Your Cao family specifically asked this kind of person to accompany Cao Wenbin at this time. Isn't that a slap in their face? The more he thought about it, the darker Jun Qingfeng's face became. But after opening his mouth for a long time, he still couldn't say no. After all, if the Cao family really gave up, what they would lose would not just be a city or a piece of land. No, we can't dawdle any longer. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. So, after gritting his teeth, Jun Qingfeng immediately threw out a small tripod. Of course, what he took out was not the 9 cauldrons of the northern continent, but the one who suppressed Tianlongzhou. This was what he obtained from the Liu family some time ago using various means. It was originally intended to be used to plant Tianlongzhou. I didn't expect it to be used here. Hey. However, unlike his decisiveness when he took the 9 cauldrons, what happened next made him completely puzzled. He was so proud that he really didn't know how to start. Therefore, he could only stare at Jun Anlin blankly without saying anything for a long time. Silence is better than words. Of course, Jun Anlin is not stupid either. You may not understand it at first. But after being stared at for so long, she gradually came to her senses. Grandfather, the Cao family's conditions also include me, right? So shameful. But Jun Qingfeng still nodded. At the end, he gave an explanation. Don't worry, Anlan. They said they just want you to come over and sit down. Nothing else will happen. Without any rebuttal, Jun Anlin just smiled. But this smile is full of bitterness. Want to sit down? The tone should be right. But the word is absolutely wrong. Sure enough, even I can't escape that law. As long as you are involved with Xiaoyao, you will definitely be. After shaking his head, Jun Anlin turned and looked at Cao Wenbin. Obviously, she has surrendered. After all, she has no capital to fight. But just as she was about to take action, a roar suddenly came from beside her. I don't agree. The one who spoke was not someone else. It's Jun Xiaoyao. He also reacted and naturally couldn't just watch his ancestor jump into the fire pit. Unfortunately, his words are of little importance. Look, before he could say anything, he suddenly found that he was imprisoned. Even the ability to speak was taken away. So, he could only watch his direct ancestor move closer to Cao Wenbin step by step. Don't want. You are from my Jun family. Even if it's going to rot, it can only rot in my Jun family. We must not let that Cao guy get away with it. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned red. The momentum was instantly raised to the peak. If this had happened in the past, he would have definitely taken the opportunity to break through. But this time, no strange phenomenon appeared. Everything is eerily quiet. And his state did not last too long. As Cao Wenbin held Jun Anlin in his arms, he rolled his eyes and fainted completely. There's no way, he has experienced too many similar things in the past 2 years. He knows better than anyone what will happen next. And what is extremely sad is that his fainting did not cause any waves. Everyone's attention quickly returned to the confrontation. Moro, you don't have to struggle in vain. Don't even mention the 4 states. Even if it's just 1 step away, you can't get it. The immortal realm can only belong to the people of the immortal realm. Logically speaking, if you take money from someone, you should help them eliminate disasters. But what made Jun Qingfeng speechless was that the Cao family, having received the benefits, had no intention of stepping forward at all. The Cao family, from top to bottom, only did one thing. That means just standing there. Neither move forward nor retreat. So, Jun Qingfeng had to be the first to take action. Damn, this Cao family is so cunning. In this case, this demon will definitely have a very bad impression of us. If we want to communicate with them again in the future, the cost will definitely increase exponentially. Really? As soon as his voice fell, the originally calm Moro suddenly became angry. Okay, you won't give up even a step, right? In that case, let's just have a fight. After saying that, he raised the spear in his hand again. But although he looked like he was trying to do something, he didn't move at all. Because he found that the 12 women had gathered together again. Moro is very depressed. He would never have thought that he, who was known as a woman killer, would one day fall into the hands of a woman. But no matter how depressed he is, it can't change the reality. Therefore, While sulking alone, he was also thinking about solutions to resolve the current predicament. It definitely won't work if you just charge in headfirst. Those who come with him can only share the happiness. Expecting them to risk their lives is simply wishful thinking. As for using tricks, the situation is already very tense, so what strategy can we use? That's right, we can solve the problem in the future by fighting. This is the solution that best serves the interests of both parties. Chapter 284, 3 Appointments. Part 2. Moro is obviously a man of action. Look, just do it when you think of it. The next moment, he blurted out what was in his mind. Since we can't reach a consensus on our demands, and we don't want to end up in a fight where both sides suffer losses. How about we fight? Send 3 people out. The first team to achieve 2 victories will be the winner. As for the bet, let's just bet on the 3 states. The losing party must unconditionally give up the 3 states. If not, you will be abandoned by both humans and gods. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Cao Wenbin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped out. Then how do you want to fight? Don't ever say that the Supreme is against the Supreme. If that's the case, we will never agree to it. After all, our advantage is the formation. His brows furrowed slightly. Then Mo Luo glared at Cao Wenbin with great dissatisfaction. Little kid, you have no right to interrupt when adults are talking. You should go back and play with your new toy. Obviously, Moro looked down on Cao Wenbin. But that's true. He's just a first-class sneezer, but if he sneezes, he can kill several people. But he didn't expect that. Moro, if you can't speak, then shut up. Otherwise, we sisters wouldn't mind letting you experience the power of the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. He didn't say much, but he almost made Moro's eyes pop out. He would never have thought that the little brat in front of him would be so favored. Not only does it have 12 kinds of toys, but it can also get many bigwigs to support it. So you mean he can take full responsibility for this negotiation? This question was directed at Zhao Yuan'er. As for the results, certainly, his opinion is our opinion. Hiss. Take a deep breath. Then Moro's expression became serious. Although he still didn't know what was so special about the little guy in front of him. But after receiving a positive answer, he never dared to underestimate Cao Wenbin again. Then tell me, if we don't fight the Supreme, what else can we fight for? Didn't keep everyone waiting for long. Cao Wenbin obviously already had a plan in mind. Of course it's the younger one. At the same time, the rules need to be changed. Sending 3 people on each side is no problem. But we have to adopt a round-robin format. The loser is eliminated, and the winner doesn't have to come down. Whoever gets killed first and has no one left will lose. The rules are simple and easy to understand. So, after exchanging glances with the Supreme being on his side, Meluo immediately agreed. What time? Cao Wenbin smiled faintly. It will be fine in half a month. After all, it's such a big thing, we have to be prepared. It takes a while. However, Moro did not argue with Cao Wenbin. After all, he has waited for 10,000 years, so these 15 days won't make a difference. So he quickly led his men back to the demon realm. It can be said that we come and go in a hurry. After the crisis was resolved, Cao Xing and others felt relieved. Originally, they all thought there would be a fierce battle today. If things go wrong, people will die. But unexpectedly, it ended in a whimper. Unfortunately, this wonderful atmosphere did not last long. Soon, everyone's brows were furrowed again. The supreme leader of the Jun family faction subconsciously questioned Cao Wenbin. Boy, do you take yourself too seriously? How can you privately sign a contract with someone from the demon realm? The novel is good, haha. I don't agree with what you just said. Don't even think of asking me to contribute a cent to that continent-sized bet. The one who made the sound was none other than Long Xiao. I have to say, although this guy looks big, his mind and courage are really small. When he spoke, Zhun Qingfeng and others were not idle either, and immediately followed suit. Obviously, they have no intention of getting involved in this mess. But just when they were secretly praising themselves for their wisdom, Cao Wenbin's words directly silenced them. Sure, if you don't want to participate, then don't participate. After all, I didn't plan to take you with me. Our Cao family paid for the bet ourselves. Anyway, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. His brows suddenly furrowed even tighter. Cao Wenbin's meaning is very clear, that is, if you don't invest, don't expect to gain anything. To be honest, if it is ordinary interests, they naturally don't care. But if this benefit is 3 continents. And the most important thing is that Cao Wenbin has a great chance of winning. After all, they are all very clear about how powerful Cao Wenbin's fighting ability and background are. And Cao Wenbin is not fighting alone. His legal wife, Zhongzhou, is no pushover either. What to do? To participate or not to participate? In an instant, the supreme beings of the Jun family faction entangled their spiritual consciousness together. But even with their collective efforts, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. It was not until Jun Qingfeng's sinister voice sounded that they regained their thoughts. Actually, we can completely change our thinking. Who says we have to be tied to the Cao family? What do you think? If we provide Mo Luo with all the information about the contestants, will he secretly give us one of the 3 continents he won after the event? His eyes lit up instantly. Yes, they can definitely cooperate with the demons. As long as the Cao family doesn't find out, you can always have the best of both worlds. Thereby achieving the effect of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. High. It's really high. The more they think about it, the more relaxed they become. The whole person seems to be sublimated. Of course, they all thought it was a psychological effect. But the fact is, their ideas coincide with the way of heaven. So the heaven helped them secretly. The other side. Wenbin, you don't need to be too stressed. Just play your best and there will be no problem. After all, the demons are also mortals, they don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. By the way, when you place your bets, don't forget to include the Western continent. As for the Lu family, I've never admitted that they are the masters of this place. Seeing Cao Wenbin frowning, Mu Bai, as his father-in-law, immediately spoke up to comfort him. But how could he know that Cao Wenbin's frown was not because of the fight with the generals? What really made Cao Wenbin unhappy was the fate of Jun Qingfeng and others. Has everyone's luck increased by 10%? Heaven's way, heaven's way. You really are haunting me. Of course, Cao Wenbin did not explain. After all, the matter of luck is very mysterious and it is impossible to explain it clearly in a short period of time. So after chatting nonsense with Mu Bai, his cheap father-in-law, he started to order the generals. Half a month should be enough for me to figure out what's going on in Baihua Valley. Chapter 285, Selling Out Ancestors. Part 1. Buzz. The sound of space vibration soon rang out. Then Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared directly into the crack. As for the people who accompanied him, there are only Shi Feng and Jun Anlin. Of course, Jun Anlin had been tampered with at this time. Although he still has his own consciousness, he can't do anything out of the ordinary. As the 3 of them walked through the space passage, disbelief suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Originally, he thought this place would be heavily guarded. After all, the 2 sides are in a hostile relationship. Therefore, before setting off, he made sufficient preparations. I thought of 5 retreat plans alone. But I didn't expect. It seems like they don't take us seriously at all. Accurate. Extremely unhappy. But even though they complained, the 3 of them did not slow down. After a brief pause, they headed directly towards the northwest. Because according to the investigation of divine sense, there is a huge city over there. It is about tens of thousands of miles away from where the 3 people are currently. That's right, it's Wanwanli. Like the fairyland, the demonic realm is also extremely huge. The only difference between the 2 is the environment. Whether it's day or night, the fairyland is always filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. All ugly things can only be done in secret. Otherwise you will be punished. But the demon realm is completely different. The environment here is full of gloom. There is only blood sun in the sky. The only difference between night and day is the number of blood days. 1 at night, 3 during the day, and here, everything is out in the open. If I don't like you, I'll just beat you up. It won't be fake at all. It's all about hard power. Look, in just a short journey of tens of thousands of miles, Cao Wenbin has already witnessed hundreds of gunfights. The scenes are bloodier than each other. But there are obviously unspoken rules here. According to Cao Wenbin's analysis, it should be because random killing is not allowed within the city. Because he found that the closer to the city, the less killing there was. Haori City. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the city gate. The moment he saw the plaque, Cao Wenbin couldn't help but smile. There is nothing wrong with the words. Dragons and phoenixes flying. You can tell it's from the hands of a master. But this name. Good day. How uncultured. You can even be hospitable. Shook his head. Then he raised his legs again. Let's go in and take a look. No entrance fee. Anyone can come in freely. But the moment they stepped into the city gate, Cao Wenbin and the other two keenly noticed a lot of malicious gazes. And the vast majority of them fell on the two women. Beauty is indeed a disaster. Not having the strength to match your looks is simply a disaster. That's right, both women at this moment were hiding their strength. As for why I do this. This is the demon realm. And it is very likely that it is the territory of Moro. If he shows up in a high-profile manner, it would be tantamount to seeking death. A bunch of bugs. I'll find a chance to roast them all. Right, what should we do next? It is not difficult to see that Shifeng is also extremely unhappy. But she is worthy of being a person who has existed for tens of thousands of years. In everything, we should still put the overall situation first. But Cao Wenbin's answer almost drove her crazy. Of course, we have to find an inn to settle down first. If you rashly ask about things, it will easily arouse suspicion. Besides, before I take action, I have to make Jun Anlin, this potential safety hazard, my own. Don't talk much. But Jun Anlin's little face turned pale immediately. The body was shaking. That's not what we said before. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. You are so old, and you are still so childish. A man's mouth is a liar. Haven't you heard of this? Okay, stop struggling in vain. Even if the Jade Emperor came today, it wouldn't change the outcome. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin pulled Jun Anlin into an inn called Huaifangju. Of course, everything he said before was just an excuse. His real purpose is to get the reward from Jun Anlin. This is to increase your trump cards. Even though this woman is only ranked in the 30s on the Wanmailu. Almost the same as Dai Yunyu. The rewards won't be very good. But it's better to have it than not to have it. As for why we didn't take Shifeng, the second-ranked one. His intuition told him that it was not the right time yet. When Shifeng recovers to his supreme state, then the benefits can be maximized. 2 hours later, at the gate of Haori City. Finally found a decent city. Damn, this damn place is really not a place for human beings to stay. The one muttering to himself was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. He actually set off earlier than Cao Wenbin. But as he was alone, he didn't have Cao Wenbin's speed. That's why he got up early, but arrived late. Coincidentally, the place he finally chose to settle down was Huaifangju. However, as soon as he entered the lobby, his brows unconsciously frowned. Are the people in the demon realm so idle? Why are you all out drinking in the middle of the day? Looking at the people in the room, Jun Xiaoyao subconsciously prepared to leave. But before he could take any action, a man dressed as a waiter came up to him. Sir, you are here to stay in the hotel, right? Come in, please. Don't be fooled by the crowds in this lobby, they're all here to join in the fun. The guest rooms in the backyard are very empty. He paused as he turned around, and then a look of strong curiosity appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Is there excitement? Then we can really get together. So, he casually threw out 10 high-grade magic crystals. He grabbed this on the way here. It is an extremely high-end currency in the demon realm. Go, prepare the best yard for me. By the way, get me some good food and wine. As for the rest, I'll give it to you as a reward. By the way, what's going on here? Why does it attract so many people? I have to say, money is indeed a good thing. No, after seeing the 10 top-grade magic crystals, and especially after hearing that the rest would belong to him, the waiter's already low waist suddenly bent even lower. With that look, even if his father came, he wouldn't be able to enjoy this treatment. Just wait and see, sir. I will definitely arrange everything for you. Guarantee your safe accommodation and comfortable food. As for what the excitement is, it's better for you to experience this slowly. All I can say is, when this is all over, you'll be so impressed that this trip was worthwhile. Slightly stunned, then Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and laughed. But he didn't ask any further questions. Soon I followed the waiter and sat in a window seat. The excitement didn't keep him waiting long, and it soon began. Chapter 286, Selling Out Ancestors. Part 2. I'm convinced. This time I'm really convinced. 2 hours, a full 2 hours. Damn it, if I had this ability, why would I be controlled by my wife at home everywhere? I really want to know what this guy ate to grow up. How can he be so brave? Haha, I'm not jealous, not at all. Interesting. After knowing what the excitement was, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was also a man, immediately started talking about it. There will be laughter from time to time. There's nothing we can do about it, he's been suppressed for too long. Now that he has finally arrived at a place where no one knows him, he naturally has to act unrestrained. However, his good attitude did not last long. As time went by, his brows gradually furrowed. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Confused. Extremely confused. You know, this is his first time in the demon realm. I don't even have a friend, where can I find a familiar voice? I think I'm overthinking it. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he was about to take a sip of wine to calm his nerves, the faint cry suddenly turned into a plea for mercy. Wenbin, I give in. I'm convinced, isn't that enough? Don't talk much. But it was like a bolt from the blue. He didn't come to his senses until the wine spilled all over his body. So, bang, the wine glass in his hand was directly crushed into pieces. Then his eyes quickly turned red. Mr. Cao, you're such a damned ghost. But this is fine. I wouldn't dare kill you in the immortal realm, but in this demon realm. The more he thought about it, the more evil the smile on his face became. Then he slowly stood up. He's going to get ready. Prepare to kill Cao Wenbin. But just as his butt left the chair, a big hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. The next moment, a teasing voice suddenly came into his ears. Brother, the scene is so lively and interesting, why are you in such a hurry to leave? By the way, judging from your expression, you should know that woman. How about it, are you interested in talking to me? Slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. But Zhun Xiaoyao not only did not dare to get angry, but he sat back in his chair very obediently. As to why this is so. Although the person who came did not show any aura, Zhun Xiaoyao caught a hint of imperial power. And the most important thing is that the person who came is extremely young. In other words, this guy is a genius of the same level as him. There must be someone backing him up. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Of course, although he was complaining, at the same time, a hint of excitement was rising in his heart. What is his purpose in coming here? Isn't it just about finding allies? What if a big force is involved because of this matter? That would be considered that his ancestor was not in vain. Brother, you really have a good eye. You can analyze so many things just by my expression. By the way, what's your name, brother? What exactly do you want to talk to me about? The visitor laughed. Then he sat down opposite Zhun Xiaoyao. Obviously, he also realized that Zhun Xiaoyao wanted something from him. I can't even mention your last name. My last name is Zhang and my given name is Gujin. My friends usually call me Lao Zhang. As for what I want to hear. When he said this, a lewd look immediately appeared on Zhang Gujin's face. Of course it's all about this woman. To be honest, I've been keeping an eye on these two women since they entered Haori City. But no matter how we check, we still can't get any useful information. Originally, I was planning to use force. I never thought. Silence. Zhun Xiaoyao fell silent immediately. He didn't expect that the burial of Gujin would be so direct. To be honest, he really didn't want to say it. After all, the one who was howling was his ancestor. But the reality does not allow him to keep silent. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Besides, I don't believe there is a man worse than Cao Wenbin in this world. Even if this Zhang Jiyujin is also a pit, it is definitely shallower than Cao Wenbin's. Thinking of this, Zhun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and began to explain immediately. The one who just begged for mercy was my ancestor. My name is Zhun Anlin. 12th rank emperor. Yes, it is the 12th grade. As for why you can't find their information, that's because the three of them, including me, don't belong to this world. You should know about the newly appeared fairyland. That's where we came from. Zhang Gujin, who was already excited, became even more excited after hearing this. The 12th rank emperor. Isn't this a coincidence? He has played countless kinds since he was born. But he has never tasted these 12 kinds. So, you said the woman is your ancestor, so the man must be yours. No, even though I only met that man once. But I am sure that he is definitely not very old. It should even be smaller than me. Nodded gently. Zhun Xiaoyao confirmed Zhang Gujin's judgment. That's right, this Cao Wenbin is indeed younger than you and me. If I remember correctly, he should be only 24 years old this year. As for why my ancestor is with him, that's because he bullies others by taking advantage of his power. This guy used his family's power to imprison my ancestor right next to him. The reason given at the beginning was very refreshing. We just wanted to chat. But now, the fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. But human pessimism is completely different. Just when Zhun Xiaoyao was blaming himself for not being able to do anything for his ancestor, Zhang Gujin grinned evilly. This kid is interesting. You're only in your 20s, but you're forcing someone who's thousands of years old. It seems like he's quite obsessed with other people's wives. Nodding again, you are absolutely right. In our area, there's always been a saying that Wenbin is a good wife. Slightly stunned, then Zhang Gujin laughed even louder. Okay. What a good wife Wenbin is. This guy is really my cup of tea. Chapter 287, The Shocked Burial of Ancient and Modern Times. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. As soon as the three words, "to my taste," came out, a look of horror suddenly appeared on Zhun Xiaoyao's face. This guy in front of me actually likes that. Damn, they're not going to unite and form a group to bully all the married women in the world. Thinking of that scene, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately prepared to slap himself in the face. Damn it, just introduce it. What the hell is this nonsense? Now, not only did I not find any helpers, but I also found an opponent. But before he could raise his hand, a big hand suddenly slapped his shoulder. Brother Zhun, don't panic. There's no way I'm going to team up with Cao Wenbin. After all, people with the same hobbies are always enemies. Think about it, there are only so many beautiful women in the world. If he gets one more, I'll have one less target, right? So, a wicked smile. The next moment, he slowly stood up. Then he walked towards the backyard. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to cause trouble for Cao Wenbin. Logically speaking, Zhun Xiaoyao should be secretly happy when he saw this scene. After all, driving the tiger to devour the wolf is his ultimate goal. But in the end, he didn't do it. Instead, he immediately blocked Zhang Gujin's way. Brother Zhang, don't be impulsive. Although Cao's character isn't very good, his methods are extremely powerful. Don't think my ancestor was forced. But if it comes to a critical moment, she will definitely stand up for Cao Wenbin. That is to say, you will be facing two 12th rank great emperors. The footsteps paused slightly. Afterwards, Zhang Gujin did not make any move, but two old men suddenly appeared beside him. He also didn't show any aura to the outside world. But the style of a master is undoubtedly revealed. Compared to the background, growing up this big, I, Zhang Gujin, have never been afraid of anyone in this regard. To tell you the truth, there are two supreme beings in my Zhang family. And I am the only heir of this generation. How about it? The feeling of pride is beyond words. But before he could finish his words, he was surprised to find that Zhun Xiaoyao was not shocked at all. How is this possible? According to historical records, the strength of the immortal realm is extremely poor. After hearing the two supreme beings, this guy should have jumped up immediately, even if his jaw didn't dislocate. Confused. Extremely puzzled. However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I see. This guy must be scared silly. Shook his head. Immediately afterwards, he prepared to wake Zhun Xiaoyao up. But the direction of things was far beyond his expectations. After meeting Zhun Xiaoyao's eyes, he actually saw a trace of pity in them. That's right, mercy. Brother Zhun, what do you mean? Without hiding anything, Zhun Xiaoyao said bitterly, to be honest, 2 years ago, my Zhun family also had two supreme beings in charge. One of them even participated in the Great War 10,000 years ago. But now, I can only run out alone to find help. As for why this is the case, I don't think I need to explain it. My whole body trembled. Those eyes, which were not small to begin with, widened even more in an instant. This guy in front of him who looked so decadent actually had a background that was no weaker than his. How terrifying must Cao Wenbin be to force him to seek help even at the cost of his ancestors? And that's not all. Soon, an even greater shock reached Zhang Gujin's ears. Oh, I forgot to tell you. That bastard has probably slept with more than 2 supreme beings. Don't talk much. But the consequences are extremely shocking. Zhang Gujin, who was barely able to stand just now, sat down on the ground. Not only him, but even his 2 protectors subconsciously took 2 steps back. What the hell? Have you slept with at least 2 supremes? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Damn, that's the supreme. A person standing on top of the world. To be honest, they are quite knowledgeable. But I still can't imagine the scene when the supreme is knocked down. That's impossible. The 3 of them subconsciously wanted to refute. But Zhun Xiaoyao's determined eyes told them clearly that he was not joking. So, damn it, did this Cao guy save the immortal and demon realms in his previous life? Why did this kind of good fortune happen to him? I'm no worse than him. The shock didn't last long. It quickly turned to jealousy. Although Zhang Gujin didn't know what the 2 supreme beings looked like. But those details are totally unimportant. Having the supreme status is enough. Right, I can use that trick. As long as we can kill him. Then I can totally take his place. Zhang Gujin's eyes lit up. As for the tricks he mentioned, it's not some advanced martial art, it's just a disguise technique. Although this technique cannot increase one's strength, it is quite powerful in changing one's appearance. Zhang Gujin has done experiments. And the result is extremely gratifying. Even if you are the supreme, there is a high probability that you will make mistakes if you are not careful. That's it. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. But before he could take any action, Zhun Xiaoyao spoke again. So, I think Brother Zhang should go get some help. Then kill that guy with the force of thunder. Don't give him a chance to turn around. If I don't have enough authority, I won't be able to transfer too many people. Having said this, Zhun Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, then find more geniuses of the same level. We'll just drown him with human wave tactics. Very careful planning. But a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on Zhang Gujin's face. Calling people, who the hell are you looking down on? In the same realm, who is he afraid of? Remember, fighting is not about playing with women. There's absolutely no way to cheat. It's all about hard power. Brother Zhun is really too cautious. You should know that I am on the Demon Realm's prodigy ranking. To say it's invincible is a bit of an exaggeration. But it's more than enough to deal with a second-generation rich man who only knows how to play with women. After saying that, he ignored Zhun Xiaoyao. After giving a look to the 2 old men behind him, he disappeared from the spot. Zhun Xiaoyao was confused. At the same time, it also labeled this burial of the past and present as a fool. With this IQ, you still want to fight with Cao Wenbin. Isn't this just a joke? You better clean up, otherwise, you'll be embarrassed. Chapter 288 Soul Search. Name: Zhun Anlin. Identity: one of the Zhun family giants. Strength: 12 rank Emperor. There is a chance to become a venerable, but please consider carefully whether it is worth cultivating. Appearance score: 93. Loyalty: 85. Note: because what the list owner showed was so shocking, the woman has already shown signs of surrender. This is an excellent sign, please seize it. After reading Zhun Anlin's attributes, Cao Wenbin laughed. Then he subconsciously muttered to himself, Brother Zhun, thank you very much. This is extremely sincere. After all, if Zhun Xiaoyao had not detonated the Thunder Pearl, even if he had reached the Emperor realm, he would definitely not be able to compete with the 12th rank. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhun Xiaoyao definitely made a great contribution to the appearance of surrender. Of course, while laughing, Cao Wenbin did not forget the important things. Soon, he opened the treasure chest. Soul-searching technique, a unique technique created by an ancient evil cultivator. Once used, even the most mentally strong will be unable to keep their secrets from you. However, this technique is detrimental to nature. Anyone who is baptized by it will be reduced to a fool for eternity, so please use it with caution. It's not an awesome elixir. It is not an innate treasure that can drive people crazy. But Cao Wenbin, who learned the soul-searching technique in the first place, narrowed his eyes immediately. For him, this trick is really effective. After all, everyone has secrets. And most people like to take their secrets to the grave. Save yourself from the enemy. In the past, he had no way to deal with this situation. I can only regret it secretly. But with this trick, it's completely different. As for harming the world, As long as Wenbin is not hurt, everything will be fine. And it's a coincidence. Just when Cao Wenbin was thinking about where to find an experimental subject, a powerful pressure from heaven and earth suddenly descended upon his small courtyard. 12th rank emperor. Or 2. His expression changed, and then Cao Wenbin disappeared from the room. When he appeared, he had already arrived in the yard. Who are you? Zhang Gujin, the one who came to take your life. I don't know if he was frightened by the information Zhun Xiaoyao revealed, or if he was just cautious by nature. In short, Zhang Gujin didn't say any nonsense. After reporting his name, he immediately started waving his hands. The next moment, Cao Wenbin found that the environment around him had changed. The original rockery stream disappeared directly. Instead, there are endless graves. Originally, Cao Wenbin didn't care too much. A grave mound is just a grave mound. What other use does it have besides scaring people? Maybe when he accidentally saw the stone tablet in front of the largest tomb, his face turned black. Because what was written on it was actually the tomb of my son Cao Wenbin. Buried on the 5th day of the winter month, in the 37,466th year of the demonic calendar. That's today. Damn it, this guy actually buried me. Are you still using my father's name? Doesn't this mean that he wants to? The more he thought about it, the darker Cao Wenbin's face became. After all, there are some things he doesn't dare to think too much about. How dare outsiders think about it? If I don't kill you today, I'm not going to be surnamed Cao. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful energy emerged from Cao Wenbin's right hand. Then he shot directly towards Zhang Gujin. No process. I can't even feel the passage of time. One move is the law of time and space. Boom. The shocking sound of the explosion soon rang out. Zhang Gujin was caught without any suspense. However, Cao Wenbin did not show any excitement. Because his intuition told him that this move did not gain any advantage. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, after the smoke completely dissipated, Zhang Gujin appeared in front of him without any problem. As for how this guy blocked this attack, at some point, a grave mound appeared behind Zhang Gujin. And the name written on the stele was his own. The Supreme is buried in the tomb of ancient and modern times. Buried when heaven and earth are destroyed. Obviously, it was this grave mound that took on everything. What a fucking narcissist. But even though he complained, Cao Wenbin's attention was unconsciously focused. Because he felt the breath of many kinds of laws from that grave mound. There is a curse. There is the law of the earth. There are even blessings. Of course, these are not the most important things. What really caught Cao Wenbin's attention was that he also sensed an aura that he didn't recognize. This aura is extremely powerful, and its strength is definitely not inferior to his law of balance. As expected of a person who has two 12th grade protectors, he is indeed quite capable. While he was secretly analyzing, Zhang Gujin's counterattack finally came. The stone tablet engraved with the 3 words Cao Wenbin suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of weakness emerged in his heart. And that's not all. After the physical attack, the mental attack follows. A lewd sound quickly entered his mind. The monument has already been erected, what's the point of struggling? Just lie down obediently, isn't it nice? The means are really against the will of heaven. So, Cao Wenbin, who was not prepared at all, was caught immediately. The originally astonishing momentum is rapidly fading. If this continues, Cao Wenbin will be dead within a minute. Hee hee. And Zhang Gujin, who succeeded in his attack, immediately started laughing. Now we can talk, boy. After all, your life has entered the countdown. Tell me, what is your last wish? Since you've collected a lot of wives for me, I can do it for you. It is not difficult to see that he thinks he has Cao Wenbin in his sights. But things in the world are often so unpredictable. Look, the smug look on his face hasn't disappeared yet. All the abnormalities on Cao Wenbin's body suddenly disappeared. He seemed to be fine and full of energy again. This is. The pupils contracted instantly. Then Zhang Gujin flew back. He has already seen clearly that the guy in front of him actually mastered the law of time. The reason I wasn't injured just now was because I turned back time. Damn it, how could such an awesome person appear in such a remote place like the immortal realm? To be honest, his reaction was not slow. Unfortunately, in the face of time, no matter how fast you react, it will be in vain. The next moment, his neck fell into Cao Wenbin's hands. When it comes to killing people and destroying their hearts, who can compare to Cao Wenbin? Since you want to talk, let's talk. I don't have any last wishes. But I really want to know your mother's name. Chapter 289 Soul Searching, Part 2. What Cao Wenbin said is not difficult to understand. As a result, Zhang Gujin was so angry that he started shaking. This guy in front of me is actually thinking about his mother. He is so bold. I just want to see, who fucked my mother first, you or I fucked your mother first. That's right, even though he has fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands, he is still not worried about his own safety. Because, you think you're going to win. A frog in the well, it really is a frog in the well. I am from the Zhang family. Did you see the words on the steel? I will be buried when heaven and earth are destroyed. In other words, as long as the heaven and earth don't perish, I won't die. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. But he does have the capital to be arrogant. Look, no matter what method Cao Wenbin used, he just couldn't kill him. Even if you use the space blade to chop off his head. A brand new him will soon be able to crawl out of the grave. Of course, Cao Wenbin also attacked the grave mound. But it didn't work. Just like burials of the past and present, grave mounds can also be regenerated infinitely. Even the stone tablet can repair itself. Haha. Stop wasting your time. This grave repair technique is passed down from my ancestors. It's been several epochs. Once it is refined, it will be able to bury the sky, the earth, and all living things. You can even achieve immortality. Yes, your time law is indeed advanced. I'm no match for you. But so what? You still can't kill me. His brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, Cao Wenbin was really at his wit's end. As for using soul-searching techniques to turn him into a fool, this trick has certain limitations. At the very least, the other party must lose the ability to resist. But at this time, Zhang Gujin was alive and kicking, which obviously did not meet the requirements. Fuck, I really don't believe it. No surprises. Cao Wenbin's stubborn temper was soon aroused. Then he continued to do experiments. His idea was simple: since the law can't kill you, I'll try something else. Therefore, various innate treasures soon appeared in front of the two of them one after another as if they were free. That frequency made Zhang Gujin feel sick. This is an innate treasure. There is only one incredible item in his entire Zhang family. But the boy in front of me is. This time I really hit a wall. The smile is bitter. However, Zhang Gujin is still confident. After all, up to now, he has not heard of any innate treasure that can restrain the art of tomb repair. Unfortunately, this mentality of his could not last long. A plant with flowers but no leaves appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand. The confidence that had always been there froze on his face. At this moment, he smelled the breath of death. This is the innate red spider lily. Impossible. This kind of heaven-defying thing should have long since dissipated between heaven and earth. Of course, although he was shocked, he managed his expression very well. Obviously, he was trying to fool people. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking did not work at all. Cao Wenbin, who was always paying attention to him, caught his subtle changes at the first time. So, it turns out that the power of reincarnation is your nemesis. Hey, if I had known this, why would I have gone through so much trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's demeanor changed. It's right in front of me, yet it seems like a lifetime ago. After this, Zhang Gujin felt completely unwell. Then he started yelling without saying anything. No, you can't kill me. Otherwise, the two supreme ancestors of my Zhang family will never let you go. Also, my mother is the saint of 100 Flower Valley. In other words, if you offend me, it's equivalent to offending two major forces. He curled his lips in extreme disdain. These geniuses are really uncreative. If you can't win, bring someone else with you. However, his last two sentences successfully aroused Cao Wenbin's interest. This guy's mother is actually the saint of Baihua Valley. This is really a case of searching for something in vain. Of course, Cao Wenbin had no intention of continuing the interrogation. After all, the mouth can lie. But he doesn't know how to search souls. So the next moment, the petals of the red spider lily began to fall one after another. At the same time, the leaves are slowly emerging. Flowers fall and leaves grow, leaves fall and flowers bloom, it's really magical. But Zhang Gujin had no time to appreciate this magical scenery. Because as the red spider lily began to show its power, His immortal body, along with the grave mound and tombstone behind him, began to collapse. Stop. Stop it right now. Two ancestors, please come and save me. Crying for parents. Unfortunately, it's useless. Because his two protectors were already in danger. Yes, Jun Anlin's body is indeed a little weak. But Shi Feng is fine. As for the Phoenix ancestor, although he has not yet recovered to his peak condition, fighting 1 against 2 is still a piece of cake. Stop shouting. Even if I'm the king of heaven, I can't save you today. Cao Wenbin is still very satisfied with the power of the red spider lily. But as he watched, he suddenly sighed. Because he remembered what Lin Xiu said to him not long ago. If you can make the flowers and leaves stay together forever, then I will no longer insist. Hey, isn't this embarrassing? The flowers and leaves will never be seen again. This is the rule of heaven and earth. Even if I became a venerable, it would probably be difficult to disobey. Shook his head. Then Cao Wenbin turned his attention back to Zhang Gujin. And it's a coincidence. It was at this moment that Zhang Gujin lost his ability to resist. So, without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately used the soul-searching technique. As his palm fell on Zhang Gujin's forehead, a huge amount of information immediately rushed towards him. The first thing is the background of the funeral family. The 13th ranked family in the demon realm. There are indeed 2 supreme beings in the clan. But one of them is about to be buried. At most, it can last for 100 years. And this Houri city is the 3rd city in the area controlled by the Zhang family. It is also the back cover of burying the past and present. It is currently managed by his mother. Immediately afterwards, the information that Cao Wenbin was most interested in came. Zhou, nicknamed Violet, the saint of the previous generation of Baihua Valley. The 11th rank emperor. She is a rare beauty. She married into the Zhang family for political reasons. Because of this, ever since Zhang Jiyu was born, he has never set foot in the ancestral home of the Zhang family. Chapter 290 Zhou. Haven't seen your husband for over 20 years. This is probably driving me crazy. Cao Wenbin chuckled and shook his head. Then he continued to check everything related to Baihua Valley. No surprises. After losing Wu Yu, the helmsman, Baihua Valley indeed fell into chaos. Although this former number 1 force in the demon realm was still harmonious on the surface, it had already split into 3 factions internally. Conservatives always believe that Wu Yu is not dead. Sooner or later they will be able to welcome back their master. The new generation believes that tens of thousands of years have passed. If Wu Yu was fine, he would have returned long ago. How could it have been delayed until now? So they have been advocating for the establishment of a new master. Try to train a talented person who can dominate the demon realm as soon as possible. As for the 3rd faction, they don't fight with the world. I just want to become stronger. That's why they are called neutrals. The other 2 forces have always wanted to win them over, but they have never succeeded. As expected of a sect founded entirely by women. Everywhere is full of intrigue. In an instant, countless palace fighting dramas that he had watched in his previous life emerged in Cao Wenbin's mind. However, these distracting thoughts came quickly, but also went away quickly. As Zhang Gujin's cultivation experience slowly came to him, Cao Wenbin was soon intoxicated. Is this the art of grave repair? It's truly magical. City Lord's mansion, study. Logically speaking, this should be a man's area. After all, whether it is the fairyland or the devilland, the mainstream is men. But here, it's just the opposite. Phew, so tired. Zhou, who had finally finished his work, subconsciously stretched. To be honest, her movements weren't big. But the visual impact it caused was extremely shocking. Those perfect curves. It is said that young women are the best. Every move is enough to seduce the soul. Those little girls can't compare at all. Unfortunately, this beauty did not last long. After just a few breaths, Zhou became elegant and graceful again. At the same time, her delicate eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Didn't that brat Ji Yu-jin say he would come to see me today? It's already noon, why hasn't he arrived yet? Dissatisfied. But there is more worry. Yes, the burial of ancient and modern times is indeed not small. But so what? In the eyes of parents, no matter how old they are still children. So, without saying anything, she immediately shouted outside the door, "Zhongzhou, come in." Didn't let Zi Yujiu wait. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, a woman who was equally mature suddenly appeared in the room. This person is Zio's personal maid. The two have lived together since childhood. Therefore, Zio didn't even need to speak. The woman named Zhongzhou had already started reporting with a strange look on her face. Miss, the young master has actually entered the city a long time ago. But when he passed by Huaifengzhou, he was attracted by a trivial matter. It hasn't come out yet. Worry turned into dissatisfaction in an instant. A feeling of jealousy immediately emerged in Zio's heart. When she got home, she didn't come to see her mother first, but instead went to talk nonsense. This kid is really itchy. Is there some beautiful woman appearing in that inn? Zizi Mo Ruo mother. Although the two have been together less and less over the years. But Zio knew very well what kind of person his son was. But obviously, she guessed wrong this time. There are beauties. But what really attracted the young master was the deadly noise the other party made. He didn't say much, but after hearing what he said, Zio stood up immediately. Dead noise. The young master of the Zhang family, Violet's son, actually went to eavesdrop. How outrageous. This is really outrageous. Let's go and take a look together. After she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at Huaifeng residence. Originally, she was very angry. And even more prepared to explode. But when she really got here, she calmed down immediately. It's not that she figured it out, but that she smelled a hint of danger. Not only her, but Zhongzhou who arrived later also had the same reaction. So, an idea suddenly popped up in the minds of the two people. This is a trap set by hostile forces. The purpose is to lure us into taking the bait. Her delicate body tensed instantly. But this idea did not last long. Soon, they put it behind their minds. As for the reason, their contact with the outside world has not been interrupted. In other words, they can ask for support at any time. Obviously, this is not what an ambush should look like. Otherwise, the other party would be too unprofessional. But because of this, both of them were confused. This is not right either. That's not right either. So what is right? Miss, what should we do now? Zio bit her lip. To be honest, she really wanted to turn around and leave. Then come back when you are fully prepared. But the reality is that she simply cannot do that. After all, her son has disappeared. Disappeared here. So, you should know where the person who made that noise lives. Come on, take me there. Good. Zhongzhou didn't hesitate and led the way directly. As he walked, he said, Miss, if there is any danger later, don't worry about me. Just leave. It probably won't get to that point. Ka ka ka. As the sounds of breaking rang out one after another, the grave mounds that had been surrounding Cao Wenbin finally disappeared. At the same time, a silly laugh sounded in Cao Wenbin's ears. It was none other than Zhang Gujin who made the noise. As for this guy's two protectors. At this moment, it was just like a dead dog, lying quietly beside Zhang Gujin. Not long ago, they were captured by Shi Feng and Jun Anlin. Two good blood packs. Speaking of which, the heaven swallowing technique will soon be useless. The next moment, the two 12th rank emperors, plus the stupefied Zhang Gujin, were all taken into the heaven swallowing tower by Cao Wenbin. And it's a coincidence. The battlefield had just been cleaned up when the gate of the courtyard rang softly. Excuse me, is anyone there? My name is Zio, and I've come to visit you specially. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Zio, are you here to find your son? Zhang Gujin, Zhang Gujin, it looks like you've lost this round. Judging from the current pace, it's obvious that I can become your father first. Of course, even though he was muttering, his movements were not slow at all. With a wave of his right hand, the gate of the courtyard immediately opened to both sides. It turns out that the city lord has arrived. I'm really sorry for not welcoming you. It's a sin, it's really a sin. Chapter 291, Bare Humiliation. Swish. Zio wrapped herself tightly. Not even her shoulders were exposed. But Cao Wenbin's attention was immediately focused on it. There's nothing we can do, it's Wan Mailu's fault. Although the flipping time is very long. It didn't stop until after more than 20 pages. But so what? Once it moves, it moves. And after learning from Jun Anlin's experience, he no longer dared to underestimate the rewards for those ranked lower. After all, who dares to say that soul-searching is ineffective? Of course, Cao Wenbin didn't just stare at people all the time. Soon, both parties sat down in the pavilion as host and guest. Handsome boy, you are not from this place. After all, with your talent, there's no way you can be an unknown person. But I have never heard of such a person as you. She is indeed a strong woman who can rule a city on her own. Look, before Cao Wenbin even said a word, the other party had already seen through his true intentions. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out immediately. And now that he has been seen through, Cao Wenbin will naturally not hide it anymore. Sister Zio is quite knowledgeable. That's right, I am from the fairyland. Isn't this a 3-state agreement with Mo Luo? So I decided to come here and get some information while I still have some time. Know yourself and your enemy, then you can win every battle. The words make sense, but Zio's focus is obviously not here. After receiving a positive answer, she immediately changed the subject. I've heard about that bet too. I have to say, you guys are really brave. You have to know that the new generation of the demon realm is full of talented people. Forget it, we can talk about this later when we have time. Now let's talk about my kid first. If I'm not mistaken, little brother should have fought with Ji Yujin. The more he spoke, the stronger Zio's aura became. When the last sentence fell, the aura was fully released. Although she knew that anyone who could defeat the ancient and modern people must be no pushover. There was no way she and Zhongzhou could be their match. But so what? Lose the battle but not the battle. Besides, although she is not very strong, she has a backer. Her master is the supreme being of heaven and earth. What a shame, the idea is beautiful. But the result was far beyond her expectations. Pa! With a crisp sound, a big hand suddenly appeared on her thigh. And this hand is extremely dishonest. Of course, this is not the end. Soon, Cao Wenbin's entire head was close to her ear. Sister Zio's perception is correct. I did fight your son. But you can't blame me for that. He's the one who's being aggressive. By the way, he also wants to be my dad. Tell me, if you were faced with this situation, what would you do? Zio was confused. The moment the hand landed on her leg, she was stunned. There's nothing she can do about it, since he's the first person in thousands of years who dares to treat her so frivolously. You know, even the person who carried her into the house in a sedan chair didn't dare to be so rude to her. So, when she realized what was happening, she immediately became angry. But before she could take action, her body froze again. Of course, Cao Wenbin did not cross her bottom line. The reason for her reaction was that as the distance between the two sides got closer, she suddenly felt an extremely familiar breath from Cao Wenbin. The law of balance. Sealing law. Aren't these two methods the specialties of Ancestor Wuyu? Could this guy have come into contact with the ancestor? Or is it that his comprehension is beyond belief? In an instant, Zio's brain turned into a mess. Intel. The little face turned red instantly. Then Zio flew out of the pavilion directly. As for what exactly happened just now, apart from the two parties involved, perhaps only God knows. And the interesting thing is, she didn't seem angry at all. There is nothing but confusion on the little face. We can. Obviously, she wanted to continue chatting with Cao Wenbin. But just as she was about to say this, a loud shout suddenly rang out above the courtyard. Who on earth dares to kill someone from my Zhang family? I think you are tired of living. Obviously, the reinforcements from the Zhang family have arrived. But when they landed, the only one left in the courtyard was Zio with a sullen face. Ma'am, where are the people here? By the way, are you here to rescue people too? That's right, the one who came was none other than Laozi, the one who buried the past and present, Zhang Ao. As for how he received the news, this matter has Cao Wenbin's fault. Because he was the one who caused it. If he had put the 3 people from the Zhang family into the heaven-swallowing tower when he just woke up, and then lifted the tomb repairing technique, there would definitely not be so many problems. After all, there is the tomb building technique blocking it, so even if the 2 12th grade emperors have great abilities, they will definitely not be able to transmit any information. But the reality is just the opposite. Although the 2 of them didn't stay outside for long, it was enough. But it was obvious that Zhang Ao came at the wrong time. Because of this, as soon as he finished questioning, he was slapped in the face. Pa! The sound is extremely crisp. It stunned everyone present. Yes, the relationship between this couple has never been good. But no matter how bad it is, you can't slap someone in public. This is not only a slap in the face of Zhang Ao, but also a slap in the face of the Zhang family. Of course, although they thought so, no one in the Zhang family dared to act rashly. Including the victim Zhang Ao. What do you mean? The voice is extremely calm. Without any emotion. But as long as you are not a fool, you will understand that this is the calm before the storm. But Zhou didn't care about that at all. He immediately pointed at Zhang Ao's nose and started cursing. What do you mean? You actually have the nerve to ask what it means. You know, I've already successfully negotiated. As long as we pay the ransom, these outsiders will immediately release Ji Yujin. But it's all right now. They've returned to their own world. Ever since ancient times, I have to say, women are born actors. He even tells lies without hesitation. Look, Zhang Ao, who was originally furious, was completely annoyed by these words. And Zhou didn't continue to argue with him. After glaring at him fiercely again, he disappeared from the spot. Where are you going? Return to the Valley of Flowers. I'm going to consult with my master to see how I can save Ji Yujin. Chapter 292 The New Generation's Plan. 100 Flowers Valley, Stream Peak. Different from the eerie and terrifying places in other places, this famous holy place in the demon realm is peaceful at this moment. Everywhere is filled with birdsong and flowers. Of course, flowers are beautiful, but they are nothing compared to the beauties who take care of them. A white dress. Perfect proportions. I believe that any man who sees this scene will lose control. Unfortunately, all beautiful things are envied by God. It's impossible to exist forever. Look, this picture of a beautiful woman watering flowers was soon destroyed by the sound of space shaking. Immediately afterwards, Zhou, with an anxious look on his face, appeared out of nowhere behind the woman in white. Master. That's right, this woman in white is Zhou's master. Tulip, Bai Yuya. A true supreme being, the backbone of the new generation. You kid, we're all mothers now, why are you still so irritable? Don't worry, the sky won't fall. He didn't look back, but the voice of preaching rang out immediately. If this had happened in the past, Zhou would never have dared to talk back. After all, her master looks weak. But deep down he is extremely violent. The name Tulip was also what she forced others to call her. As for secretly, the white robe, which is the respectful name given to her by the creatures in the demon realm. But today, there was an exception. As soon as Bai Yuya's voice fell, Zhou immediately retorted, Master, this time, the sky is really about to fall. A quarter of an hour ago, I met a boy. From the fairyland. The strength should be first class. Of course, these are not the key points. What really caught my attention was that guy actually mastered the 2 laws of balance and ceiling. Not much talk. But Bai Yuya seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Just stop all actions. It wasn't until the water in the kettle spilled onto her shoes that she came to her senses. Look back suddenly. Then she asked word by word, are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? Without any hesitation, Zhou's little head started nodding frantically. I'm sure. We were very close at the time, and I confirmed it several times. So there's absolutely no chance of error. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, a mirror appeared out of thin air in front of Bai Yuya. This is an innate treasure. Yin-yang mirror. Akio in front. Back shining death. At the same time, you can also view the past and present lives of others. Give it to me. This is nonsense. But Zhou understood it immediately. If you want to use this mirror to check on people, you need a medium. Any personal belongings of the person being checked, or anything they have touched, are fine. And Zhou had obviously expected this scene to happen. So after taking a deep breath, a curly hair appeared in her hand. But the interesting thing is that she herself is not a natural curler. That boy is quite naughty. Bai Yuya shook her head and laughed. But soon, she became serious again. As her hands began to form seals, the yin-yang mirror quickly responded. The first thing that appeared was Cao Wenbin's basic information. 24 years old. The strength of a first-rank emperor. The undisputed number 1 among the younger generation in the immortal realm. There are 6 supreme backers. No matter the reason, I will stand up for him at any time. 2 of the women even had things beyond friendship with him. Seeing this, Bai Yuya and Zhou were stunned. Are young people nowadays so awesome? A first-rank official knocked down the supreme being. Is this really not a joke? In an instant, an idea emerged in the minds of both of them at the same time. That means the yin-yang mirror is broken. However, this idea came quickly, but it also went away quickly. After all, this is an innate treasure. If it is not man-made, then even if the heaven and earth are destroyed, they will never be destroyed. Master, it seems we need to take a long-term approach. No matter where this guy got his seal in the law of balance, we can't use force on him. Bai Yuya nodded slightly. I agree with this statement. 6 supreme backers. This strength is enough to crush the new generation. I hope this guy has nothing to do with Master. Otherwise, it will be difficult. While muttering to herself, Bai Yuya's attention quickly returned to the yin-yang mirror. Because according to past experience, it won't be long before this mirror shows all the major events that the other person has experienced in his life. But as she waited, her brows unconsciously furrowed together. As for the reason, the hair in her hand suddenly caught fire for no reason. At the same time, the yin-yang mirror returned directly to her hands. Obviously, Cao Wenbin's life cannot be viewed by the yin-yang mirror. Even if it is an innate treasure. Oh my god. Zio, who took everything in, exclaimed immediately. Disbelief was written all over her little face. Unlike her who was shouting and yelling, Bai Yuya, who was receiving feedback from the yin-yang mirror, frowned. After a while, she slowly spoke. Since there's no way to cheat, I'll just have to use the old method. Xiaoyu, I don't care what method you use. But within 6 months, you must figure out how this Cao learned those 2 rules. Remember, you only have half a year. And it must be done secretly. We must not arouse suspicion among conservatives. Otherwise, Bai Yuya emphasized the words, no matter what means. So, Zio understood it again in seconds. But before she could answer, Bai Yuya's voice rang out again. Of course, you can't just give without thinking. After all, things that are too easy to obtain will not be cherished. So you must grasp this degree well. Nodded gently. Zio did not refute, because she knew that even if she refuted it, it would be useless. Once her master has made a decision, no one can change it even if the Jade Emperor comes. Master, if Cao Wenbin's 2 laws were truly obtained from our Grand Master, then what should we do? This question is very sharp. But Bai Yuya didn't even hesitate and immediately touched her neck. If he really has inherited your master's legacy, then even if there are 6 supreme beings protecting him, let alone 60, he must die. After all, considering your great master's realm, the things he left behind are definitely extraordinary. No matter what, we can't let it fall into the hands of outsiders. What I said is very decisive. As for whether it can be done. Chapter 293 Double Insurance. Swish. After receiving clear instructions, Zio did not hesitate. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the spot. She had already made up her mind that in the coming time, she would make a fuss about the matter of burying Gujin. This creates opportunities for close contact. Bai Yuya, who watched her leave, was also not idle. After a gesture, another beauty was summoned. Ancestor, you called me. Looking at the little girl who was performing the kneeling ceremony, a hint of satisfaction immediately appeared in Bai Yuya's beautiful eyes. This is a treatment that even Zio has never enjoyed. It is obvious that this little girl is extraordinary. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Her name is Bai Yuchu. He is the absolute leader of the new generation. At only 22 years old, he was already a 3rd-rank emperor. The law of withering and flourishing can kill anyone who stands in its way, and kill gods who stand in its way. Extremely domineering. As for the purpose of calling her here. Yuchu, have you heard about the bet between Moluo and the immortal realm? Confused. Quite confusing. However, Bai Yuchu nodded immediately. Ancestor, I have heard a little bit about it. I also heard they already have 2 candidates. One is Moluo's direct descendant, Mo Qiancho. The other one seems to be Shui Baichuan from the Blood Clan. To be honest, I really don't understand. It's just a small fairyland, is it worth mobilizing so many troops? Bai Yuya couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before this, she didn't understand either. But after reading Cao Wenbin's basic information, she instantly understood Moro. With such a monster around, no matter how much attention we pay to it, it will never be enough. And Bai Yuchu is not stupid either. After seeing the expression of her ancestor, she immediately understood everything. Has a peerless genius emerged from the immortal realm? And the reason you called me here, old ancestor, is that you want me to take the blame. Bai Yuya, who was already very satisfied with this junior, was even more satisfied now. He is strong and smart, he is simply a perfect heir. So she stopped hiding it. He immediately expressed his thoughts. You're only half right. I really want you to participate in this fight. But it's not about winning or losing. I want you to have the opportunity to get in touch with that person named Cao Wenbin. Hearing this, Bai Yuchu's beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned. What does it mean? Want her to have a political marriage? How can this be? But before she could say anything, Bai Yuya's voice rang out again. Don't be so quick to refuse. I don't want you to get married. I want you to control that guy named Cao. I just got the news that that guy seems to have inherited the legacy of ancestor Wu Yu. As for what this means, I don't think I need to explain it in detail. No surprise. As soon as the words, worry-free inheritance, came out, Bai Yuchu, who had just looked resistant, immediately changed his expression. Of course, I'm interested. But she still refused to sell herself. After pondering for a while, she said with a serious face, Ancestor, our goal is to pass on the legacy, right? If that's the case, then why bother about the process? Just wait, I will definitely defeat this Cao guy in this competition. By then, what's the point of passing on the legacy? He's all mine. Bai Yuya was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously prepared to refute. But after thinking about it carefully, she shut up again. After all, what Bai Yuchu said makes sense. Besides, there's already Zio to sleep with. Bai Yuchu is not the only one left. It's just an extra layer of insurance anyway. In that case, let this girl do whatever she wants. Thinking of this, Bai Yuya no longer worried about it. Then he began to retell Bai Yuchu about the magic of Cao Wenbin. Fairyland, before the space rift. As the agreed time got closer, this originally deserted place became more and more lively. That's right, even though the competition venue is in such a sensitive area, it still can't stop people's enthusiasm for watching the game. And just looking at it obviously cannot satisfy these lunatics. So, the gambling game soon came into being. The gameplay is also very simple, just bet on winning or losing. As for the odds, there is only 1-to-1 ratio. There is no way, since the banker cannot find any information. According to international practice, before placing a bet, a wave of analysis is naturally necessary. Even if you know that you can't analyze anything, you still have to analyze it. Who do you think has a greater chance of winning this time? Is there any point in saying this? The Cao family will definitely win. Don't you think about it? How can someone under 50 compete with Master Cao? I also think the Cao family should win. After all, the rules are too favorable to them. If Cao Wenbin plays well, he might even be able to take on 3 people at once. Haven't you heard that a big favorite means death? And if you think about it carefully, you'll find that we can't even gather enough people here. As soon as these words came out, the battlefield was suddenly clear. But soon, someone jumped out. Fuck your mother. How could we not get enough people here? Cao Wenbin counts as 1. His legal wife, Zhongzhou, can also be counted as 1. Besides, after all, the person who spoke was still full of confidence. But when it came to the third person, he suddenly got stuck. Not only him, but others who originally wanted to bet on the Cao family to win were also stuck. Yes, there is no suspense about the first 2 people. And whether it is Cao Wenbin or Zhongzhou, they are both extremely good at fighting. But this third person, actually, Zhun Xiaoyao is a good candidate. Although he has the strength of a peak saint, it is a bit embarrassing to appear in such an occasion. But it's better than nothing. But the relationship between the Zhun family and the Cao family is something that anyone who is not a fool cannot fail to understand. And this time the stakes are so high. The Cao family won't let Lin Dong appear. Thinking of that scene, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. Yes, Lin Dong has also reached the Holy Realm. But his fighting ability. If it really doesn't work, let's just send 2 people to fight. A couple killing their way through the enemy lines is a wonderful story. This is the voice of everyone. Of course, I am helpless. But in the end, the vast majority of people still put the resources in their hands on the Cao family. As to why this is so. After all, they are people from the fairyland. And what if the Cao family has a hidden trump card? Besides, even if we take a step back, doesn't Cao Wenbin still have the responsibility to back us up? Has this guy ever lost since his debut? Chapter 294, Huge Odds. Part 1. Buzz. Just as the people in the fairyland were busy placing bets, there was finally movement in the space crack not far away. And very quickly, someone came out from it. As for the first ones, it was Bai Yuchu from Baihua Valley, Mo Qianzhou from the Mo family, and Shui Baichuan from the Blood clan. I have to say, these three people are really brave. Knowing that the two sides are not getting along, he still chooses to come alone. There is not even a protector around. It seems like I'm going to this meeting alone, what can you do to me? Of course, it's the same as in the fairyland. There are also people on their side who are extremely curious. And the number is only more. As a result, the betting area soon became more lively. Unlike the hesitation of the people in the immortal realm, the people from the demon realm were extremely happy. After taking a quick look at the rules, he started betting big. I'm betting on a low-grade imperial weapon, betting on the demon realm to win. I'm betting on a low-grade emperor pill, and I'm also betting on the demon realm to win. I'll have a medium quality one, just to join in the fun. The only exception is that they all won by suppressing demon realm. It is obvious that these guys from the demon realm are extremely confident in their own representatives. And these guys are obviously rich too. So the stakes are really bigger than each other. Later on, even top-grade imperial weapons appeared. As a result, in just a quarter of an hour, the banker was made to sweat. He just did some mental calculations. With the current stakes, if Shanyu really lost, even if he was sold out, he would definitely not be able to afford the compensation. As a junior leader of the Jun family, he knew clearly in his mind that the immortal realm was bound to lose this round. After all, they had already sold the detailed information about Cao Wenbin and Zhongzhou to the Mo family for free. The people coming from the demon realm must have made sufficient preparations. It was precisely because of this rumor that he set up this gambling game. Originally, he calculated it well. In his opinion, based on Cao Wenbin's past battle record and the pride of being a person from the immortal realm, 90% of the people would definitely suppress the immortal realm. In this way, he can make a lot of money. And the development of things was almost the same as he expected. But I didn't expect. No, we absolutely can't go on like this. Thinking of this, he immediately prepared to announce the closure of the market. But as the saying goes, when you have reached the end of your rope, there is always another way out. Just when he was feeling desperate and trying desperately to figure out whether selling his wife and daughter could fill the hole, a turning point appeared. Wow, it's so lively. In that case, I'll give it a try. I'm betting on 100 top-grade imperial artifacts, betting on the immortal realm to win. By the way, you don't prohibit players from betting here, do you? Don't talk much. But the sensation it caused was quite big. Because most people could tell that this was Cao Wenbin's voice. Of course, the people who reacted the most were from the Jun family, the banker. He first shook his fist fiercely, then said with a smile, "Not forbidden, of course not forbidden. After all, in business, there's no reason to push customers away. Master Cao can suppress as much as he wants. I accept everyone who comes." Confidence. Extremely confident. The curve of the corners of the mouth cannot be suppressed at all. But while he was calculating in his mind how much he could gain from this wave, he didn't even notice that there was also a hint of unnaturalness on the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. Do you think sending a spy over there can turn defeat into victory? Naive, so naive. Jun Xiaoyao doesn't have such great ability. I subconsciously curled my lips. The farce here quickly attracted the attention of Bai Yuchu and the other two. Of course, the three people's movements were in unison. But the people who watch it are different. Bai Yuchu's gaze naturally fell on Cao Wenbin at the first moment. After all, that's what she came for. He is Cao Wenbin. Is there some misunderstanding here? Even if Ancestor Wu Yu had poor vision, he wouldn't have chosen such a thing as his successor. Frowning slightly. At this moment, Bai Yuchu's heart was full of doubts. There's nothing she can do about it. It's Cao Wenbin's fault for giving her such a bad first impression. He is always lustful and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. But it's different from her dissatisfaction. The eyes of Mo Qianzhou and Shui Baichuan were filled with admiration. But they are not praising Cao Wenbin. Instead, he was praising the woman next to Cao Wenbin. No matter it was Zhongzhou, or Shui Ru and other girls who followed closely behind them, they all received their high praise. Humph, men are really no good. Slightly surprised. Afterwards, Mo Qianzhou and Shui Baichuan no longer dared to look around. After all, this time they came out, in addition to the mission of defeating Cao Wenbin, they also shoulder the responsibility of expanding the family. As for the goal, That's naturally the violent girl by Yuchu. And they don't mind this extra task. Yes, after marrying this woman, there is a high probability that they will suffer from wife control syndrome. But so what? Compared with the harvest, this little problem is nothing. You have to know that this woman not only has an incredible background. It is extremely excellent in itself. Born with an extremely yin body, she can bring great benefits to men. This is to be able to catch it. Yuchu, don't misunderstand. Subconsciously, the two of them prepared to explain. But they haven't finished speaking yet. Bai Yuchu's figure had already disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to Cao Wenbin's side. Have you had enough fun yet? You should know that my time is very precious. The voice is very cold. As a result, the crowd watching the excitement around immediately dispersed. As for those who can't speak, Cao Wenbin will naturally not be polite. Even if the other person is a beautiful woman. Look, without even a moment's hesitation, he just spit out the retort. If you're so busy, just go back. Let the demon realm's top brass be replaced by someone less busy. Don't worry, I can wait. Bai Yuchu's nose was almost crooked from anger. After all, this was the first person who dared to speak to her like this since she could remember. In the past, except for the Supreme, who would not be polite when seeing her. But now it is. What do you mean? If you dare to say another word, I will strip you naked. Silence. As soon as these two sentences came out, the scene suddenly fell silent. It's no exaggeration to say that you can hear a pin drop. Mo Qianqiu and Shui Baichuan took this opponent seriously for the first time. But soon, a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. Because they knew that this kid would definitely not have a good end. Really? Chapter 295, Huge Odds. Part 2. You're looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge chrysanthemum suddenly appeared behind Bai Yuchu. Abnormally bright. Of course, behind beauty, there are often hidden dangers. This time is no exception. As the petals of the chrysanthemum gradually bloomed, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world also spread. And when the chrysanthemum blooms to its brightest state, the biggest killer move will be here. Directly cover Cao Wenbin's head. The speed is amazing. However, before Cao Wenbin could react, Zhongzhou beside him stopped doing it for the time being. The pure white lotus soon emerged. Then it collided directly with the chrysanthemum. Boom! The sound was earth-shaking. The airwaves even scraped off a layer of the surrounding ground. Holy crap! No surprises. All the natives of the fairyland present were stunned by this scene. You have to know that the land in the fairyland is no different from other lands. Due to the long-term nourishment of spiritual energy, the hardness is extremely amazing. But now it is. The reaction of the people from the demon realm was not much better either. However, what surprised them was not the land, but the fact that there was a woman who could fight against Bai Yuchu and not be at a disadvantage at all. So, these guys who were full of evil spirits subconsciously looked at Zhongzhou. The more carefully they observed, the more shocked they became. Also in their 20s. Also a third rank. Damn it, why does this woman do this? Confused. Extremely puzzled. Bai Yuchu is strong, they can accept this. After all, this woman has the support of Baihua Valley and has a deep foundation. And she has great endurance. At the age of 10, he dared to venture into the inheritance site of Baihua Valley. It is said that it took only 10 days to absorb the energy left behind by the 3 half-step supremes. As a result, he was able to reach the level of the Great Emperor at the age of 10. The limelight is unparalleled, but even this kind of monster only improved by 2 levels in 12 years. But the woman in front of me is her background also incredible? The resources left by our ancestors are no worse than those in Baihua Valley. Thinking of this possibility, the eyes of the people in the demon realm suddenly changed. If they could marry her, wouldn't they be able to take off immediately? As for already having a man, what does that mean? As long as they can become stronger, they don't mind eating the leftovers. Just as they were lost in thought, the 2 women, who had recovered, finally spoke. You're strong. He's a worthy opponent. But you're not my target today. Get out of my way. After he finished speaking, Bai Yuchu's gaze fell on Cao Wenbin again. Weren't you very crazy just now? Why are you hiding behind a woman again now? Oh, I see. So your temper was caused by these women. I have to say, reincarnation is really a technical job. So what if I'm trash? Why not just find some awesome women? So ironic. So, Zhongzhou quit again. The man who mocked her. This is intolerable. But this time, Cao Wenbin grabbed her. Then he smiled and shook his head. Ji Yan, you should rest for a while. You are not needed for this kind of small occasion for the time being. Just wait, I'm going to fuck her ass. After saying that, Cao Wenbin flashed and soon appeared at the front. How do you want to play? Also, does this battle count towards the bet we agreed on earlier? Or is it just a warm-up? Bai Yuchu was stunned. Then he laughed too. Very good. She hasn't seen such a brave man in a long time. Of course, I'll do it directly. But should we also add some spice? Otherwise, it would be so boring. These words really touched Cao Wenbin's heart. So, without even hesitating, he directly stated his demands. No problem. But since we're going to play, we have to play something bigger. I'm not interested in anything else. I just want to gamble your freedom for one day. If you lose, you'll have to let me do whatever I want for a day. No matter what I want to do during this day, you must cooperate. As for my loss, there was a slight pause. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin made a gesture of invitation. The meaning is very clear, that is, you tell me what you want. Hiss. He spoke very frankly, but everyone in the demon realm who understood what he said gasped. Bet on Bai Yuchu's day. This guy is so brave. At the same time, they are also very envious. After all, if this wins. Although the probability is very low. But what if? Of course, the feeling of envy doesn't last long. It soon turned into sympathy. Because they knew that Bai Yuchu was about to explode. Sure enough, after just a few breaths, Bai Yuchu's beautiful face began to turn red quickly. However, there was always a smile on the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she was mad. I don't even know how to manage my expressions. Okay, you are very nice. You want to bet my day, don't you? Then I'll bet your day too. If I don't make everyone in both the immortal and demon realms remember you on this day, then I won't be named Bai. While she was speaking, her aura began to rise again. It's not hard to see that she is ready to fight to the death. But just when the battle was about to break out, there was suddenly one more person between the two of them. It was none other than Shui Baichuan. As a well-known bootlicker, he naturally couldn't let the goddess fight hard in the front while he just watched the show on the side, which would be a very unpleasant thing to happen. Yuchu, you've already fought a battle. Although the consumption is not much, it will still have some impact. So, let me go first in this first round. As for the bet between you two, I think it's better to put it in the second game. Shui Baichuan did not directly deny the bet, because he knew that was impossible. So, he immediately changed his strategy. If being straightforward doesn't work, then let's use a delaying tactic. And the facts have proved that his move is effective. Look, after Bai Yuchu hesitated for a moment, he began to close his eyes and regulate his breathing. No words. But as long as you are not a fool, you will understand what this means. Bai Baichuan, having achieved his goal, immediately showed a look of joy. She actually took my advice. In an instant, Shui Baichuan became even more motivated. Boy, where are your other contestants? Let him come out and die. Chapter 296, Competition of Physical Bodies. It sounded like Shui Baichuan was talking to everyone. But his eyes were always fixed on Cao Wenbin. Obviously, everything before was just a prelude. His real purpose is to kill Cao Wenbin in advance, thus eliminating danger for his goddess. Of course, Cao Wenbin couldn't ignore such an obvious hint. So, okay, stop pretending, just draw it and tell us how you want to play. Shui Baichuan smiled. Immediately afterwards, his momentum began to grow rapidly. And soon reached the first level. It's very simple. Let's just have a good fight. As for the raise, this is not necessary, because I will achieve my goal myself. Mad. Extremely crazy. Judging from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't take Cao Wenbin seriously. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, before the sound even faded away, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of Cao Wenbin. No rules were applied. He didn't even use any martial arts. He just kicked it out casually. But the force of this blow was indeed quite great. If you look closely, you can see that wherever his leg bones pass, the space is distorted. And his goal, not anything else. It is Cao Wenbin's fifth limb. Depend on. Originally, Cao Wenbin didn't take it seriously. But after seeing through the other party's motives, he immediately became angry. He can tolerate any part of his body being hurt. But it doesn't work there. You're looking for death. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he also raised his right leg. Boom. No surprises. The explosion soon sounded. The airwaves are spreading wildly. As for the results, Cao Wenbin did not retreat a single step. However, Shui Baichuan, who took the initiative to attack, retreated 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. That's impossible. The vampire's body is invincible. In this field, no one can match us. Obviously, Shui Baichuan cannot accept this reality. Of course, it's not just him. Other people in the demon realm couldn't accept it either. Am I hallucinating? Someone can actually defeat the direct descendants of the vampire clan in terms of physical strength. Hallucination, this must be an illusion. Damn it, this guy Shui Baichuan is so unreliable. He knew there was a battle today, but he didn't adjust his condition to the best of his ability. This is too deceptive. The other party must have taken advantage of this. Otherwise, even if Shui Baichuan's condition was very bad, this situation wouldn't have happened. The last sentence really touched the heart of Shui Baichuan. So he didn't say anything and immediately threw another punch. I want to see what tricks you are playing. After he finished speaking, he also raised his attention to the extreme. No matter what, we must uncover Cao Wenbin's secret. But what he didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin didn't even try to dodge. Just use your own face to take the punch. Boom. It feels great to punch someone in the flesh. As a result, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. You don't even dare to resist. It seems my guess was right. You really did rely on special means to take my kick. He looks very proud. But this emotion comes quickly and goes just as quickly. Just a few breaths later, he discovered with astonishment. Cao Wenbin, who was hit by his full-strength attack, was not hurt at all. Not even a single hair fell off. Impossible. As soon as the roar ended, he was immediately ready to try again. But, he hasn't made a move yet. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then he discovered that a fist had appeared on his stomach at some point. The terrifying thing is that he didn't even notice how Cao Wenbin made his move. A trick. This must be a trick. There's no way your speed can exceed my perception. His eyes turned red instantly. The next moment, he swung his fist again. And Cao Wenbin still didn't hide. Just like that, the two of them punched each other. The confrontation was so much fun. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Unlike the lively atmosphere between the two people, the onlookers were all silent at this time. Especially the people in the demon realm, their eyes were all dull. Because as time went on, they realized that this kid named Cao was not taking any shortcuts at all. They rely on hard power. After all, Shui Baichuan's injuries and his increasingly heavy breathing could not be faked. What a horrible body. With this kind of strength, even a mid-grade imperial weapon wouldn't be able to do the slightest damage. Shocking. Extremely shocking. But what they didn't know was that Cao Wenbin wasn't using his full strength at this moment. He was just joking with Shui Baichuan. But he soon couldn't continue playing. Because, puff, a sound of vomiting blood suddenly rang out. Then Shui Baichuan flew back. At the same time, his momentum also wilted. You're strong. He said this very seriously. But soon, his tone took a 180-degree turn. But even if you are strong, you can never be my opponent. After he finished speaking, he clasped his hands together. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red 7-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. Also appearing was a murderous aura that filled the air. This is the witch-slaying sword. However, when Cao Wenbin saw the whole thing clearly, his pupils shrank unconsciously. Of course, that's all. After all, if this thing happens unexpectedly, it might cause some harm to him. But if you take it out so openly, it will be almost no different from a fire stick. But even so, Cao Wenbin was still very angry. So, after rolling his eyes twice, Cao Wenbin immediately sent several messages to Zhongzhou. As for the content, what? This sword belongs to our immortal realm. It's specifically designed to restrain Master Cao's supreme divine body. Damn it, there's a traitor among us. Damn it, I hate spies the most in my life. Don't let me know who did it. Otherwise, I'll beat him to death. Hey, isn't this the targeted weapon Jun Xiaoyao refined to deal with Cao Wenbin back in the 9th continent? Brother, don't say that. You should know that the mouth can cause trouble. Can't we even tell the truth these days? That's right, what Cao Wenbin asked Zhang Jian to do was to spread the news about Tuwu's sword. Since the Jun family dared to stab us in the back, they must bear the corresponding consequences. You're a whore and still want to be a virtuous woman. How is that possible? Chapter 297 The Horror of the Hidden Sword Gourd. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Cao Wenbin nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this is exactly the situation we want. Although these people and the forces behind them cannot decide any major events, if they can be made dissatisfied with the Jun family, it will be a help at least. At least when we attack other continents, we won't be short of guides. Of course, he just heard these words. Shui Baichuan, who was nearby, also heard it clearly. So, he just laughed. It seems that this thing I prepared really can restrain you. In that case, you can go die. In order to avoid any further complications, he did not hesitate and attacked directly with his sword. As for the goal, still the fifth limb, I have to say, he is really persistent. Unfortunately, his strength is not that good. Look, the witch-killing sword in his hand had just stabbed halfway when it suddenly stopped. Because on his way forward, a gourd suddenly appeared at some point. A gourd that is completely red. Moreover, the evil spirit of this thing is even stronger than the witch-slaying sword in his hand. This is. The pupils shrank suddenly. Then Shui Baichuan prepared to leave. But, it's all too late. Before he turned around, a faint voice of self-murmur had already entered his ears. Baby, it's time to work. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Then, a single eye with scarlet fever slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. It has no emotions. There is only endless murderous intent. Shui Baichuan, who was targeted by it, seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. No matter how he struggled, he could not move at all. No, you can't kill me. Otherwise, my ancestor will never let you go. I tell you. Obviously, he was planning to brag about the strength of his ancestor, thus putting pressure on Cao Wenbin. But before he could finish his words, the one-eyed creature in the air seemed to have received some instructions. Immediately afterwards, it didn't make any movement, but a red line suddenly appeared on Shui Baichuan's neck. Hungry. Shui Baichuan, whose throat had begun to leak, could no longer utter even a complete sentence. Of course, he was not in the mood to talk. Because at this moment he is busy stopping the bleeding. But it was obvious that he was doing useless work. The hidden sword gourd is an innate treasure. If the damage it causes could be easily resolved, then there would be no point in wasting the innate treasure. Look, no matter how hard Shui Baichuan tried, even if he took out the top-grade imperial medicine, it was still useless. The bloodstain is getting bigger and bigger. Not until the head and neck moved completely did that invisible force completely disappear. Gurgle. The sounds of swallowing saliva were heard one after another. Every one of the people coming from the demon realm were stunned at this moment. The same goes for Mo Qianqiu and Bai Yuchu. After all, this is Shui Baichuan, the first person of this generation of vampires. Although in Cao Wenbin's hands, it seemed that he had no ability to fight back. But the fact that he is a treasure is beyond doubt. But now it is. Damn it, this is a big deal. Mo Qianqiu's face looked quite ugly. There's nothing they can do, since they forced this vampire here. Therefore, even though they did not kill the person, but the vampires will definitely cause trouble for them. At the same time, when he looked at Cao Wenbin, a hint of fear unconsciously filled his eyes. This guy is so brave. And this strength. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became. After all, this battle concerns the ownership of 3 states. And now, they have already lost a battle. In other words, if they lose one more game, they can say goodbye to 3 states. The invasion ultimately turned into a defensive war. Fuck, what the hell is this? Just when he was at a loss, Bai Yuchu slowly stood up. Immediately afterwards, a voice full of contempt rang in his ears. Isn't it just an innate treasure? Why are you panicking? Is it possible that you haven't seen it before? After saying that, Bai Yuchu no longer paid any attention to Mo Qianqiu. He flashed and appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Boy, I really admire your courage. Do you know that this blood river? Obviously, Bai Yuchu also planned to introduce the vampires. As to whether she intended to take the opportunity to scare Cao Wenbin and influence his mentality, or had other purposes, it is unknown. However, Cao Wenbin never gave her this opportunity. Just like Shui Baichuan before, he was interrupted by Cao Wenbin before he could even finish his words. Don't do this useless stuff. If you're ready, just strike. If you're not ready, go stretch on the side. It saves me from suffering when fulfilling the bet. Slightly stunned. But soon, Bai Yuchu reacted. Then her face turned red. Good. Very good. Mr. Cao, you don't think that just because you have a stronger body, no more laws, and have an innate treasure, you are invincible. To tell you the truth, these things are just what I left over from playing with. Today I'll show you what it means to be better than others. As soon as she finished speaking, the extremely beautiful chrysanthemum appeared behind her again. And not long after, her breath also returned to its peak. I have to say, the third grade is the third grade. That power is indeed incomparable to Cao Wenbin. And when everything was ready, her attack came right after. Countless pollen immediately spread towards Cao Wenbin. Looks great. Smells better. However, amidst all this beauty, there is also a murderous intent. Look, wherever the pollen passes, everything is withering madly. Even stones would turn into powder and be blown away by the wind if they were hit. The law of withering and flourishing. That's interesting. Looking at the scenes in front of him, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he commanded the laws of time to meet them. Turn back time. No collision sound. But the consequences are quite shocking. At the intersection of the two laws, all objects are changing their shapes madly. Soon the sky will be filled with flying ashes. It will be like its heyday again. It seems like they are evenly matched. But if you look closely, you can find that this narrow intersection is slowly moving towards Cao Wenbin. Even though it's slow, it's moving. Obviously, even with the magic of the law of time, it cannot make up for the gap between the two grades. Chapter 298 Capture by Yuchu. Boy, now you should understand. Realm is the kingly way. All those other fancy things are just extras. It's not worth mentioning at all. Cao Wenbin was not the only one who saw the changes in the confrontation. Bai Yuchu also saw it clearly. As a result, the corners of her mouth soon curled up into a beautiful arc. Once her mood improved, her condition naturally improved. Immediately afterwards, she prepared to take advantage of this favorable situation and directly capture Cao Wenbin. I have to say, women are women. No matter what you do, be cautious everywhere. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely bleak. Just a few breaths later, she noticed something was wrong. This is. Looking at the strange aura that suddenly appeared around Cao Wenbin, a hint of nervousness suddenly appeared in Bai Yuchu's charming eyes. And now that he has been discovered, Cao Wenbin will naturally not hide it anymore. Are all the bells and whistles useless? Today, I'll let you see whether these things are useful or not. The law of reincarnation, 100 generations return to one. As soon as the words were spoken, a strange vision appeared. One after another, phantoms resembling Cao Wenbin suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Then these things didn't hesitate and drilled into his body all at once. Boom. No surprises. As the shadow entered his body, Cao Wenbin's momentum immediately made a qualitative leap. One item mid-term. Late first grade. It wasn't until the early stage of the third level that it finally stopped. Fuck. Shocking. All the people from the demon realm present were shocked by this scene. You know, this is a showdown between emperors. There are no ordinary methods to improve strength, let alone improve it by 2 levels. Even if you want to make your breath fluctuate, it's very difficult. But this guy surnamed Cao. The law of reincarnation. Damn it, if there are such strange things in this fairyland, how could we have crushed them to the ground 10,000 years ago? Confused. Extremely puzzled. But obviously, no one will answer them. Because new changes have occurred with Cao Wenbin and Bai Yuchu. As the gap between realms was eliminated, the law of withering and flourishing directly lost the capital to confront the law of time. In just a few breaths, the intersection was pushed in front of Bai Yuchu. I won't lose. Bai Yuchu, who refused to believe in evil, still gritted her teeth and persisted. But the result is, puff, can't bear it, I can't bear it at all. The moment the laws and energy approached him, Bai Yuchu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the chrysanthemums behind her were slowly withering. As to whether this is a foreshadowing of something, only time will tell. As his breath began to weaken, Bai Yuchu also knew that the situation was hopeless. So she immediately flew back. I have to hurry. Otherwise, with this guy's evil nature, once he catches me. Thinking of that scene, Bai Yuchu's legs unconsciously clamped together. Then her speed immediately increased to a higher level. Unfortunately, she was just doing useless work. In the face of the laws of time and space, speed has no meaning at all. Even if you are faster, so what? Look, Cao Wenbin didn't make any movement, but Bai Yuchu, who had already run several miles, suddenly returned to his original place. It looked as if everything before was an illusion. The only difference is that there is a young man with an evil smile on his face in front of her. What are you doing? Let me tell you, our Baihua Valley is not that kind of small force. If you dare to do anything out of line to me, my ancestors will never let you go. It is not difficult to see that Bai Yuchu is already panicking. Everything on her body, except her mouth, was softening. But it was obvious that her words could not scare Cao Wenbin. Master, just come. If you really force them, then knock them all down. Cao Wenbin, having made up his mind, did not hesitate. After using the laws to imprison Bai Yuchu, he directly put her into the heaven-swallowing tower. All this happened in a flash, so when the people in the demon realm came to their senses, their leader Bai Yuchu had already disappeared. Plus the headless Shui Baichuan. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on Mo Qianzhou. Even though they have already lost 2 games. According to the rules, the winner is decided. The 3 continents must be handed over no matter what. It's better to lose the battle than the person. So they all wanted to know what Mo Qianzhou, the young master of the Mo family, would do in this situation. I hope you can be more domineering. But as the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Look, under their gaze, Mo Qianzhou not only did not move forward, but took a step back. Then, he said something that made everyone in the demon realm blush. If you hit them, you can't hit me. Also, please don't do anything out of line to Bai Yuchu. Otherwise, Baihua Valley will never let you go. After saying that, he turned and left. As to whether he ran away or went to seek help, no one knows. The people in the demon realm who saw everything were immediately furious. Shame on you, so fucking shameful. Are we out of people in the demon realm? Why did we choose such a jerk as our representative? His goddess was captured alive, and he just turned around and ran away. Damn, is this Mo Qianzhou still a man? Damn it. Senior Mo Luo is such a domineering person, how could there be such a coward among the younger generation? Could it be that his bloodline is impure? Or maybe it's Mu Qianzhou's mother? Don't mention it, it's really possible. By the way, do you think this Cao guy dares to accept the bet? He probably wouldn't dare. After all, both Bai Yuchu and Mo Qianzhou have already warned him. Can we stop deceiving ourselves? Put yourself in her shoes. If you had captured Bai Yuchu, would you let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just because of her background? Besides, Bai Yuchu's background is impressive, so is this guy's background any less? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the demon realm fell silent. Yes, if it were them, would they give up? That obviously won't happen. If you give up, what kind of man are you? Just squat down to pee from now on. Alas, from today onwards, the demon realm will have one more beautiful young woman, but one less goddess. Just when they were secretly regretting, Cao Wenbin finally spoke. Alright, let's all go. You don't have to worry about Bai Yuchu's safety. This young master keeps his word. One day is one day. You will definitely see her again by this time tomorrow. Of course, the premise is that the Mo family must keep their promise. Pour out the 3 continents in time. Otherwise. Chapter 299 Limping. Part 1. There is no wall that is completely airtight. As a group of onlookers returned to the demon realm, the news that Shui Baichuan died in battle, Bai Yuchu was captured, and Mo Qianzhou escaped without a fight spread immediately. As a result, the entire demon realm exploded. 100 Flowers Valley, Stream Peak. Bang. The moment she received the news, Bai Yuya crushed the kettle in her hand. You know, this pot is her favorite. Under normal circumstances, even her apprentice cannot touch her. But now it is. Good, very good. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in a manner. It is the ancestral home of the Mo family. Of course, she wasn't the first to arrive. A middle-aged man full of blood and energy was even faster than her. However, she had already lost her mind and didn't care about that at all. After organizing her words, she immediately roared, Mara, how on earth do you educate your juniors? My Yuchu is busy for you. Now that he's been captured, your little brat has escaped. Is this what a human being should do? Hearing this, Moro's head instantly became bigger. I opened my mouth for a long time, but couldn't say a word. There's nothing we can do about it, he's really wrong. Qiancho, Qiancho, you are just pretending. It's better than running back like this. Have no choice. Extremely helpless. But he has to wipe this ass. After all, Mo Qiancho is the most capable descendant of his Mo family. If he ignores this, there is a high possibility that there will be a gap in the number of masters in his Mo family in a few thousand years. So after a few breaths, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and comfort her. Don't worry, Fairy Bai, I have already prepared the 3 continents. Set off immediately to redeem the person. I can guarantee that I can return Bai Yuchu to you in one piece. Good attitude. And women just fall for this. So soon, Bai Yuya's anger subsided a little. But her words were still sharp. I hope you can do what you say. If my little Chu gets even a hair off my head, I'll tear down this devil's den of yours. The corner of his mouth twitched. Then Moro smiled bitterly with helplessness. Can't lose a single hair. Is this a fucking joke? Judging from the appearance of your descendant, if he is still intact at this moment, it would be a miracle. I hope that kid can take it easy. Don't use it to death. It's best if no one can see it openly. Of course, that's what I think. But after the words came out, it was a completely different story. Don't worry, Fairy Bai, nothing will go wrong. A delaying tactic. Immediately afterwards, Moro turned his attention to the man in blood-stained clothes. Brother Zhongzhou, the dead cannot be resurrected. So let's be practical. Just tell me what it will take for me to calm your anger. The attitude is still so good. Although men don't buy into this, they remain calm. Zhang Chen quickly replied, 1 demon blood pill. With it, my blood clan will be able to cultivate a talent that is no less talented than Shui Baichuan. As for the wasted time, given the relationship between our 2 families, I won't bother with you. That's easy to say, but a hint of anger flashed unconsciously in Moro's eyes. That's the demon blood pill. It is the supreme magic medicine unique to the Mo family. The alchemy elder can only refine 1 pill every 3,888 years. This kind of thing, as soon as your upper lip touches your lower lip, you want to take one off. Why is your face so big? Although he was angry, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, this is a turbulent time, and he cannot disappoint this ally. Of course, he didn't intend to give it directly. At least he didn't plan to give it to them before he took back the 3 lost states. Therefore, since Brother Zhongzhou is so forthcoming, then naturally I won't be ungrateful. But all the demon blood pills that were refined before have been used up. There's really no stock. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen's face changed immediately. But before he could lose his temper, Moro's voice rang out again, but what a coincidence. The latest demon blood pill will be released soon. Calculating the time, it seems to be only 3 months. So I can only ask you to wait for me. This statement is truly impeccable. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the generals and ministers were, they had no choice but to accept it. Okay, 3 months is just 3 months. I can still wait. Let's go, brother will go with you to redeem the person. Baihua Valley, Tianzhu Peak. This is a conservative stronghold. As a hostile force, the more chaotic the new faction is, the happier they will be. Of course, while being excited, people of Bai Yuchu's generation were also studying the footage of the battle, in the hope of learning from this experience. But as they watched, the 2 little girls beside the photo stone began to show expressions of helplessness. Because they found that there was nothing to learn from this battle. It's a complete crush. So, the 2 women's attention immediately shifted to Cao Wenbin. Sister, if you were to face this man, what do you think your chances of winning would be? That's right, these 2 little girls are sisters. Twin. Lily's great-great-great-grandson. The older sister's name is Miavan and the younger sister's name is Miaoan. When Miao Fan heard what his sister said, he did not hesitate and immediately stretched out 3 fingers. Not much action, but it scared Miaoan enough. 30%. Sis, when did you become so strong? According to my estimation, you shouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Miao Fan rolled his eyes lightly. When did I say there was a 30% chance of winning? These 3 fingers mean that if I go against him, I'll probably get hit 300 times within a minute. Miaoan was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses. Then without saying a word, he immediately started playing with his sister. But they didn't make trouble for too long. Because you two clean up, then prepare to head to the fairyland. Bai Yuchu will be in a terrible state when he is redeemed. And that was definitely when her heart was at its most vulnerable. Remember, when the time comes, you must say something unpleasant. In short, there is only one goal, and that is to make her unable to recover from this. Do you understand? Miao Fan and Miaoan looked at each other, and then excitement appeared in the eyes of the two girls. This is a great job. Therefore, the two of them did not even hesitate and immediately got ready. Chapter 300 Limping. Part 2. Since ancient times, there have been fewer people who help others in times of need, and more people who kick someone when he is down. In this time, it is no exception. As the news of Bai Yuchu's capture spread more and more widely, the space cracks became increasingly busy. So, when Bai Yuya and the others arrived, the intersection of the two worlds was already crowded with people. The level of excitement even surpassed that of the previous war. Good, very good. I've taken note of what happened today. Not surprisingly, Bai Yuya, who saw everything, immediately turned pale. Of course, she wasn't the only one with a bad look on her face. As the instigator of all this, Moro was also very depressed. After all, the bigger the fuss gets, the harder it will be to resolve. Fairy Bai, there's no need to bother with these villains. What they want to see will never happen. After he finished speaking, fearing that Bai Yuya was being stimulated, he immediately shouted towards the depths of the fairyland, "Is there anyone who can still breathe? We're here to fulfill our bet. The 3 continents are ready, you can go check them out now." The sound is not loud, but anyone who pays attention can definitely hear it. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Just a few breaths later, Zhao Yuaner and Yang Xiao came over. What are you shouting about? Hasn't the day already come? If you want someone, then just wait patiently. If you don't agree, you can draw it down. I'll take them all. You're welcome. Extremely rude. So, Bai Yuya, who was already full of anger, exploded. Since you've said so, since we have nothing to do anyway, let's just exchange a few moves. After she finished speaking, the yin-yang mirror appeared directly in her hand. Then the other side of the mirror reflected Zhao Yuaner. Back shining death. The first move is a killing move. As for the results, dang, a crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Then everyone discovered that a small tripod had appeared between the mirror and Zhao Yuaner at some point. Although this thing is small in size, it is very powerful. No matter how Bai Yuya drives the yin-yang mirror, she cannot break through its blockade. Friendly Taoist tactics. Therefore, Bai Yuya stopped very quickly. After all, they have hostages. If this goes too far, people will get angry and postpone it for a day. Then she couldn't even find the right tone to cry. As soon as she stopped, the scene suddenly became quiet. No one spoke again. Until, look, the real boss has appeared. In the east, the sound is sticky. You can tell she is a beauty just by listening to her. But at this moment, everyone had no time to care about anything else. The first thing he did was to turn all his attention to the eastern sky. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything. Damn, you actually dare to lie. Everyone's brows were furrowed. But before everyone could find the person who made the sound, the soft voice sounded again. On the ground. They came on foot. At this moment, everyone frowned even more tightly. After all, we are all monks, who would still walk. Doesn't he want to fly in the air? Damn it, you still want to lie to me. Of course, although they muttered this, their eyes were more honest than each other. Subconsciously, they all fell to the ground. And after just one glance, they couldn't take their eyes off it anymore. Because, at the end of my sight, a man and a woman were slowly walking towards me. The men are handsome and the women are young and beautiful. Actually, all of this is normal. But the strange thing is that every time the woman lifts her legs, the corners of her beautiful mouth will twitch subconsciously. It happens every time, no exceptions, and the way he walks is extremely weird. To describe it as limping is not an exaggeration. As for why the two didn't need to fly, everyone soon got the answer. That is how weak women are. I don't know what happened that day. In short, Bai Yuchu, a third-rank emperor, has become so weak that he doesn't even have the aura of a quasi-saint. Wow, I really learned a lot today. Logically speaking, shouldn't this be the end of the matter? It's not like there's no future, why bother trying so hard? It's still that soft voice. With a leader in the lead, the onlookers at the scene could no longer restrain themselves. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions. It was worth the trip, it really was. Tonight, I finally have something to dream about. Sigh, I wonder if Bai Yuchu will be more relaxed after this battle. If only the price could be clearly stated. Stop daydreaming. Even if he's rotten, he's still one of the most talented people in Baihua Valley. Even if there's a price tag one day, you definitely won't be able to afford it. Ah, the greatest sorrow in a person's life is probably to meet his goddess in a place of fireworks one day. You're wrong, totally wrong. The greatest tragedy would be meeting a goddess in a fireworks place and not being able to come up with the money. The more people talked, the more they talked. But this situation did not last long. Because as Bai Yuya came to her senses, a pressure that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly fell on everyone. As a result, the scene immediately calmed down again. Of course, Bai Yuya didn't pay any attention to these minions. After seeing everyone shut up, he immediately turned his attention to Cao Wenbin. Boy, I have to admit that you are really brave. How dare you touch anyone from our Baihua Valley? Aren't you afraid? Murderous look. The murderous aura is extremely strong. But before he could finish his words, Cao Wenbin interrupted her. Afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? It's you who should be more afraid. After all, this is my territory. If you keep on dawdling, I'll keep you here for a day too, believe it or not. Let you also experience what this chick went through. Don't talk much. But it shocked everyone present. A first-rank emperor threatens the supreme. What is wrong with this world? What was even more unexpected to them was that although Bai Yuya, who was being criticized, kept glaring at Cao Wenbin, she did not say anything back for a long time. Fuck, this guy actually shocked Bai Yuya. This is too magical. Confused. Every one of the people coming from the demon realm was stunned. In their view, this Cao guy is just bragging. There is no deterrent effect at all. But they had no idea that what they considered to be bragging was actually the truth to Bai Yuya. As early as a few days ago, Bai Yuya had already learned from the yin-yang mirror that the boy in front of her had really played the supreme. And there is more than one. Chapter 301, Maluo's Methods. This kid is so weird. Forget it, let's comfort Yuchu first. When there's enough time, it won't be too late to settle the score with him. The reason is perfect. So, Bai Yuya's attention immediately fell on Bai Yuchu. Bai Yuchu, who appeared strong on the outside but had actually already collapsed on the inside, could no longer hold back after feeling that concerned gaze. After pouring the last of her strength into her legs, she suddenly threw herself into the arms of her master. As for entering the harbor, without any surprise, tears immediately flowed down. And the more she cried, the louder she cried. Master, you must avenge me. How dare this Cao? How dare you? I tried for a long time but couldn't say anything. Obviously, a lot of unspeakable things happened in the past day. Or rather, these are all things that are difficult to talk about. Of course, even if she didn't say it, Bai Yuya knew very well what happened. After all, isn't that the only thing between men and women? So, after glaring at Cao Wenbin fiercely, Bai Yuya turned and walked towards the space crack. The speed is amazing, but even so, they still couldn't escape the fate of being ridiculed. Just as the two were about to disappear, a soft voice suddenly came into their ears. Fuck, this is too cowardly. I was toyed with by someone for a whole day, and you didn't even dare to fart. Just ran away with your tail between your legs. The sound is very nice. But the words were harsh. But soon, there came a more piercing one. Sister, this is what you don't understand. She had to run. Otherwise, the things she carries will be. Bai Yuchu suddenly looked up. Then she saw the twins whispering in the crowd. Miao Fan, Miaoan. Bai Yuchu gritted his teeth. His expression was full of ferocity. Obviously, she was touched where it hurt. But just as she was about to fight back, the scenery in front of her suddenly changed. The surrounding area is full of space turbulence. But when everything returned to normal, they had already returned to Baihua Valley. At the same time, Bai Yuya's voice also rang out. Yuchu, don't think so much. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When the opportunity arises, we will retaliate one by one. By the way, what did you gain from going out this time? Bai Yuchu was stunned. Then a look of fear appeared on the little face. It's not hard to see that she must have remembered something horrible. But in the end, she overcame it. No, that guy is super tight-lipped. Even when I'm weak, I can still say nothing. The only thing I'm sure of is that she does know how to balance and seal the laws. But don't worry, master. It won't be long before I pry his mouth open. After she finished speaking, she limped towards the back mountain. There is another place of inheritance of Baihua Valley. According to the rules, only those of the 5th rank can enter. The 4th level of peerless genius can be tried. Originally, Bai Yuchu was not in a hurry. But now. Hey, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. It's fine if you didn't leave your inheritance to us, but why did you give it to such a scumbag? He shook his head gently. But soon, her eyes became firm again. Since the younger generation is working so hard, I can't just sit there and do nothing. It's time to settle the score for Yuchu's humiliation with Mo Luo. The next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. How was your day yesterday, little brat? Is the harvest great? As the people from the demon realm gradually returned, Zhao Yuaner slowly let down her guard. And her first sentence made Cao Wenbin laugh. Harvest. Of course, there is no doubt about that. Not to mention the experience, just the reward alone is enough to make him wake up laughing. Bai Yuchu, who was on the list, was given 2 treasure chests. And he did his best. The 2 rewards he offered were extremely useful. Bodhi seed, a backup left behind after the death of an innate spiritual root. Plant it in a place with abundant spiritual energy, and you'll quickly gain a new innate spiritual root. As an innate being, wherever its roots reach, it becomes its territory. Anyone with ill intentions will be immediately trapped in the Bodhi formation once they enter. Those with abundant luck will be lost for life. Those with less luck will simply become spiritual root nourishment. Overbearing. Extremely domineering. But compared with the second one, it pales in comparison. A thriving golden crow, a descendant of an ancient sage. As a young creature, she must transform into a star daily to provide energy for living beings, thereby earning the immense merits needed for growth. In her presence, evil spirits retreat, and those with ill intentions who enter her patrolled area will be instantly consumed by the celestial fire. Note: this creature lacks care, so after completing her daily work, she requires the meticulous care of a caring individual. And what she can offer you in return will surely not disappoint. But as the saying goes, where there is blessing, there is also disaster. Although this forced reward was incredible, it also made Bai Yuchu's favorability towards him reach an unprecedented level of -99. Of course, Cao Wenbin doesn't care at all. After all, there are many people who hate him, so who is this girl? Hey, what are you grinning about? Are the memories of yesterday so beautiful? The voice was full of playfulness. As soon as these words were spoken, even Cao Wenbin, who had great composure, couldn't help but blush. But he didn't explain. Because he has more important things to do. The next moment, he led his female army into the space crack. The 3 major states have been vacated, so he naturally cannot let them remain ownerless forever. Otherwise, after a long time, some people with ulterior motives will have ideas. I want to see which areas this demon has vacated for me. To be honest, Cao Wenbin's heart is still full of expectations. After all, these are 3 continents. But as the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. As soon as his feet set foot on the land of the demon realm, Cao Wenbin's face immediately turned dark. It is not difficult to see that Moro put his heart into this matter. Because the continent he took out was exactly the continent where the space crack was located. But the key to the problem is that he has already put his heart into it. He actually divided a continent into 3 parts. In other words, he actually just compensated Cao Wenbin with a continent. Damn it, this guy took advantage of me. Cao Wenbin's face is very dark. But after just a few breaths, his eyes narrowed unconsciously again. As for the reason, hey, why has the spiritual energy here become so rich? It wasn't like this last time I came. Confused. Extremely puzzled. However, as the investigation deepened, a gleam of light unconsciously flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Chapter 302 Shocking. Is there a dragon vein buried beneath each piece of separated land? Are you trying to shut me up? Leaving me with nowhere to complain? There was no surprise at all. As soon as this discovery came out, Cao Wenbin laughed immediately. Originally, he was still worried that the spiritual energy here was not enough to nourish the Bodhi tree. But after being tormented by Moro like this, there is no need to worry at all. After all, if the 3-in-1 spiritual energy still cannot nourish the Bodhi tree, it only proves that he has no destiny with this thing. There's a small island right in the middle of the 3 continents. The scenery is also very nice. In that case, let's treat it as the demon realm's base camp. Do it when you think of it. Then he prepared to take the female army to the island. But before he could take any action, a woman suddenly blocked his way. Very smooth. And the strength is extremely strong. It was the mayor of Haori City, Zhongzhou. You are. Cao Wenbin was confused. After all, according to the rules, this woman should have left. But now, have you really been single for too long? Can't stand the loneliness. Of course, although an idea emerged in his mind, he knew that it was simply impossible. There must be a reason why this woman appeared at this time. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, before he even said anything, Zhongzhou had already spoken. Mr. Cao, I know what you want to say. But what I want to say is, unless Master Cao hands over my son, I will definitely blame you. I'll go wherever you go. Until I see my son. Firm tone. It is full of determination. However, Cao Wenbin was amused. The next moment, he reached out and pinched the chin of the beautiful woman in front of him. Follow me. Beauty, you are not unaware of your own beauty. What do you think would happen if a beautiful woman were to hang around in front of a man all day long? Subconsciously took 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, a look of panic appeared on Zio's face. I am the saint of Baihua Valley and the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. If you dare to do that to me, the ancestors of these 2 families will definitely not let you go. She curled her lips slightly. Cao Wenbin looked disdainful. Comparing your background with mine. Even Bai Yuchu is useless, let alone you. But in the end, Cao Wenbin did not drive her away. Yes, this woman definitely has other purposes. But so what? He also has other intentions. You know, this woman is also on the list. Since you are willing to follow, then follow. As for your son, I believe that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to see him after that period of time. When saying this, Cao Wenbin had a sly smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't have anything good to say. And Zio, who had ulterior motives, obviously understood what he meant. But he didn't point it out. Instead, he followed Cao Wenbin obediently. Interesting. It seems this woman has big plans. Shook his head. Then he stopped thinking about all this mess. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When they appeared, they had already arrived at the small island surrounded by 3 pieces of land. Such a rich spiritual energy. Even though I'm mentally prepared. But when he arrived at the site, Cao Wenbin was still shocked. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had seen spiritual energy that could turn into mist. This level should be enough. Of course, although he said this, his heart was still pounding when he was digging out the Bodhi tree seeds. There is no way, since this is his only innate spiritual root. Therefore, until the seeds fell to the ground, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally returned to its original place. He was not disappointed. The seeds will grow as soon as they touch the soil. And it sprouted quickly. At the same time, the extraordinary nature of the innate spiritual roots was finally revealed. For ordinary seeds, even if they have strong vitality, it will take at least several years for them to grow into useful materials. But this Bodhi tree is not needed at all. As a huge amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by the seeds through the branches and leaves, its trunk immediately became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the size of a bull the moment before, and the next moment it was as big as 2 people could hug together. And it doesn't grow by itself. Everything with leaves on the island is dancing wildly to its rhythm. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. There's no intention of stopping. The Bodhi tree is still growing wildly. At the beginning, the giants in the demon realm didn't care. After all, it's just a tree. How can it possibly turn the world upside down? But as time went by, their expressions gradually changed. Especially when the height of the Bodhi tree exceeded 10,000 meters, they all appeared in the air. The movements are uniform. His eyes were fixed on the north. That is the territory allocated to the Cao family. Innate spiritual roots. The Cao family's background is truly unfathomable. No wonder they were able to cultivate a monster like Cao Wenbin. This is the common voice of all the big guys. At the same time, many people have different ideas. If I could swallow it whole, or cooperate with it, then. There is a lot to be done, a lot to be done. Just as they were daydreaming, something even more shocking appeared. Star. Could it be that this Cao wants to change the environment? Looking at the slowly rising fireball, the eyes of all the bosses were filled with disbelief. But soon, they frowned again. Wrong. This is not a simple star. But a living thing. The look of shock became more and more intense. And the more you observe, the crazier they become. Because they saw that this magical creature was gathering a mysterious energy. Even though they don't know each other. But their intuition reminds them that this energy is very important to them. If they can obtain it in large quantities, the probability of them crossing the gap between heaven and earth will increase exponentially. And they also discovered that this magical creature has extremely high potential. At least not worse than them. Mine. This thing must be mine. Chapter 303 Heading to Baihua Valley. Greedy. Greed that is almost crazy. But even so, no one dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. After all, the lessons of the past are right in front of us. Of course it's good to succeed. But if you fail, it will be really painful. Damn it, why can't Moro fight back a little? If we fight them, both of us will suffer losses. Their extremely cowardly behavior directly angered the Fairyland Heavenly Tao, which was trying its best to recover. Special space. Waste. A bunch of trash. If you all unite, you can give the Cao family a beating several times. But you are. The sound is very nice. But the scolding was very unpleasant. But Tianyan also knew that cursing could not solve any problems. So after satisfying her desire to talk, she began to think rapidly. Train a new Destiny child to compete with him. This is the first thought. But this idea came quickly, but it also disappeared quickly. Past experience has taught Tianyan that no matter how the younger generation is trained, they can never be a match for Cao Wenbin. It's okay to attack in groups. As for the single, then just go to bed. That's right, attack in groups. The reason these guys don't take action now is because the temptation is not big enough. They can still restrain themselves. But if I reveal the Cao family's true strengths, they will be completely devoured. The more Tianyan thought about it, the more excited he became. Then she began to prepare silently. She wanted to do something shocking to let all the creatures in both worlds know how wealthy the Cao family was. This time, she wants to put the Cao family on the grill completely. Roast it hard. Grill to your heart's content. This is simply a fairyland. Unnamed island. After the transformation of the Bodhi tree, this place has completely changed from being ordinary to a paradise on earth. And as the Bodhi tree began to feed back, the spiritual energy here also showed a trend of further improvement. In some low-lying areas, there are even puddles formed purely from spiritual energy. As for women, they have always been unable to resist beautiful things. As soon as the transformation was completely completed, the female soldiers who had been surrounding Cao Wenbin dispersed. I want to build a small courtyard here, where I can enjoy the flowers and paint landscapes when I have nothing to do. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Then I'll be your neighbor. I'll be your model when I'm free. No, your noise at night is too loud, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. You're going to die. The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched. These women are so bold in chatting. Even he couldn't bear to listen anymore. But just as he was wondering whether he should use a special method to make them shut up, a fiery red bird with 3 legs suddenly appeared in front of him. Chew. Chirp. Obviously, the intelligence of the 3-legged golden crow is not yet mature at this time. Can't even speak. But for Cao Wenbin, this is not a problem at all. After all, there is another bird beside him. And Shi Feng did not disappoint everyone. Soon the bird language of the 3-legged golden crow was translated into human language. She basically means she wants to be lazy today. Working normally tomorrow. Oh, right, she even found an excuse for herself. They said they saw a young man who was extremely hostile to you. Currently rushing towards the south. She was afraid that you would suffer, so she rushed back. The more he talked, the more Shi Feng wanted to laugh. In the end, he even started to pick up the 3-legged golden crow. Obviously, she was touched. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was shocked. Cao Wenbin was also quite touched by it. As for why I didn't start. It's not that I have strong concentration, but that I have something on my mind. He was wondering who the so-called young man was. And this problem did not waste too much of his energy. Soon, he had the answer. Zhun Xiaoyao. It couldn't be anyone else except this cheap son. At the same time, he also analyzed the guy's destination. Valley of Flowers. If nothing unexpected happens, he should go to find Bai Yuchu. After all, sticking together for warmth is the best strategy. I wanted to wait until things were calmer before going. But now it seems that in Baihua Valley, it has to be advanced. Aren't you trying to win over the new generation? Then I'll go win over the conservatives. After coming up with the idea, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate. Just take Shifeng away from here. As for the miscellaneous stuff here, he doesn't need to worry about that at all. None of the women in the army of women are just pretty faces. Anyone can handle things here perfectly. Valley of Flowers. Although he started later, Cao Wenbin arrived first. After all, he has a 12th grade master to lead the way. And what about Zhun Xiaoyao? But it only has 2 legs. If everything goes well, by the time the conservatives surrender, Zhun Xiaoyao may not even have reached the gate of Baihua Valley. But, things are obviously not that simple. Look, before he even met the person, Cao Wenbin's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. As for the reason, Cao Wenbin and dogs are not allowed to enter. Haha, this 100-flower valley is really creative. Looking at the notice on the big rock, Shifeng laughed out loud. Obviously, the people in Baihua Valley must have known about their coming in advance through some channel. That's why all this was arranged overnight. And the purpose? That's of course to disgust them. That's all. Depend on. To be honest, this trick is quite dirty. But it is surprisingly useful. Look, ever since he saw the content, Cao Wenbin has never stopped talking. As expected of a sect headed by a woman, they are just stingy. Didn't I just force myself to communicate with Bai Yuchu? Why would they? If you really calculate it, you don't know who will suffer the loss. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Therefore, just as the murmurs died down, an angry shout suddenly came from inside the 100 Flowers Valley. Isn't it just an exchange? Is it really that serious? Mr. Cao, you make it sound so easy. But do you know what this means to women? As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yuya appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Different from the gentle and elegant appearance when we met last time. At this moment, her eyes were wide open with anger. It's not hard to see that she was very angry. But soon, she smiled. After such a long period of perception, she suddenly discovered that the information was not wrong. This extremely evil boy actually only brought a 12th grade weapon. There is no backup plan. It's true that if there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, then there's no door to hell but you'll find it. Chapter 304, Wu Yu's Remaining Power. Part 1. Little guy, you are really brave. You came to visit a hostile force, and you only brought a 12th grade weapon. You're not so naive as to think that I would insist on not killing the envoys when 2 armies are at war, right? In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out. The murderous intent was surging like crazy. However, both Cao Wenbin and Shifeng looked calm. Cao Wenbin has a trump card. As for Shifeng, she is simply carefree. And in her opinion, Cao Wenbin would not do anything without confidence. This kid dares to bring her alone. Then there must be a reason for it. And the facts have proved that Cao Wenbin is indeed worthy of her trust. This is not. Go to hell. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Yuya took action. But before the energy could leave her palm, Cao Wenbin's words directly froze her in place. Believe it or not, if I die, you will definitely be buried with me. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. And I reckon my family will bury you with me. This is my revenge on you. Don't talk much. But every word was like a sharp knife, piercing Bai Yuya's heart. Be buried together with this guy in front of you. Thinking of that scene, Bai Yuya's delicate body immediately began to tremble unconsciously. So, she subconsciously wanted to refute. But after opening her mouth for a long time, she couldn't say a word. After all, based on the information she had, the boy in front of her was not bragging. Let alone those 2 female supremes, they are enough to give her a hard time. Just when she was in a dilemma, Cao Wenbin added fuel to the fire. Besides, I didn't come here to look for you. But I want to discuss something with that Lily Supreme. If you really kill me, do you think she will let it go? The pupils shrank instantly. Then a thin layer of sweat appeared on Bai Yuya's forehead. It's not that she's weak, it's just that the words are too destructive. Are you here to find Lily? Could it be that this guy surnamed Cao is really the descendant of ancestor Wu Yu? Do you feel the time is right now and want to join forces with the conservatives? A series of questions came to her mind. But the answer is, there is none. Therefore, the more she thought about it, the more confused her mind became. What made her even more depressed was that before she could come up with a solution, her old rival had already appeared in front of her. Sister Lily, your ears are really sharp. As soon as I mention it, it appears immediately. By the way, didn't you once swear that you would never get close to a man in your life? Why, are you going to break your oath? Bai Yuya knew that she had completely lost the chance to kill Cao Wenbin. So she was ready to squeeze Lily out, thus ruining the meeting. But it was obvious that she was doing useless work. Look, after just glancing at her, Lily made a gesture of invitation to Cao Wenbin. Then he led the way. Bitch. This time, it was Bai Yuya's turn to be upset. Of course, she didn't just sit there and wait for death. After watching the two of them for a while, her figure disappeared from the spot. Stop pretending to be dead. Let's discuss what to do. Otherwise, our school will soon disappear. Tianzhu Peak is the mountain closest to the gate. So not long after, Cao Wenbin and Bai He arrived at a group of buildings one after another. I have to say, women are women. Even though the environment in the demon realm is so bad, they can still create a paradise. What a view. And Cao Wenbin did not hesitate to express his praise. Unfortunately, Lily doesn't buy it. She just looked at Cao Wenbin quietly. The meaning is very clear, that is, tell me the business quickly. Originally, she thought that under her pressure, Cao Wenbin would definitely not dare to do anything weird. But I didn't expect. There are too many people here, so let's go to your boudoir and talk. Lily was stunned. Then a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Go to the boudoir. You are dreaming. Not to mention it was the first time they met. Even if they had become close friends, her boudoir would never be open to a man. But before she could refuse, a voice as thin as a gossamer suddenly came into her ears. I have news for Wu Yu. Am I qualified to enter your boudoir this time? The pupils shrank slightly. Then her body began to tremble even more wildly. Along the way, she had imagined many possibilities. Even the thought that Cao Wenbin came to tease her appeared in her mind. But this was something she could never have imagined even if she was beaten to death. Do you have any information about ancestor Wu Yu? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Just when her mind was in chaos, Cao Wenbin gently pushed her. Why, you still can't come in. It seems your faith isn't pure either. Still conservative. Bah. The body stiffened. The place where Cao Wenbin touched immediately showed goosebumps. But Lily didn't care at all. After she realized what was happening, she immediately reached out and grabbed Cao Wenbin's shoulders. To be honest, this is absolutely a normal action for normal people. But for Lily, it was a historic breakthrough. After all, she hasn't touched a man for tens of thousands of years. Is everything you said true? Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he took advantage of the situation and grabbed Lily's hand. I have to say that Lily has a strong character. But this little hand is so damn soft. Of course, while touching her, Cao Wenbin's mouth was not idle. Real or false, won't the result be known after we get to your boudoir? Come on, you're a supreme. Even if we're alone, I can't do anything bad. The words are rough, but the logic is sound. So, after hesitating for a while, Lily took Cao Wenbin and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in a room filled with the fragrance of flowers. No extravagant decorations. The only useless thing in the house was the lilies that grew together. Your parents are really good at naming things. I actually figured out your hobby in advance. Cao Wenbin was rambling on, but Lily was in no mood for it. I have already met your conditions. Then you should show some sincerity. Chapter 305, Wu Yu's Remaining Power. Part 2. Looking at Lily's anxious face, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he didn't keep the secret any longer. He flipped his wrist and a talisman suddenly appeared in his palm. The thing is not big. At most, it's only about the length of a palm and the width of 4 fingers. But the shock it caused was indeed quite big. The moment she saw it, Lily was stunned on the spot. After he reacted, his knees softened and he knelt down at Cao Wenbin's feet. Then, unfilial younger generation Lily, I pay my respects to ancestor Wu Yu. I wish the ancestor eternal youth and a long life. Pious. Extremely pious. While she was speaking, there were even tears in her eyes. The appearance of this scene directly confused Cao Wenbin. So what? In his opinion, it was already remarkable that someone could remember a person who had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. If people still talk about you even when you are doing nothing, then you can be called a real character. But now, it seems that the gains from this trip are much greater than I imagined. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Then, his free hand touched Lily's head. No dodging. Even though Lily's body was already trembling the moment the two touched. But she still didn't dodge. She even moved forward on purpose in order to make Cao Wenbin feel more comfortable. Of course, while she was moving, her mouth was not idle either. Mr. Cao, can you tell me how the ancestor is doing now? The tone was full of anticipation. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. A bombshell was dropped directly. Just as you guessed, Wu Yu is indeed not dead. It's just that we've encountered some temporary difficulties. But you don't have to worry. In 15 years at most, she will reappear before you. Of course, if my strength can grow steadily, it might not even take 15 years. The hidden meaning of this last sentence is extremely obvious. It's almost as if he has, "I need resources," written all over his face. But it's obvious that Lily doesn't care. No bargaining. She suddenly looked up. At this moment, she was no longer excited. No doubt at all. There was only one emotion on the little face. That is determination. Extremely determined. Then she bit her lip and said, "In that case, please stay at Tianzhu Peak for a few more days. We have plenty of resources. I can't say more, but we do have the ability to raise you 2 levels in a short period of time." That's right. As if she had thought of something, the next moment, a pill appeared in her hand. This pill is called Blood Moon Pill. It is a supreme divine object formed naturally from the 4 blood moons in the sky. Only 4 appear every 10,000 years. It is truly a priceless treasure. After taking it, it can give people the ability to become demonic. As for the specific effects, because everyone's physique is different, the specific situation needs to be experienced by the user himself. No reaching out to take it. After all, not eating food from strangers is something that is engraved in our bones. Yes, all the performances of this Lily are extremely perfect. But there was a celebrity who had already warned the world. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she is. Our ancestors also said that it is difficult to draw the bones of a dragon or a tiger, and you can know a person's face but not his heart. So, Cao Wenbin hugged Lily and said with a smirk, "Blood Moon Pill and the like are all empty talk. If you really want to see Wu Yu soon, then contribute yourself. You are more valuable than thousands of resources." Of course, it's easy to say. But his body was tense all the time. Be ready to run at any time. There's nothing we can do about it, since this is challenging other people's bottom line. He never forgot that this Lily was a real Lily. Well, when did I become so evil? Threatening someone's mother. Threatening the ancestors. Now you're threatening Lily again. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Cao Wenbin felt. Afraid that a thunderbolt would suddenly fall on his head. However, although he was empty, he never thought of turning over a new leaf. Instead, he plans to stick to this path until the end. After all, as a man, you should admit your mistakes but never correct them. Just when Cao Wenbin was thinking about it, Lily finally gave a response. "I still have goosebumps all over my body. Still no resistance." Obviously, she acquiesced. Perfect. As long as I can see her attributes, everything will no longer be a problem. That's right, this is what Cao Wenbin wants most. After all, anything can be deceptive. But loyalty will not. But just when he was about to calculate when it would be appropriate to see blood, a voice full of doubts suddenly floated in from outside the room. "Who are you? Why are you outside Lily's door? Hey, it's broad daylight, and I wasn't here, why did Lily activate the formation?" Female voice. But it is full of heroism. Without even looking, Cao Wenbin had already guessed who was coming. And the facts were exactly as he guessed. Not good. Daffodil, here she comes. Lily shuddered all over, and then began to look around frantically. Judging from their appearance, they were obviously preparing to find a hiding place for Cao Wenbin. At the same time, a look of deep confusion appeared on her little face. She didn't understand why her partner appeared at this time. Logically speaking, Narcissus should be practicing at this time. But how could she know that all this was actually by Yuya's doing? When the woman's plan failed, she came up with another one. Anyway, the two of them just can't reach a consensus smoothly. Quick, hide in the closet and leave. And the hard work has not let down those who work hard. Soon, Lily found a suitable place. To be honest, Cao Wenbin didn't want to go in. But before he could refuse, Lily said shyly, "Don't you want to know what's going to happen next?" Slightly stunned. Then Cao Wenbin walked straight towards the cabinet without saying a word. While walking, he also used the breath-concealing technique to the extreme. At this moment, he was really excited. After all, he had never seen that kind of situation before. Even in his vast collection of study materials, there was nothing similar. Unfortunately, things went against our wishes. Just then, before he reached his destination, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared at the door. Then an extremely beautiful woman appeared in their sight. Chapter 306 Hostility. Silence. With the arrival of Narcissus, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became weird. But this state did not last long. After just a few breaths, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world suddenly emerged from Narcissus's body. Supreme. Also the Supreme. Sure enough, fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, and frogs can only mate with toads. Of course, even though she was very angry, she didn't take action immediately. "Who are you?" The voice was full of eeriness. And Cao Wenbin didn't back down either. But before he could say anything, Lily spoke first. "Narcissus, calm down first. Things are not what you think. This Mr. Cao is." Lily quickly explained the whole story. And Narcissus's expression immediately eased up. "Unfortunately, all this is just appearance. As for secretly, boy, if you are really here for the matter of Ancestor Wuyu, then I fully support you. I can even provide you with a lot of extra supplies. But if you dare to have other thoughts, although I haven't taken action for a long time, my knife is still as sharp as ever. You can go ask around and find out who the sad autumn fairy Zhongzhou. Obviously, although this woman is also conservative, she does not have much admiration for Wuyu. It's even possible that she became a conservative because of Lily. In other words, this is a complete roadblock." However, Cao Wenbin didn't care at all. As for the threats, he didn't take them seriously at all. Sad autumn fairy. He just wants to know, are you still a woman? Of course, while he was thinking, his mouth was not idle. He immediately responded with voice transmission. "Excuse me, I am a greedy person by nature. No matter what it is, it's always about having both. This time, it's the same. And I can tell you very clearly that the path I want to take is not going to work. Even if you're a fake roadblock, it's still useless. It's just a matter of one day early or one day late. By the way, if you have more free time, you should worry more about yourself. After all, wherever I've been, there's no place within a 10-mile radius where I can stay." Zhang Shuixian was obviously stunned for a moment. But after just a few breaths, her delicate body began to tremble. Obviously, she was very angry. But that's true. She is the Supreme after all. When have you ever suffered such injustice? As a result, her counterattack quickly exploded in Cao Wenbin's mind. Okay. It turns out that each wave is stronger than the last. Young people today are truly extraordinary. Well, I'll give you a chance. How about we deal with Lily first, and then go to the back mountain together? You don't have to beat me. As long as you can touch my clothes, I will let you do whatever you want. How about that? The temptation is not enough. But what Zhang Shuixian didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin refused without hesitation. And he also took the opportunity to mock her. "Girl, are you still asleep? Have you ever seen a hunter give up prey that would fall at the push of a stick and go after a ferocious beast?" Not much talk. But it left Zhang Shuixian speechless. As for secretly teaching Cao Wenbin a lesson, she knew very well that it was simply impossible. After all, as a descendant of Wuyu's maid, Lily's loyalty to Wuyu is unquestionable. Even though the two had been together for thousands of years, Zhang Shuixian was certain that if she really attacked Cao Wenbin, Lily would definitely turn against her. "No, I have to stop him. Lily is mine, no one can take it away." So, she immediately started glaring at Cao Wenbin. Her idea was very simple, that is, as long as I don't leave, you will definitely have no chance. Fuck, this woman is such a bitch. You can't enjoy it yourself, but you don't let others enjoy it. Typical example of someone occupying the toilet without doing anything. Accurate. Very unhappy. And her emotional changes were quickly captured by Lily. And the reason was quickly analyzed. As for how she handled it. Master Cao, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. After she finished speaking, she pulled Zhang Shuixian and disappeared from the room. Simple and crude. What's interesting is that before disappearing, Zhang Shuixian glared at Cao Wenbin with pride. The meaning is obvious, that is showing off. Depend on. Just wait for me. When I get the chance, I'll have Lily send you to my bed. When that time comes, I'll see how you can still be so arrogant. Stream peak. Success. Zhang Shuixian really ruined everything. Well, I'm a genius. Just as Zhang Shuixian and Lily walked out of the room, Bai Yuya, who was watering the flowers, suddenly smiled. Then she started thinking about what to do next. After all, Zhang Shuixian's move can only be used for a while, but not for a lifetime. Besides, her goal is to physically save Cao Wenbin. So this level of destruction is far from enough. Alas, there is so little useful information. So, is this Cao related to ancestor Wuyu? Headache. And the more I think about it, the more painful it becomes. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when she was scratching her head in anxiety, a turning point appeared. Ancestor, someone has come from outside the valley claiming to be Cao Wenbin's mortal enemy. I specifically request to see Miss Yuchu. Look. Bai Yuya was stunned. Then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Cao Wenbin's mortal enemy. It's really like someone gives you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. No nonsense. With a wave of her hand, the next moment, Zhun Xiaoyao was brought right in front of her. Do you really have a grudge against that Cao guy? Zhun Xiaoyao was a little confused. After all, the person he was looking for was Bai Yuchu. But now it is. But soon, he recognized Bai Yuya. This is an opportunity. A great opportunity to hug someone's thigh. So he didn't even hesitate, and immediately succinctly described his experience. My mother, my two protectors, my fiancé, and my direct ancestor were all captured by that Cao. Do you think I have any grudge against him? By the way, don't underestimate me because I came here alone, but the power behind me is not small at all. Although we have been suppressed by the Cao family. But it still occupies a small half of the fairyland. You can send people to check these. If you tell me even a little bit of falsehood, I can do whatever you want to me. Chapter 307, Get Ready to Fight. Zhun Xiaoyao is madly showing off his value. And Bai Yuya became more and more interested the more she listened. Has a feud with Cao Wenbin. And know it very well. And there is a considerable force behind it. Isn't this the perfect knife? If used well, everyone will be happy. The Cao family still can't find her. As for not using it well, then just throw it away. That's it. After using special means to confirm that Zhun Xiaoyao was not lying, Bai Yuya immediately made up her mind. Of course, although she thought so, on the surface, she was still cold and cruel. Even his eyes didn't change. After all, during the negotiation process, the most feared thing is to let your opponent know your bottom line. And the facts have proved that her restraint was not in vain. So, after seeing that she still didn't say anything, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately became anxious. Supreme Bai, your apprentice has been toyed with like that, don't you want revenge? And I'm sure that with Cao Wenbin's evil, Bai Yuchu alone will never satisfy him. Maybe right now, he's planning how to take you down. Don't talk much. But Bai Yuya exploded immediately. Plot against her. That little brat deserves it. And this statement just gave her a chance to back off. So, don't worry about my business. Even if that little brat had 2 times the courage, he would never dare to break my legs. Zhun Xiaoyao curled his lips. He has heard this so many times that his ears are almost calloused. But in the end, weren't they all subdued by that Cao guy? He had already seen clearly that the boy was a womanizer. Unless you avoid contact with it, you will surely fall into its clutches. But before he could remind her, Bai Yuya spoke again. Forget it, there's no point in saying this. Let's talk about something serious. I know you want to form an alliance with me. Thus, my background will become more fulfilling. To be honest, I welcome this. After all, more friends mean more paths. The more he listened, the more joy appeared on Zhun Xiaoyao's face. But he also knew that things were definitely not that simple. There will be a turning point next. Sure enough, his premonition came true. But as one of the most powerful forces in the demon realm, not everyone can ally with me. How about this? As long as you can prove that you are not a loser, then we, the new generation, can form an alliance with your Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's breathing suddenly became heavy. His eyes were filled with excitement. However, his tone of voice never changed. How do you need me to prove it? Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Bai Yuya finally smiled. It's very simple, kick this Cao guy out of the Baihua sect. Let it break completely with the conservatives. As long as you can succeed, no matter what happens in the future, we, the new generation, will stand behind you. The excitement is growing, but this emotion did not last long. Know your own business. If this had happened a year ago, he would have taken on the job without hesitation. But now, with only the cultivation level of a quasi-saint at the peak, he had already lost the qualifications to compete with Cao Wenbin. No, I can't give up. Opportunities like this don't always come around. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly raised his head. Then he asked with a determined look, Supreme Bai, you guys in Baihua Valley should have a way to overdraw your foundation and quickly improve your strength, right? Bai Yuya was stunned, but soon, she nodded. Yes, yes. But are you sure you want to use it? I just used the yin-yang mirror to peek into your future. I've discovered that with your foundation, if you develop step by step, you can easily reach the 10th rank. But if special means are used, then the 6th rank might be your end point. Because our method of competing for the first place can overdraw 80% of our potential in one go. Of course, there's always a reward for every effort. Once you use this technique, you can at least reach the 3rd level. Even the 4th rank is possible. Jun Xiaoyao listened very carefully. But the more he listened, the more confused he became. The gap between the 10th grade and the 6th grade is really too big. To be honest, he really couldn't accept it. But when he thought of Cao Wenbin's hateful behavior, his heart instantly became firm. Supreme Bai, please give me the technique. I'll go practice now. As for what happens next, if I can't figure it out right now, how can I talk about the future? The words are very firm. So Bai Yuya didn't say anything else. With a wave of his right hand, a white light immediately merged into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. I have to say that the things in Baihua Valley are indeed exquisite. Look, even with Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension, it took him more than 10 minutes to fully understand it. Thank you. A look of shock flashed across his face. Then Jun Xiaoyao prepared to say goodbye and leave. But just as he was about to go out, Bai Yuya's voice rang out again. By the way, as Cao Wenbin's old rival, you should be very clear about his affairs. So, in your impression, has he ever had any contact with any mysterious women? This question has no beginning or end. But Jun Xiaoyao quickly sorted out his thoughts. A mysterious woman. Don't tell me, there really is one. The two met on the road to heaven. Oh, the so-called road to heaven is actually a large secret realm. It opens once every 100 years. Originally, no one knows the origin of this secret realm. But this time, a woman suddenly appeared among them. And right from the start he said he was about to die, so he wanted to find someone to inherit his legacy. And at the beginning, we didn't take her seriously at all. But I don't know where this woman came from, she actually has the ability to absorb the Supreme Being out of thin air. So everyone involved went crazy. Unfortunately, we can't even keep up with that Cao guy. Just 2 turns off the fire, and he was taken away by a mysterious woman. Without any surprise, Bai Yuya became excited. Taking the Supreme Being out of thin air. Apart from their ancestor Wuyu, who else can possess this ability? Of course, to be rigorous, she still took out a photo stone. What is recorded above is a video clip of Wuyu teaching his disciples. Look, is this the woman? His face was full of anticipation. And Jun Xiaoyao did not disappoint her. After looking at it carefully for a while, he nodded with great certainty. It must be her. Although I've never seen her in person, I've heard her voice many times. That's the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. So it's extremely abnormal. After saying that, he didn't linger. Push the door and walk out. His time is also valuable. He couldn't wait to take revenge on Cao Wenbin. Yes, Bai Yuchu, who is also a 3rd-grade cultivator, was completely defeated. But so what? When he reaches the 3rd rank, can he be the same as an ordinary 3rd rank? Don't forget, he knows the laws of space. When Cao Wenbin faced him, although the power of law still prevailed, the gap was not that big. Cao, prepare to face my revenge. Everything you put on me, I will soon return to you one by one. But I heard that your mother is pretty good too. Chapter 308 Find the difference. Jun Xiaoyao left in a very cool manner. But after getting a positive answer, Bai Yuya went completely crazy. Wu Yu's inheritance is actually in the hands of that little brat. Why? Why does that pervert have the right to take the inheritance of ancestor Wu Yu? I am the orthodox of Baihua Valley. So it all should be mine. Now that she has an idea, she will naturally not sit and wait for death. With a slight wave of his hands, the next moment, a ray of light carrying a message flew directly to the north. That is the direction of the nameless island. As for the content, it has been confirmed that Cao Wenbin has indeed obtained the inheritance of ancestor Wu Yu. So you don't need to bother yourself with this anymore. But your mission isn't over yet. Next, I need you to use your honey trap to the best of your ability. Do your best to gain trust. When the time is right, we will work together from inside and outside to capture him in one fell swoop. If this succeeds, you will take the first place in the credit. Lily's boudoir. Is anyone there? Just when Cao Wenbin and others were dozing off, two beautiful female voices suddenly came from outside the door. So, he instantly became energetic. And that's not all. When he pushed open the door, he was even more shocked. Twin. Damn, this 100-flower valley really is a paradise on earth. If I had traveled here directly, the population of this demon realm would have increased by at least 30%. Of course, although his mind is full of dirty thoughts, on the surface, Cao Wenbin is quite serious. After a few glances, he asked very gentlemanly, "Who are you two?" These two girls are obviously very cheerful. As soon as they heard the question, they started introducing themselves. My name is Miao Fan, and I'm the disciple and grand disciple of the Sad Autumn Fairy Zhongzhou. My name is Miaoan, and I'm the disciple of Lily Supreme. As for the purpose of our visit, we just received a message. Master said they have something to deal with. But they were afraid of neglecting their customers, so they asked us to come over. After saying that, they went straight into the house. And Cao Wenbin also understood. It is obvious that Lily and Zhang Shuixian have not reached an agreement yet, so they sent their juniors here. Not bad, you're quite capable. Worthy of friendship. Cao Wenbin shook his head and laughed. Then he closed the door. He even activated the formation in the room. To be honest, Lily really has no reservations about him. Generally speaking, this kind of close-fitting formation is a person's absolute secret. Don't even mention being an outsider. Even if they are my brothers and sisters, I won't tell them. But Lily told him without hesitation before leaving. And the purpose was just to let him sleep peacefully. Of course, his action also successfully attracted the attention of the two women. So, it seems the rumors are true. Wherever Master Cao goes, there is no place to escape. Not much talk, but it made Cao Wenbin's face red. At this moment, he really wanted to know which bastard was plotting against him. Then let the other party's female friends and relatives experience what it means to have nowhere to escape. However, even though he was unhappy, his movements were not affected at all. Soon, he sat between the two women. What's interesting is that before he could even make a move, Miao Fan, his elder sister, directly put her legs on Cao Wenbin's legs. Obviously, they also understood what their master meant. And before coming, they had already discussed who would feed the tiger with himself. As expected of a man of the world. It's just open. Satisfy. Extremely satisfied. As for what happened next, Cao Wenbin, who never knew how to be polite, naturally accepted it without hesitation. At the same time, he was also trying hard to find the differences between the two women. Unfortunately, even if he tried hard, he still got nothing. This pair of twins looks as if they were carved from the same mold, exactly the same. As expected of a woman who could trigger the Wanmailu and only let it flip through 20 pages. He's really good at it. By the way, do all the women in these 20 pages like to greet each other with their feet? Pei Luoxue was like this back then, and Miao Fan is still like this now. Since his eyes are unreliable, Cao Wenbin puts all his hopes on his mouth. He just doesn't believe that he won't get the answer by asking. Unfortunately, some things just won't work if you don't believe in them. This is not. What's the difference between you two? But don't say no. I don't believe it. Hee hee. Looking at Cao Wenbin scratching his ears and cheeks, the two girls laughed happily. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. Because if we don't speak, or deliberately disguise ourselves, even our master won't be able to tell who is who among us. Even when we compared them privately, we couldn't find any differences. Good at. Quite proud. But after laughing for a while, Miao Fan, as her elder sister, frowned slightly. We're actually quite puzzled too. Because I clearly remember that our mother once said that we are different. But this difference will only appear when we get married. That's weird. What is it that my husband can discover, but we can't? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. In an instant, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. Then he picked up Miao Fan. Come on, I'll go and solve this mystery for you. He looks very excited. But the next moment, boom! A shocking loud noise immediately reached the ears of the three people. Chapter 309 Furious Lily. Stream Peak. At the same time as the loud noise occurred, Zhun Xiaoyao's figure slowly floated into the air. Immediately afterwards, a gift from heaven and earth descended from the sky. I have to say, Zhun Xiaoyao is quite capable. Look, even though 8 layers of his foundation were taken away, he still obtained the gift from heaven and earth through his own efforts. He is the first person in this world to comprehend the laws of space. Whose descendant is this? A 4th grade person can attract gifts from heaven and earth. His future is definitely limitless. Nonsense. 100 Flower Valley has a clear ban on recruiting male disciples. Which slut is trying to break the rules? Don't be so rigid. Yes, Baihua Valley can't support him, but with his talent, we can definitely foster him in an affiliated force. As long as his loyalty can be guaranteed, he will definitely be a good knife in the future. An extremely sharp knife. What does this have to do with being rigid? Our ancestral precepts cannot be abolished. Besides, if Baihua Valley allowed men to stay overnight, wouldn't that be chaos? It is not difficult to see that this is a big shot of the conservative faction. And where there are conservatives, there will naturally be newcomers. You know what, the fox who took him in was really discerning. Such a handsome little guy is rare. The only problem now is his life. Rose, you are really thirsty. Aren't you thirsty? Damn, even the branches make my eyes light up, let alone men. In an instant, dozens of beautiful figures appeared in the void. Without exception, the lowest level is 12th grade. And their temperaments are all stunning. There are cool ones. It's like losing your husband. There are also some that you can tell at first sight. Of course, not only the masters are here. The ordinary disciples of Baihua Valley also came out. Unlike the big guys who all had their own opinions, these ordinary disciples all praised it. There was envy in his tone. So, Zhun Xiaoyao just became arrogant. This long-lost feeling is finally back. Isn't that right? I should be the protagonist of heaven and earth. As for Cao Wenbin, after today, this name will no longer exist in the two worlds. The more he thought about it, the more excited Zhun Xiaoyao became. At the same time, the speed at which he absorbed the gifts from heaven and earth became faster and faster. Unfortunately, this thing is not so easy to absorb. Even though he used all his strength, it still took him half an hour to absorb it all into his body. However, Zhun Xiaoyao doesn't care. What's wrong with being slow? As long as the quantity is large, it's fine. Besides, for men, speed is not necessarily a good thing. Cool. Feeling the huge energy in his body, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately roared wildly. Of course, he didn't forget the important things. After venting a little, he immediately issued a declaration of war. Cao Wenbin, I know you are also in Baihua Valley. Come out. It's time to put an end to everything between us. The sound was like waves, echoing over and over again in the 100 Flowers Valley. And Cao Wenbin didn't keep him waiting for long. Just a few breaths later, he suddenly appeared not far from him. But what's interesting is that people showed up. But Cao Wenbin did not fight back immediately. Instead, he straightened his pants first. It looked as if he had just finished using the toilet. But Zhun Xiaoyao, who knew Cao Wenbin very well, knew that the truth was definitely not that simple. This guy must be up to no good. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he subconsciously looked around. Sure enough, a pair of twins soon appeared in his consciousness. One of them was being supported by another. But even so, the walking posture is still a bit weird. Damn it, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. In an instant, a sour feeling emerged in Zhun Xiaoyao's heart. He works so hard to improve himself here. Even the future is at stake. But what about others? Forget it, what's the point of fussing with a dead person? The condemned need a good meal before they go to death. As the young master of the Cao family, it's not too much to use a reincarnation canon. He shook his head, and the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body. Mr. Cao, have you finished writing your last words? If you haven't written it, I can give you some more time. Mad. Extremely crazy. But as the saying goes, villains die because they talk too much. This also applies to the child of destiny. Look, Cao Wenbin hasn't even spoken yet. An aura that belonged only to the Supreme suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare you speak to Master Cao like that? And write a will. Are you worthy enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a lily that seemed to be able to swallow up the heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a pistol shot towards Zhun Xiaoyao. As for the goal, it's the heart. It was obvious that the person who came really wanted to kill. There was no intention to leave Zhun Xiaoyao any chance of survival. Facing this attack, a look of horror immediately appeared on Zhun Xiaoyao's face. Yes, he has become stronger. But so what? In front of the Supreme, we are still ants. Supreme White, save me. This shout was really at the top of his lungs. But it is very useful. Just when Warui was about to achieve its goal, a tulip suddenly appeared in Zhun Xiaoyao's heart. Boom. Although the attack was blocked, the resulting air wave directly blew Zhun Xiaoyao away. Fortunately, Bai Yuya was well prepared and set up a layer of defense for him in advance, otherwise, he would not have to take revenge. You can start eating right away. Of course, Lily did not give up after her attack failed. The huge lily soon spit out pollen all over the sky. So dreamy. But it's also deadly. Bai Yuya, you really want to protect this kid. I tell you, he's dead today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be useless. Unfortunately, although the attack was sharp, the effect was extremely poor. There is no way, the two have been fighting for thousands of years. It is no exaggeration to say that even if both sides have closed their sixth senses, they can still fight back and forth. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, everyone else was stunned. If the two of them were to fight for no reason, no one would think it was wrong. But this is for two men. Subconsciously, all the girls' eyes fell on Zhang Shuixian. His expression was full of mockery. But soon, they were all disappointed. Because Zhang Shuixian was not angry, but looked very excited. Not long after, he started chatting with Miao Fan beside him. As for what we talked about. Chapter 310 Endless Means. Fanur, you don't look right. Don't talk much. But Mia Van's little face turned red immediately. Half an hour. That's a full half hour. If her condition is right, that would be a miracle. As the above situation slowly emerged in his mind, Miao Fan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Originally, she thought that something unexpected had happened, so she wouldn't have to pay any more. But she never expected that the man surnamed Cao not only did not back down, but instead started to race against time. He even gave a very ridiculous reason. That's because I'm afraid she'll run away. So check in first. So, of course, being shy is being shy. But Mia Van's mouth was not idle. After all, the ancestor asked a question, so how could I not answer it? Thank you for your concern, ancestor. Miao Fan is fine. By the way, ancestor, Miao Fan has completed the task you assigned to him perfectly. As for the effect, the Cao guy should be quite satisfied. His eyes lit up. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Shuixian laughed. Good. The ancestor really didn't misjudge you. But you have to remember, this is just the beginning, not the end. For the next few days, until this Cao leaves Baihua Valley, you must stick to him and not leave him even for a moment. Do you understand? Of course, the premise of all this is that this kid can successfully survive this crisis. If he dies, then everything will be over. Without any hesitation. Miao Fan, who had already tasted the sweetness of it, nodded immediately. While the two were chatting, changes finally appeared on the battlefield. Because Lily was entangled by Bai Yuya. Therefore, after stabilizing his body, Zhun Xiaoyao immediately mobilized all the magic power in his body. While attacking, he was also laughing strangely. Cao Wenbin, this time I want to see who will save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of Cao Wenbin. The law of space. And that's not all. The next moment, a 5-meter-long space blade appeared in his hand. Then, without wasting even a second, he wiped Cao Wenbin's neck directly. Go to hell. Very powerful. But the speed is extremely slow. The two sides were only a few meters apart, but the space blade that could cut everything into pieces could never move away. Obviously, Cao Wenbin did not sit idly by. He had already set up the realm of eternity around himself. The time of both parties has long been out of sync. Of course, Cao Wenbin also knew that this trick alone would definitely not be able to stop Zhongzhou. So, 100 generations return to one. It's still the same trick. There's nothing I can do about it, it's just so useful. Look, just a few breaths later, Cao Wenbin, who was just at the first level, suddenly became a third level strong. Coincidentally, at this moment, the space blade just happened to arrive next to Cao Wenbin. So, space blade against space blade. The moves are exactly the same. However, Cao Wenbin retreated 3 steps further than Zhongzhou. Not much, but it is very telling. Because of this, Zhongzhou burst into laughter before he could even steady himself. Cao Wenbin, you can't do it either. Reincarnation, time, and space, the 3 great laws all come together, yet they are still 1 step behind me. It seems that this day next year will indeed be your Memorial Day. Zhongzhou was very proud. But none of the big guys watching agreed with him. Oh my god, I originally thought that the one who appeared first was already incredible enough. But I didn't expect that there would be an even more abnormal one. A first grade fought against a 4th grade, and after a head-on collision, the first grade only retreated 3 steps. The most important thing is that this is not an ordinary 4th grade, but a 4th grade who has received gifts from heaven and earth. This guy must be Cao Wenbin. Time, space, and reincarnation. From this point of view, Yuchu's loss was not unfair. Judging from the strength of that attack just now, this little fellow has received at least 2 gifts from heaven and earth. A genius, a peerless genius. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to follow the ancestral teachings. If he's willing, it's not impossible to make an exception and admit him to Baihua Valley. But this guy is so evil. If he really lets him stay here for a long time, our disciples will most likely be. Please, that's a good thing. With this guy's genes, if he can really have more offspring, then within 3,000 years, our 100-flower valley will definitely be able to restore its former glory. There was no disguise in these conversations. Therefore, Zhongzhou's expression changed immediately. I'm no worse than this guy. Why do you only like him? Jealousy erupted instantly. As a result, the force of his attacks became stronger and stronger. Of course, if the hands are not merciful, then the mouth will naturally not be idle either. Mr. Cao, I admit that your potential is truly incredible. But so what? The one who can grow up is a genius. But if you don't think of it, that's bullshit. And you? Originally, he was planning to attack Cao Wenbin. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw an evil smile on Cao Wenbin's face. Wrong. My heart trembled. Then he prepared to switch from offense to defense. Unfortunately, although his reaction was not slow, it was still too late. The next moment, a blood-red seal suddenly shot towards him. He wants to hide, but the reaction speed is simply not enough. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the strange seal penetrated into his forehead without any hindrance. What the hell is this thing? Zhongzhou was horrified. Then he immediately looked inward. As for the results, nothing gained. It was not until he regained consciousness that he discovered that his strength had dropped by 10% out of thin air. What a weird method, but fortunately, I still have the advantage at this moment. I have to say, he knows how to comfort himself. However, this mentality of his did not last long. Because at some point, a strange scale appeared above his head. At the beginning, the balance was tilted towards him. He didn't feel any discomfort. But as time goes by, the balance is slowly returning to normal. As the balance moved, his strength began to dissipate rapidly. And this was not what terrified him the most. What really drove him crazy was that he soon discovered that all his lost strength had actually gone to Cao Wenbin. As a result, as one side gained strength while the other lost strength, he, who originally had the upper hand, gradually became a member of the disadvantaged group. That's impossible. Chapter 311 Zhongzhou, Offline. Part 1. Impossible. Two roars sounded one after another. The first one is naturally Zhun Xiaoyao's voice. Obviously, he couldn't accept this change. But that's true. Anyone who suddenly goes from an absolute advantage to an absolute disadvantage will definitely have the first reaction of questioning. The second voice was shouted out by many bigwigs in Baihua Valley. After all, others may not be familiar with these two kinds of phenomena, but they are all familiar with them. Because this is the unique skill of their ancestors. The law of balance. The law of seal. No wonder Lily went so crazy after this guy got into danger. So this is where the problem lies. For a moment, a strange look flashed in the eyes of all the women present. Even the neutrals are the same. As for what they are thinking, I guess only God knows besides them. After all, a woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. But one thing is certain, that is, these vixens have all set their sights on Cao Wenbin. Laugh. Just keep laughing. Cao Wenbin, who was unaware of this, was still chasing Zhun Xiaoyao. There is absolutely no intention of saving energy. Obviously, he also had the intention to kill. Of course, Zhun Xiaoyao did not choose to fight hard. After realizing that everything was not an illusion, he immediately flew back. His idea is very clear. That's dragging. Keep dragging it out until all these negative effects disappear. By then, he could still easily control Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, it is extremely difficult to realize it. Yes, his spatial law is indeed a magical tool for escape. But he is not the only one who knows this. Cao Wenbin can do the same. And he knows one more law of time than him. Because of this, he ended up in tragedy. Every time he ran a certain distance, he would get hit hard on the back. Boom, boom, boom. The first time, it's okay. He just carried it through. The second time, he stumbled. But it did not affect his escape. But when it comes to the third system, puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly. At the same time, his breath began to gradually weaken. That's too much. Knowing that he couldn't continue like this, Zhun Xiaoyao turned around instantly. Unfortunately, for Cao Wenbin, there is no difference between the back and the front. Look, Zhun Xiaoyao got every beating he deserved. As for his resistance, when you are at a complete disadvantage in terms of speed and strength, how can you resist? Ah, poor child. So, amidst the scattered cries of pity, Zhun Xiaoyao quickly fell to the ground. Supreme White, save me. The same cry for help appeared again. But this time, Bai Yuya completely ignored it. After all, it's just a broken knife, who would care? Besides, Cao Wenbin has already exposed the law of balance and the law of sealing. What would happen if she took action again at this moment? Since the obstacle has backed down, what is there for Cao Wenbin to hesitate about? Soon, he and Zhun Xiaoyao disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the heaven-swallowing tower. The environment is very dark. Coupled with Cao Wenbin's evil smile, Zhun Xiaoyao collapsed after just a few breaths. No, you can't kill me. Otherwise, neither my mother, nor Aunt Zhu and Aunt Pan will ever talk to you again. I have to say that people's desire for life is truly boundless. You should know that in the past, these three things were regarded as the shame of Zhun Xiaoyao's life. But now, he is using this to ask for help. Unfortunately, even if he didn't care about his reputation, it would still be useless. Before his words had even faded, 3 photo stones suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's hands. Zhun Xiaoyao's pupils shrank. An ominous feeling immediately arose in my heart. And the facts have proved that his feeling is very accurate. The next moment, a voice that was very familiar to him came from one of the photo stones. Ah, the sound is long. Then, a conversation occurred. Aunt Zhong, if in the near future, only one of Zhun Xiaoyao and I can survive, who would you choose to let live? Not much talk. But Zhun Xiaoyao immediately became nervous. Even though his mind is as clear as a mirror, there must be nothing good in it. Otherwise, Cao Wenbin would never take it out. But he still hopes for a miracle to happen. Mother, you must hold on. We must never yield to his tyranny. But obviously, this is just wishful thinking. A few breaths later, the shadow stone gave him a blow on the head. Of course it's you. How can I live without you? As for my son, at this pace, are we still worried that there won't be new ones? This is said very fluently. There wasn't even a hint of trouble in between. So, Zhun Xiaoyao was completely stunned. And this is just the beginning. Next, when faced with this question, both Zhu Lin and Pan Simin chose Cao Wenbin. And each one he said was more exaggerated than the last. Especially Zhu Lin, who was caught first, directly asked who Zhun Xiaoyao was. Puff. As expected, Zhun Xiaoyao, who was already seriously injured, immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. Who is Zhun Xiaoyao? How could she have the nerve to say such a thing? No, that's definitely not what Aunt Zhu said. She has been my protector for 20 years. She's the best to me. Crazy. Zhun Xiaoyao has gone completely crazy. On the contrary, Cao Wenbin smiled. Actually, he has already shown mercy. Feng Yan and Zhun Anlin, who were inexperienced and couldn't withstand the impact, said something even more outrageous. If he took out the stone with the photos of those two people, then Zhun Xiaoyao would definitely not just be crazy. Forget it, I'll give you a quick death. He shook his head, and the next moment, Cao Wenbin placed his right hand on Zhun Xiaoyao's forehead. Soul-searching technique. Hopefully there's something useful here. Of course, although he said so, Cao Wenbin didn't hold out any hope. After all, if Zhun Xiaoyao really had something worth showing off, he would have taken it long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be captured so easily. But things in the world are often so unpredictable. Look, the first message he received almost made him fall to the ground in shock. Monument to the heroes. 1 emperor fruit can be exchanged for a summoning opportunity. Damn, this guy is really hiding his true potential. Fortunately, his luck was eliminated in advance, otherwise, who knows what kind of misfortune might have occurred. Cao Wenbin was very emotional. But just as he was about to reach out to take the thing, he suddenly froze in place. Because. Chapter 312 Zhun Xiaoyao, Offline. Part 2. Did you obtain a seal of supreme power when you were a child? After more than 20 years of hard work, you still haven't been able to break the restriction above. In order to prevent it from falling into my hands, you handed it over to the heroic spirit before coming to the demon realm. And they ordered it to wander around for 10 days and then throw it away. After the deed is done, the body will be dismembered to keep the secret. The more he looked, the darker Cao Wenbin's face became. He would never have thought that Zhun Xiaoyao would do this. After all, this is completely harmful to others and not beneficial to yourself. Damn it, if I had known earlier I would have told you what Feng Yan and Zhun Anlin said. Depressed. Extremely depressing. Because according to Zhun Xiaoyao's memory, Cao Wenbin discovered that the strength of the seal was definitely not inferior to top-level innate treasures such as the Tai Chi diagram and Kunlun mirror. Of course, good and bad are interdependent, this is not just talk. If there are bad things, there are naturally good things too. Soon, he received another message. Because he possesses the ancient holy body, Zhun Xiaoyao's kidneys can regenerate. Look, after just a few months of not harvesting, he already has 4 kidneys again. Well, doesn't this mean that I will soon become a 10-kidney strongman? After receiving this information, Cao Wenbin received Zhun Xiaoyao's insights from cultivation over the past 20 years. First is the law of space. After that, he comprehended the law of weak water himself. Then comes the law of thunder. I have to say that Zhun Xiaoyao, as the protagonist, is really capable. Although his insights cannot be said to be endless, they are several times more than those of Zhang Gujin. This soul-searching technique is so good. It's hard to believe this came from a box ranked so low. With a curl of his lips, Cao Wenbin slowly closed his eyes. He must absorb these insights with all his strength to make himself stronger. Stream peak. After the show, Bai Yuya returned to her residence immediately. As for why so anxious? That's because she knew that someone must be waiting for her. And the facts proved that her prediction was correct. Just as she walked into her garden, she discovered that 2 figures who were no less beautiful than her had arrived early. One of them is Rose. As for the other one, it is the Plum Blossom Supreme, Cao Aoshui. Ask whatever you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. We are good sisters after all. By the way, you don't have to guess blindly about those 2 laws. I have sufficient evidence to prove that the law that Guy inherited was from ancestor Wuyu. No words. No matter if it was Rose or Cao Aoshui, shock appeared on their beautiful faces. Obviously, this situation was completely beyond their expectations. But the Supreme is the Supreme after all. Soon, they all calmed down. And immediately I had a clear idea. Yuya, since you already knew about this, you should have made arrangements long ago. Bai Yuya smiled. As expected, she is my best friend who I have been with for tens of thousands of years. I understand her so well. So she stopped hiding it. That's right. I did make 2 backup plans in advance. Yuchu is one of them. Originally, I wanted Yuchu to conquer him. But I didn't expect that I would just let them have fun for nothing. And this second backhand, you still remember the saint from the previous session, right? I asked her to find a reason to lurk around Cao Wenbin. I believe it won't be long before she can play a role. By then, we will have absolute initiative. Whether to kill or keep is up to our decision. Very detailed. And Cao Aoshui nodded frequently as she listened. One light and one dark, complementing each other. It's a good plan indeed. But Rose looked disapproving. If I remember correctly, the saint you mentioned should be called Zio. 11th grade cultivation. And she's a married woman. Please, given her conditions, do you think she can complete the task? Don't forget, even though that kid is young, he's someone that Ancestor Wuyu has high hopes for. The knowledge is definitely not bad. This statement makes a lot of sense. As a result, Bai Yuya and Cao Aoshui's expressions suddenly became serious. So what do we do? The serious expression just now disappeared in an instant, and a sly smile immediately appeared on Rose's face. Of course I'll do it myself. With my looks, that little brat would definitely lose control with just one look. Not surprisingly, she immediately received 2 big eye rolls. And soon, Bai Yuya poured another basin of cold water on her. Will you die if you don't brag? And I'm falling at your feet. You may not know this yet, but for that little brat, the Supreme Being is not a rare thing at all. Before coming to our holy realm, he had already taken down 2 Supreme Beings. Besides, considering Lily's condition just now, do you think she would refuse if he asked? So, let's just wait patiently. Although Zio's strength is not good, she at least has experience. These words are truly from the heart. But Rose was not convinced. In her opinion, this is a physical job, what does it have to do with experience? Therefore, her confidence must be greater than Zio's. Humph, if you don't let me move, I'll move anyway. When I succeed. Although she thought so, on the surface, she looked extremely unwilling. Okay, let's do as you say. Who makes us a whole? The minority obeys the majority. Time is passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Of course, it is half a month for others, but for Cao Wenbin, it is more than 3 months. But this effort is totally worth it. Look, when he opened his eyes, Cao Wenbin was no longer a first-rank official, but a second-rank official. If outsiders knew that he had been promoted to a higher grade in such a short time, they would definitely be shocked. After all, for the emperor, every time he wants to advance, the time span is calculated in years. Those with high talent may reach the first level in 30 to 50 years if they don't encounter any bottlenecks. If one has less talent, it may take at least 100 years. But when it comes to Cao Wenbin, cool, gently swung his fist. No effort was used at all. But the space near his palm suddenly twisted. This, boom, Cao Wenbin's eyes widened instantly. It is full of confusion. Because in his opinion, there shouldn't be such a big commotion at all. But after just a few breaths, he reacted. It was indeed he who caused the space distortion. But the loud noise came from outside. Something happened. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 313, Heaven's Cool Move. At the same time as the loud noise occurred, a huge scroll emitting a bright purple light suddenly appeared in the void. And I don't know what this thing is made of. It can actually break the space barrier. Let the creatures in the 2 worlds see everything with their naked eyes. Is this the advent of a spiritual treasure? In an instant, all those who thought they were quite capable began to feel a little greedy. Since the heart is moved, it is naturally difficult for the body to remain calm. So, it's mine. The person who took action was none other than Lu Yaoshan from the Lu family. Actually, he didn't want to take action. After all, he has lived for tens of thousands of years, how could he not know the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? Unfortunately, reality forced him to take action. Otherwise, his Lu family would really be gone. But as the saying goes, a hemp rope breaks at its thinnest point. Just as his right hand touched the purple list, before he could even feel happy, an unstoppable force of heaven and earth suddenly surged into his right arm. Then, bang! At the same time as the sound appeared, Lu Yaotian's entire right arm exploded. And this was the result of his timely and decisive action. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? How is this possible? Liu Yaoshan looked incredulous. You know, he is the Supreme. Although he is a relatively weak Supreme being. But the Supreme is the Supreme. Even if it is an innate treasure, it is difficult to hurt him at all if it has no owner. But now, there's something fishy going on here. A chill instantly enveloped him. But this feeling came quickly, but it went away just as quickly. As for the reason, he is not worth it. If a big guy with this kind of item wants to plot against him, he will have many tricks to use. There's no need to make such a big scene. What on earth is going on? Just when he was puzzled, the purple scroll finally changed. A breeze blew by, and then it slowly unfolded. Immediately afterwards, a piece of calligraphy that was as graceful as a dragon and as graceful as the wind, and contained the infinite rules of heaven and earth, appeared before the eyes of all living beings. Artifact list. Heaven and earth are moved by the suffering of all living beings, and therefore have specially issued this list. An hour later, the list began to list various magical weapons from both the immortal and demonic realms. Those who make it to the list will receive generous rewards. Those who are short of money don't need to worry. After this list, there will be a list of beauties and handsome men coming out one after another. Stay tuned. Not many words, but the sensation it caused was quite big. All the cultivators in the immortal and demon worlds, especially those who had goods in their hands, showed excitement. So this is a list sent down from heaven and earth. No wonder it was able to shatter the Supreme's arm. What a pity. Mortals like us have no chance to attend this grand event. After all, whether it's magical instruments or beauties, they are not something we can possess. Not necessarily. By chance, I got a low-grade imperial weapon. Although it's impossible for me to get into the top few places. But I can always fight for the last place. Are you kidding me? This is a ranking of both the immortal and demon realms. In this situation, even a top-grade imperial weapon might not even have a chance to show up, let alone your low-grade